Feel 2 Morning Show.
Good morning, everybody. Boys, girls, trans, gay, trans, trans man, trans woman. I realize we spend more time determining and talking about what people are than there are actually that amount of people.
You're very correct. You got it.
Letting you guys know. Welcome. This is a show full of Aaron's observations today. April's finally working. Look at her.
Yay.
Look at April at work.
I'm back.
Oh, look how much time off you get when you're fucking the boss. Isn't it amazing?
Technically, only one of those nights was like off for
I mean,
leisure reason.
It's just incredible how much time off you can get when you're fucking the boss. Only 2 people get that much leeway because of their sexual activities with the boss, and that's April and Gino Bisconti.
Okay.
Those are the only 2 people.
Okay.
But I got an angry message this morning.
Oh, no.
Speaking of the lovely and talented Gino Bisconti.
Did you upset him with your opinion last night?
No. Why would I upset him? I think I'm the only person who said, it's fine.
That's kind of what I thought. I was hoping he wasn't upset.
I'm the only... Look, I think that whole thing, while I was listening to it, I was like... I was listening, we talked about it on the evening show. By the way, Balls Deep, very nice in the chat this morning, says, great show last night. Thank you. I thought it was too.
Yes.
We ended up over 300 at one point.
Very good.
On Game 7 of the National League Championship Series.
Whew.
And April wasn't here. So I thought both of those things would make people go, tune in, tune out, tune in, tune out. And I think... when it comes to last night's show, we talked about the Gino Derek thing. I think I was the only person who, when I watched the clip, I go, Derek, don't call.
Yeah, you didn't have to.
Derek, don't call. When have you ever thought that confronting Gino Bisconti was going to cause him to go, you know what, you're right, I'm being over the top?
Right, because look, we love him, right? But no matter how much he could be wrong, or you've got a really valid point to be made.
Yeah, he's not going to go. He's not going to go, you're right, I should have backed off.
We're not budging.
Yeah.
So.
No, I'm sorry, guys. I got away from me a little bit. No, he doesn't talk like that. He doesn't. There
are just some instances where the argument isn't worth it.
Yeah, and I'll also say this. I think a lot of lessons were learned that day about like the internet and whether people are your friends or you've talked to them on the internet before, whatever it is.
Yeah.
There's just certain lessons that get learned. Also, I got an angry message this morning, not towards me, but towards Gino. It was a Twitter DM that simply said, F Gino. That was it.
Well, that's just normal, right?
Yeah, just F Gino.
Like in the gay way or just
angrily? No. In more of the, not violent way, but the vindictive way.
Okay.
F Gino.
I understand.
It came from a very reliable source. It came from someone that you're a huge fan of.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, I'm not a huge fan of like a lot of people.
And he's off the Gino Bisconti train completely.
A he?
Yeah, you're
Is it Mersh?
No, you're a big fan of this person.
Oh, you're being sarcastic.
Huh?
I don't know. Who could
What?
this be? You?
Big fan. Like, you're this person's biggest fan.
Anthony.
You love this person so
Stop
much.
it. I'm really having a hard time.
They're your absolute favorite person.
I'm way overthinking this.
Hey, blonde.
Yeah.
You love. Oh yeah, you really like this person.
But that's what I meant.
You're like their bet. You love them. You think they're great.
Chad, Melton.
Now you're getting warmer. Both retarded, but not as retarded as this.
Jake.
Yes, Jake sent me a message today that just said F Gino.
Okay.
See, now I said retard. Now people are going hipstar, all these other people. Look.
You're so far off my radar. It's not, you can't expect me to know that.
Now, if I wouldn't have said retard, if I would have said person who's probably dead right now, you would have said.
Oh.
God, you are fucking off.
I don't know.
I got to make you work more. You're just.
Why do I have to know all these troll people?
Your sharpness is gone. Red bar. If it's a dead person, it would be red bar.
I don't pay attention to these people
Some
very
people
often.
think that you only got this job through nepotism
This
because
is part of my job.
They believe that you're only here through nepotism because of my good graces.
I like that, you know.
And then when I give you the and you go, I don't.
I will.
They go, oh, look, see, your husband got her this
I
job.
will need you to pick a lane. It's either, hey, you don't have to think about these retards, or hey, I really need you to remember who these retards are at 6 a.m.
If you're going to be an entertainer, you need to know who these retards are. You don't have to like them. You don't have to watch them. You don't have to be associated with them, but they have to be in your Rolodex all the time. You got to be ready to call them back. I still have St. Cloud Superman in my goddamn Rolodex.
I'd rather think about him.
You should be able.
He's more relevant.
You should be able to think about these people.
I don't.
Whenever you want, because otherwise it shows you're taking things too personally.
It's not a matter of wanting. It's that they're not very top of mind.
I keep them in my Rolodex and I can access them like that. But then again,
polar opposites.
I do 8 shows a week. You do 5 or 6.
Our shows are not about Jake Hudson or Red Bar.
My show is about whatever the fuck I want it to be. Thank you very much. And if it's going to be about Jake Hudson at the beginning, it's going to be about Jake Hudson.
I don't expect to think about him when I wake up.
Then you don't need to be here.
Well, I quit.
What we need to do is we need to make sure that you're sharp at all times.
Oh, the rats that have chewed through his ceiling have now visited my brain because you made me think of this person
See, I don't
at 6 a.m.
I don't think of his rats. I don't get that involved.
The rats were more important.
I don't get that emotionally involved.
Nobody's emotionally involved.
I just have him in my Rolodex, and I go, time to bring up Jake. No, he tweeted me.
Incredible.
He sent me a DM today, and he said, F Gino. And I really liked it. I thought it was cute because I was like, he was so upset about Gino that it made him think of me. And then he decided to send me a message and say F Gino. And I love thinking that maybe he sent that with the hope of going, now Aaron will hate Gino. He'll go, F
You
Gino.
hope that he thought that.
Yeah, like he'll go F Gino, and then I'll write back, I'll go, you know what, Jake? Now that I've had time to consider it, you're absolutely right.
You see, every
Guy's
time
a dick.
Every time I hear that he says something like that, like, oh, F this person, or, hey, this person's the best at what they do always in the world, I assume that he's trying to, like, fish out what your alliances are so that he can be closer to you. He's working an angle there. He's not trying to get you to do something. He wants to be closer to you.
You think that guy has a plan?
I do, actually.
I
will give him that much credit. I think he thinks that.
If he sees a firefly, that's his new thing that day.
And yet you expect me to remember him at 6 a.m.
He doesn't have a plan. He sees it.
You're a bad person.
He has a plan. He sees a firefly, and he goes, the firefly is now my plan. The
firefly's my plan, too, now.
There's no long-term idea.
I'm in that boat with him.
Between this.
We're going to follow that firefly into hell.
Well, no. He will say that, and then he'll see a box elder bug, and then his day's about the box elder bug. It mostly rotates around bugs.
Fleas, lice, roaches.
You talk about what you see.
Well, see, basically. Now my memory's jogged. Now I can talk about Jake until, the day's over.
Eric July, Magnificent M. I think, is that hobo now? I don't know who changed that, but
You'd have to think
I only know one guy who uses that word. He says, Aaron, why is your shirt so tight in the midsection? Not today, hobo. Not today. I went to the gym yesterday, and I had one of those gym days where you use it as an excuse to live like a complete piece of shit the rest of the day.
You know what? I heard.
Aggressively shitty diet yesterday. Aggressively.
You want to know what I weighed today?
What?
Because I missed supper last night. Not intentionally. 120.6.
Nice.
It's going down.
Meet me in the club.
It's going down.
It's going down. No, I like my white girl skinny, so that's good. But
Heroin chic.
Eric July Magnificent M says, LOL, rise. Gotcha, sweaty.
Oh.
Thank you, hobo. Appreciate it. So, speaking of tight around the midsection, I also have new otaku today. Guess who's back?
The Rizmaster.
The Rizmaster.
Ooh, see, I got
Did you get
that
a notification on YouTube? Okay, I thought maybe you got the notification. There's a wrestling otaku video called The Rizmaster Strikes Again.
Oh, no. See, now I just knew that one. I knew to come up with that name.
I love him.
He's
the
pretty
man.
great.
Otaku's the man. I can't wait to watch.
I do hope that it's another woman-charged video. Like, I hope he's talking about the ladies.
You like when he's a misogynist?
Yeah. I do. For some reason that, like, it's endearing to me.
It's charming.
Yeah.
Because he does it like he's cutting a wrestling promo. T. Jefferson says, Aaron, quit breaking kayfabe. You're exposing the goddamn business.
Hey, you piece of shit.
I apologize for that, guys. I'll never do it again. Thank you very much to Brian for starting us off this morning with $20.
Ooh.
We appreciate that. It was a crazy day yesterday. We had no evening goals, nothing of that sort. MSO, you still have a chance. I wouldn't get salty about today because you have today, tonight, and Thursday. Right now, 260 is the number. Now, that's pretty much an evening show number. We'll see if we can do it for the morning show. But, of course, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble, YouTube, memberships, whatever you want to do. Let's jack all those numbers up, knock it out, and do a half hour of overtime today. We do appreciate it. MSO looking for a victory. I hope the rest of you feel like making him cry today. So, another steel toe related controversy. Apparently, we don't know what the rules are for this Charlie thing from yesterday.
I know what the rules are.
What are the rules?
Okay. The rules were that you gave a certain time frame yesterday where people could pitch in money to put down on basically essentially betting that you will never answer. Well, they're betting that you will take a Charlie call, but you're saying that you will not, lest you have to pay them double the day that you take a Charlie call, right? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Simple.
But what are the specific rules? What is considered taking a call?
The call. Answering, right? Like, in my opinion, I think you can, like, see who's calling, and if you hear that it's Charlie, you have to hang up. Now, if you take the call...
that's interesting. That's where the debate has started amongst the audience, is does that in and of itself incorporate a break of the vow and thus trigger the money being owed?
You know what? I'm so on the listener side with this, and it's such a close margin. I'm going to side with them. I don't want you swiping it all on any restricted calls.
Well, look, why don't we go to the tape?
Okay.
Because Sir K cut out a clip of yesterday's show.
My favorite.
Let's see if Sir K can settle this for us. Clip, please. Says, call from, and it says Charlie. Even if I decline it, I still answered the phone. That counts.
Okay.
Wow.
Well,
straight from that guy's face looks a lot fatter than this guy's face today.
It does. Why do you look like that?
I don't know why my face does that. I was telling Ricada on Friday, I go, when I take pictures, I either look like a nice, svelte, trim guy, I look like I weigh 350 pounds.
I want a side-by-side. I want this picture right next to the one in your suit from our friend's wedding. And I want them compared.
And may I say, weight exactly the same?
No kidding.
Same everything.
Totally a different appearance.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's like your weight travels through your body and decides to settle in new places each day.
I think it's my weak chin. I think because I have a weak chin, any face fat I have kind of overpowers it.
Okay.
If you will. And I'm a jowly guy.
You're a jowly guy?
Yeah, that sounds like a Northern Boys lyric.
I'm a jowly guy.
I'm a jowly guy.
You know what? Like, I think the jowl thing is a lot more common than you'd like to give it credit for. Like, I clearly don't have it. I have to, try.
Thanks.
But there's so many people out there who are totally not overweight that have, It's just extra skin. It's not fat.
The Germans are a jowly people.
Sure.
Yeah.
Half of my family is 100% German. They all have it.
They're jowly.
They're very jowly people.
Now, Coltrane says Aaron said he can't even get to the call from Charlie. If you guys want to hear good calls, by the way, go listen to last night's Untoward Tuesday on Keanu's channel. Somebody was making some very funny phone calls.
Right.
Oh, and you're going to hate me. Another reason to get some sleep right after the show. I did tell producer Robert that you and I would go on after our evening show at 9:30 and hang out for a little bit.
Emphasis on the little bit, right? Because we do have a show the next morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
No more.
I absolutely love Keanu. I can't wait to hang out.
No more than 30
holy
minutes.
Holy fucking shit.
No more than 30 minutes.
You've regressed. Aaron used to have this thing also. Like when we first started dating, he was a lumberjack in his sleep, like a snore machine. And you were real heavy on the talking and fussing. And then you kind of went away from it. And now you're coming back into it like it's a season.
Yeah. Maybe it is. Maybe it's seasonal.
So I need all the sleep I can get, son.
I get it.
Because I ain't sleeping well.
Papa Dan says you fucked yourself, Aaron, by saying that because you've put all the odds against you and the only thing you can do now is never answer the phone again. Well, no, there's certain numbers I know and I'm familiar with and they've been calling in for a long time and I'll feel comfortable.
Well, yeah, but there was indeed a rule and you've left this rule many times that we would never answer a restricted call. And I've watched you answer many a restricted call.
If I had stuck to that, we would have never met Charlie.
That would be fine.
No, it wouldn't. See, you need to learn how to do this.
There's a lot of people that
you don't know shit about this job, and you need to listen to me and pay attention. Charlie is great for entertainment until he's not great for entertainment. I would have rather. It's better to have loved and lost Charlie than to have never had Charlie at all. It's very crucial. If you're like, no, we're better off because we never answer that phone.
I've literally never said it like that.
If that's the case, then you don't know how to broadcast.
I have never put that level of aggression behind it. He's just obnoxious. And I would think that most people side with me on that.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with thinking he's obnoxious. Absolutely.
That's all I've said.
No. What you just said a little bit ago, where you're like, no, if we never would have, agreeing with if we never would have. Absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong.
A matter of opinion, it would be something else.
You're thinking like a person on the sidelines and not a person in the game. Is what you're doing when you think that. I'm
sorry I've failed you.
If you think that never answering a Charlie call ever is a good thing, then you're objectively wrong as a broadcaster.
I think we answered Charlie's phone call one time and we decide he's a mental case and annoying, and that's it. Because
you're getting warmer.
Because otherwise, then you start drifting down the river of a Jake Hudson.
You're getting warmer. You just need to up it to 3 calls instead of
things
1.
Went terribly wrong.
You need 3 calls to properly flesh a man out. And that's what we did with Charlie.
Well, I think we've just met in the middle, so you can take all the
beneath that old Georgia pine. Coltrane says Charlie has never made me laugh, not once.
I agree.
Oh, see, you guys that's incorrect.
No, because you know why he has never been the one to make us laugh. There has only been a chuckle in regards to like a circle around him, a cloud, because of you because of Gino.
When he called
that's it.
And told me that I'm incredible and then asked if Johnny has a disease, I thought that was hilarious.
That was maybe the most cringe thing I've heard.
And then when he called in and did the impression thing with Gino, that was fucking hilarious. When he started doing impressions and we just convinced him they were really good.
No offense,
hysterical.
Look at your chat right now.
Hysterical.
Nothing was funny about Charlie. It was only your reactions to him that you forced upon yourself because you answered the call.
This is what I've tried to teach you people this for years. And I will stay calm. I won't yell at anybody, but I will try to teach this lesson again. And if you guys don't learn it, then I will have to yell eventually. It doesn't matter on a radio program who gets the laugh. The laugh is the credit to everyone who's involved. Everybody gets the laugh. If someone else is funny on my show, I get the credit. If I'm really funny and Matt's sitting next to me, Matt gets the credit. If there's something funny happening, everybody who's involved gets a little bit of the fairy dust of
You're right.
credit.
Charlie's part of the show. He got the laughs. He's very funny.
Charlie's he's a talented guy. You can't teach it. That's for sure. Brown Nuts with $20. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate it. 245 is now the number for today.
Thank you.
Yeah, see, two things can be true at once. Somebody says Charlie is worse than Jake. Those two things can be funny those two things can both be true at the same time. Kraken Slappin says Charlie was not funny, only annoying. Charlie's not funny. He's not a funny guy, but Charlie has been part of a funny thing on this show before. Absolutely. 100%. No debate about that. Ryan the Garbage Man says you need good phone calls where people bring you apple pie moonshine after the show. I mean, they don't even really need to call into the show. They can just give me apple pie moonshine, too.
I would take 343 of Ryan the Garbage Man's phone calls before another Charlie call.
Oh,
I just
boy.
want you to know that.
And guys, because of April, I can't take this one. I'll get divorced.
What is it?
If I take this one. If I take that one, I'll get divorced. April will not allow this. I will get. She will be very upset.
First off, I don't run the show. I don't control your phone.
I didn't say you do.
But I do think that it's
I said
tragic.
That one. I won't. It's not worth me answering that one. As funny as that is.
Don't do it.
Be.
Don't not do it for me. Not do it for them.
No.
They don't want that.
No. Thank you. I know where that one.
Don't you blame shit on me. That person is not a good person.
I know where that one leads. Kate Gollum says, yeah, it'll be hilarious when this escalates into another swatting event or he shows up in person to your home. I can't answer the phone for Charlie anymore.
But you did it already. And what happened when you stopped answering Jake's call?
I will owe people $1,000 if I answer one of Charlie's calls.
Did you hear the question?
Look, you guys can go. I encourage everyone to go start their own show, host it, do it their way.
Nobody's saying that.
And they should go ahead and prove me wrong. Absolutely.
Nobody's saying
100%.
that. We're showing you our notes that we took on the last endeavor that we took with a mental case.
And I'm telling you that I am on a road right now that will not lead to that. And if I'm wrong, then you guys can brag about it. But here's the problem. If I'm right, I'm going to brag about it. And I'm insufferable. And there's a reason for my insufferableness. The reason I'm insufferable is because I want people to not question it and go, look, I know what I'm doing. I got this.
No one's questioning you.
I've screwed up one time.
We have an opinion.
I've screwed up one time. Right. And if your opinion ends up being wrong and I get lambasted for what I'm doing and then I end up being right, I'm going to be obnoxious and rub everybody's nose in it. So they stop doing that. That's the whole point.
I don't see your side of that, I guess.
There you go. There's another one.
That's not good.
He doesn't like Gino, apparently. He's not a big Gino guy. Skeezy says you were already proved wrong with Jake Hudson. Once. In how many times?
They're all mental, Aaron.
They're
not your friends.
And now that guy feels so bad that I'm pretty sure he would suck my dick. Scarface with $2 says Charlie's fucking cancer. Oh, poor cancer. Oh,
ew. That would be a really annoying night.
I can't believe. Yeah, cancer would. Oh, they would really need a lot of therapy after getting fucked by Charlie.
I would have to assume they didn't give consent.
Sad Boy says he was all up on Gino's nuts for a minute. Oh my God, I just realized I got a Sad Boy comment.
You did make it.
I got a Sad Boy comment before he deleted it. Adonis Paul says, what did I walk into? In the history of my show, as I've been doing my show for 10 years now, this show, I guess, for 10 years now, I have had a lot of whackaloons and whack jobs, and only one of them's ever backfired, and I've been totally right about all the rest of them. And I'm doing the same thing now with Charlie, who I now owe the audience. I owe different members of the audience a total of $1,000 if I ever answer the phone for Charlie again. And we heard in that clip that Sir K sent us that if I even get to the part where they go call from, and it is Charlie. I'm not going to say, all right, Jake, now you're pissing me off. All right, I have a good sense of humor. April will never have a good sense of humor about you. Now you're starting to fucking piss me off. Quit calling.
It's just the lack of self-awareness these people have.
That's what it is.
It's a total lack of self-awareness.
You see how I have a sense of humor and I can go, guy, it's the show. It's not real life. It's just the show. Leave him alone, blah, blah, blah. And everyone else goes, yeah, fuck you. This is why you end up with no friends. Is because the people that are willing to go, to my audience or to everyone else, go hold them back and go, guys, just leave them along. It's whatever. And then you go, and then you make me go, shut up. You lose the last person who's willing to defend you. So at any rate, you guys were right. There we go. See? It's perfect. Wouldn't it be funny if I swatted him back?
No, I do stand firm. We shouldn't do that.
Wouldn't it be funny if I just went,
no.
But honestly, they'd look at the place and they'd be like, somebody's building bombs in there. What
do you think they'd find?
What if I did it to swat him back, but they really did find like he was plotting severe podcast terrorist attacks?
I don't know.
There was like nitroglycerin and like bubbling. What do they call? What's the flask that Walter White had? What's those big boiling flasks?
Beaker?
A boiling flask. He has like boiling flasks full of explosive concoctions and shit like that. And they're like, Mr. Imholt, you are an American hero. You just stopped so many people from being harmed by explosive weapons. And I went, oh, really? Because I was just fucking with the guy. And April goes, shut up. I'm like, yeah, American hero. That's me. Red, white, and blue all over.
Well, and a little bit ago, too, you said the last time he called, he's like, like, I'm over here, like, it's not real life or anything. No offense, it's only not real life, like, show-wise, until somebody puts our shit out there and swats us. That's real life.
Jake says, I'm live right now.
You're alive or you're live. Both are tragic.
Unfortunate.
Kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh, we hope that everything... Yeah, do your stream.
I do hope Jake is well. I hope he's learned from his mistakes.
Yes. St. Cloud doesn't have a SWAT. It is just whoever is at the local VFW gets sent out, says Kyle. Well, I mean that is a SWAT team in and of itself.
That's a SWAT team, but I can't attest the other one does exist. I've seen it.
They've been here.
In my driveway.
They've been in the street waving hello.
So...
Going, hi.
It's a remarkably scary moment.
You guys don't look like you're murdering each other and your entire family in there. Nope, we're good. All right.
Do you know what it's like to answer a door and see cops all over your yard and have the ones at the door asking you, are you hurt? Are you okay?
Well, I'm not dead.
Is something happening?
That's what you're asking.
Like, I think I'm fine. Should I not be fine?
Green April says he's live on Plowdog26. No, that would be his Pornhub account. Although maybe he's streaming on Pornhub. Can you restream using Pornhub?
Can you stream live on Pornhub? I thought that was like an uploaded situation.
Can you? Hold on. Can you?
Wait a minute.
Can you stream live on Pornhub? Yes, live webcam porn.
Wow. I really just thought it was like an upload.
The second search result is a Reddit page. Can I live stream me playing games on Pornhub? I want to go live playing Bannerlord on Pornhub.
Shirtless? You could just wear underwear.
No, just totally normal. Just like a normal gaming thing. And just
some sex
put
appeal.
it on stream. No, because that's... Like, comedically, do you not understand? It is funnier to go on a porn site and just play games like a gamer.
But wow, you are wound tight today.
It's far funnier. P. Fletch says, remember, Steel Toe, I'm just a stoner troll. I don't go outside of chat tomfoolery and such. That's not true. Remember when you came to my house, you molested me with your ring finger? That was weird. I still haven't forgiven you totally. Sir K says, do people need to give notice before coming over, Aaron? I mean, wouldn't it be nice?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be nice if you didn't just show up at the... I mean, and I'm not talking about here. I'm talking about like in life. Like if you go to your friend's house, you should probably, give them a little bit of a heads up.
Yeah, what if they're naked?
What if they're doing...
I don't want to see that.
What if they're doing all kinds of shit? What if
they're cooking meth?
What if they're building bombs? Yeah, there's a lot of shit they can be doing that they probably would rather you didn't see.
I think the only person I don't need permission from to come over to my house is Cheetos.
Green April says, I disturbed his sleepwalking, so he's on edge. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm trying to sleepwalk.
You are odd today.
I'm not odd. I'm trying to teach people how this shit works, and they're...
I've been here since 2020. I've seen you work.
People are hell-bent on questioning me, and it's
nobody's questioning you. It's a matter of taking somebody's phone call that's not part of the show.
And I'm sitting here going, there is no questioning me. I know what I'm doing.
Do you know that if you hadn't brought up the Charlie phone calls, nobody would have talked about it today?
Why wouldn't I bring up the Charlie phone call? It was a big part of yesterday's show.
I'm just saying that nobody's like aggressively questioning anything you've done.
Epic Dance Party says people upload normal gaming videos to Pornhub. Sometimes you look up tutorials or secrets about games. it brings you there. There we go. So you can do all kinds of gamer content on Pornhub.
Well,
That
I
would
support you.
Fucking hilarious to watch people just game on Pornhub. Maybe reach down and scratch their balls every once in a while so people are like, oh, he's getting sexy. He's like, oh, sorry, my balls itched. Anyway, this mana spell I cast is now...
Eating a greasy pizza.
Yeah, just, oh, are they going to fuck the pizza? What are they doing? No, they're just playing a game on Pornhub. Just didn't want to deal with YouTube's political correctness. So they did it here on the porn site. That would be funny if Pornhub had like terms of service rules about their streaming. Like, hey, this is not appropriate to say on Pornhub. You can shove a butt plug up your asshole, but you can't say the gay F word.
I'm fairly certain you can call people the N word on there, right?
I've seen videos where they've done it, I would say, aggressively.
Yeah, that would actually be kind of bogus if they had rules.
Yeah, I think it would be very funny. All right, guys, I got a few St. Cloud things I want to get through today. And then we can get on to some other stuff. First of all, good luck to Kelly and Wood, our good friend Matt Wood.
Oh, yeah.
And then Kelly Jordan are up for a Marconi Award in the radio business for best, I don't know if they call it mid-market or small market, whatever it is, country morning show. I think it's broken down by format.
I think so, too.
Country morning show at the Marconi Awards, which are the radio awards. They're there now. They're there this week. I don't know when exactly the awards are, but I hope they win. And then it'll make me remarkably jealous, and then I'll want to go to radio, and I'll want to win a Marconi Award.
Sounds like a food.
Because I'll look at it this way. I'll say, if my friend Wood can win a Marconi, holy shit, anybody can do it. And then
How dare you? He's a talent.
And then I'll go, I got to try and do this. I got to get a turn trying to get a Marconi. If this guy can do it, if he wins, and I never so much as get nominated for one of those, I'll die unhappy.
Well, you know what? I support your journey.
I will die unfulfilled if I find out Wood wins a Marconi and I never get nominated for one. I can't live with that kind of proof out there that I'm talentless.
They have won that before, haven't they? I know they've at least been nominated.
They've been nominated.
Well,
but they haven't won.
This is their year.
Is this the year? Yeah, we say that about the Vikings all the time, though. And
we're a very trusting bunch.
Yeah. Although only a half game out of a playoff spot, guys. Look out. Look out.
Yeah, we're coming back now.
One more St. Cloud item. A homeless encampment next to the Lincoln Center in Southeast St. Cloud has been closed. Oh, well, yeah. I hit the wrong thing, but that too. They rolled up on that homeless encampment and they said,
"Go fuck yourself."
And the homeless people wondered,
"Is today Jimmy Shaker Day?"
Exactly. And then
it was.
And the police said,
"Sacre bleu, no!"
That's my new favorite drop.
Got him the fuck out of there. So we cleared out all of the...
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Well,
who decided to give you that? That's very funny.
Victor.
Because of course we'd love that.
All of the meth addicts saw the cops coming and they just said,
"Holy crap."
And so the homeless encampment... So if you're wondering, you're like, well, Aaron, I thought you guys were talking about a couple weeks ago. There was a homeless encampment somewhere else, and they had just cleared that out. They did. So then those homeless people retreated to Lincoln Center, which is this homeless shelter activity place where people can go during the day.
A homeless oasis.
Yeah, and they can go and I guess they fight each other and they hit each other and they do
prostitute
drugs.
things.
They hook.
Hook, that's the word.
They hook and they book at this homeless encampment. The city of St. Cloud has decided that wherever there's dirty, filthy, drug-ridden, whoremongering homeless people, they're going to roust them out. So I have to say I'm very happy to live in a city where they don't take this shit and they're telling these bums, fuck off and go somewhere else or we're going to arrest you.
This makes me happy.
St. Cloud Mayor Dave Kleiss says during a task force meeting on Thursday that the city learned there is now enough space in other homeless shelters because the Place of Hope got one of its buildings back that was scheduled to be sold. Well, oh shit, that's nice. City leaders talked to the Lincoln Center on Friday and let them know the encampment of about 20 homeless people had until Monday night to be taken down.
Wow.
However, as of 8 a.m. Tuesday, a few tents remained in the parking lot. The original conditional use permit for the temporary outside facility was allowed until November 1st. Clay said the people who are staying there don't have to move over to the Place of Hope shelter, but because there is space available, they can no longer camp on public land. So basically,
Good for him.
they use the federal law to their advantage. The federal law says, well, these people have to have somewhere else to go or you can't roust their tents. And Clay said, they don't have somewhere else to go. There's 16 of them. There's 20 beds open. So fuck off. And they went, well, some of them won't go to those 20 beds. He goes, that's not what the law says.
Well, then you haul them off to there.
He said
or jail.
all the law says is I have to have those beds available, and I do. They don't have to use them. So he gave him the old, you don't have to go to Place of Hope, but you can't stay here.
Right.
I like
Wow,
that.
That's great. I actually didn't know there was another encampment. That's a big one.
Well, it wasn't necessarily an encampment. I mean, it was an encampment, but it was
Right.
next to the shitty homeless place, so nobody really noticed.
But it still counts. I drive by that a lot, and if there were tents out front, you'd still see it pretty clearly. And there's a lot of businesses on that very street. That's weird.
People in the
Gross.
chat telling me that they hope I win macaroni. No, not the macaroni, the Marconi. I don't need help winning macaroni. You can just go to the store and buy that.
I do hope you win the Macadamia Award.
No, it's not. Guys, it's not macaroni. You know what? I'll just look. Rule number one, I got to get back on radio first. So why don't we just not even talk about this? All right? How about that?
All right.
You guys aren't
Well-
understanding what I'm talking about. You're telling me that I'm winning macaroni and macadamias and macarenas and shit like that.
Mascarpone Cheese Award.
See, you guys don't even know. You guys are shitting all over my dreams. P. Fletch says Marconi, like that dude that did the soundtrack for The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. No, that's Ennio I think his name was Marconi. No, different guy. It's not. It's the Marconi Award. Papa Dan says, I hope you come first and get the Macarena. Oh, it's not the Macarena Award. That's a dance that was popular in the 90s.
Hulkamash says, I award you with the macaroon.
No, I don't. Guys, I can go get macaroons. I can just go buy. You can't buy a Marconi. You have to win it as a reward being noticed by your peers. It's not.
But they are delicious, you have to admit.
No, a Marconi and a macaroon are not the same thing.
You can really savor that award.
You know what, guys? I'll do it on my own. I don't need anybody's help. I'll do it all on my, like everything else. I'll do it on my own. I don't fucking need you. I will handle this. By the way, 245 away. Thank you for all your support. Mr. St. Caesar says the second you get on radio and take a Charlie call, you will be back on the internet. You think we complain?
Oh, Phoenix remembered what it's called is the Maserati Award.
It's not no, I just said Marconi 5,000
It's really
times.
nice.
You fucking apes.
I would love to be gifted an all blacked out Maserati.
That's not what it is.
I'm looking at two people in town that have those.
It's a Marconi, and they're both drug dealers.
Yes.
It's a Marconi Award.
Yeah.
Marconi.
How about that? Instead of being on radio in this world, you have to deal drugs to get a Maserati.
Cotard says, why are you trying to win a date with Emmanuel Macron? Not the prime minister or
Whoa.
president of France. No, Magic 8 Ball, I'm not winning a Manicotti Award. That's it, Marconi. How, am I saying it weird? Am I saying it, as I'm hearing it back to me in my headphones, it sounds like Marconi Award. I like my macaroni with cheese. Ryan the Garbage Man, I'm surprised you don't like yours with barbecue sauce, you fucking monster.
Oh, he probably does. He probably likes a good barbecue chicken mac or buffalo chicken. Ooh.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, who is Marconi? I thought no Italians. Manischewitz, sad boy, you're not even trying.
A Mark Anthony Award.
Yeah, you guys aren't. I'm starting to get the idea that you guys are just fucking with me and not even being genuine.
Look, we're trying to remember what the award is. It's a big deal.
Hobo says, I hope you win the Star of David. Me too. I hope I win one in battle. Jesus, that was too much. That was too far.
Going back to Saturday for a second.
That was too
Christ.
far. Too much. I've been listening to too much
I'm
Nick
sweating,
Lucada.
I know.
I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ.
Hulkamasha Baby says, do the Jews give you the Manischewitz Award? How do those even sound
The
close?
Manischewitz Award.
Marconi and Manischewitz don't even sound similar. You guys are reaching. Now over on Rumble, Political Heretic says, I'm getting hungry.
Oh, are you up for the Chris Maloney Award?
First of all, doesn't even exist. Second of all, what would it entail?
A lot of hot sex
Exactly.
for the dude.
Scarface says the Falcone Award, the mob boss in The Dark Knight, it's a Marconi Award. It's not a, you know what?
Holy
guys,
shit.
Look, let's forget I said anything.
Oh, I think
all
it
right?
might be Falcone.
You know what? Instead of me having hope and saying I want to go back and do this thing and accomplish this deal and have a better thing for my career, or at least be able to start a career again, why don't we just go back to we're circling the drain, it's almost over, and this will be done in a year? Why don't we just go back to that? Because it's less painful to say that to you people than to share with you my hopes and dreams of my revitalized career, only to have you then, and I'm starting to think, not take it seriously.
Are you up for the Negroni Awards? You know, where they give you a case of Negroni?
No,
the
that's
beverage?
there is no Negroni Award.
It sounds good.
No. I'm not. And Magic 8 Ball, yes, you're right. I'm up for a Jabroni Award. That I am up for. Absolutely. That's my fault.
That shithead, he's not an intelligent Jew. He's a jabroni Jew.
Exactly. Thank you, Sheik. I
Oh,
appreciate that. I accidentally
wow.
deleted my chat.
I'm glad that Magic 8 Ball could remember for all of us.
Yeah, thank you, Magic 8 Ball. I appreciate you
Oh,
getting that right.
but Sir K with a good question. Are you up for the Minestrone Award?
No. Let's talk about dead actors.
What about the Rigatoni?
No, none of it. Say Marconi and Rigatoni next to each other, and you tell me if they sound anything alike.
It did in my head.
Anything alike.
Trying to help.
Shaft died yesterday. Relax, April. Take it easy.
The Shaft.
Shaft died yesterday at 81 years old. Anybody know what Shaft's name was? The actor who played Shaft? Because I did know this one. The actor who played Shaft. Most people only know him as Shaft. I'm writing him a fucking tweet right now. I'm writing a fucking DM on Twitter because I'm annoyed. I really am. I'm doing a fun show. I'm annoyed. Quit calling right now.
I was wondering if
I've had it.
maybe you could put your like ringtone on just silent so it doesn't vibrate.
No.
Then you wouldn't notice
Ready?
it.
Ready? April? Duck. There we go.
I love it when you throw things my way.
Oh,
Mostly
there
Dick,
we-
though.
Yes, mostly Shaft.
Shaft.
Nobody knows who Shaft is, huh? Did anybody? No,
no.
not Samuel L. Jackson. You sons of bitches.
Don Cheadle.
Samuel L. Jackson. That's the remake of Shaft. Oh, okay. A couple people got it in the chat. Yes, Richard Roundtree
Okay.
is dead at 81 years old. Poor Richard Roundtree, famous for playing the lead role in Shaft, dead after a battle with cancer. This is another guy. This is the problem with celebrities who don't like work until they die.
Yeah.
And this is sad, and I'm sure they think about it too. You think they're dead? Like,
yeah, but the good part is you don't think about it anymore once you're dead.
right. Like Richard Roundtree's one of those guys who he hadn't worked in a few years, you know, because he was sick and he was old and everything else. And
People forget.
everybody probably thought Richard Roundtree was dead. Like, there's a lot of people who die, and I go, oh, shit, I feel like a dick because I was just kind of operating under the assumption that guy died.
How about the fact that people will remember George Floyd long after they'll like remember Roundtree?
I hope not.
One of
I
them
hope
had a career.
I hope people remember Richard Roundtree longer than that. See, like, I was looking, I was like, is Telly Savalas dead? I didn't know that if Telly Savalas were alive, he would have been 101 years old. Yeah, he died back in 1994.
Oh, wow.
He died a while ago.
He's
Do you
been
know
dead as long as I've been alive.
Do you know who Telly Savalas was? And I
No,
could be
sir.
getting this one wrong. Kojak.
Oh.
Who was Kojak? Was it? Yeah, it was Telly Savalas. Okay.
Okay.
He's like a hard-nosed,
Yeah.
hard-scrabble detective.
No, he kind of looks like he should be like, the guy from Fast and Furious. Looks like he should be his dad. Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel.
He looks like a sturdy dude.
He actually was. George Kokinas says, best blaxploitation films, go. Oh, every Rudy Ray Moore. Who's the character Rudy Ray Moore played? Dolomite. Every Dolomite movie.
Dolomite.
You guys want to watch some Dolomite clips
Dude.
to see the worst blaxploitation of all
Those are
time?
pretty crazy.
And you know what the worst part is? Rudy Ray Moore made them. So, like, he was the one doing the blaxploitation. Dolomite. Here. It's not the Eddie Murphy one. I mean, like actual Yeah, here's a trailer for one of the Dolomite movies.
Damn, look like my women is on time. Babe, I could sure warm you up.
No shit, baby.
I can dig it.
I mean,
He just pulls up in his suit.
but this is what I liked about Rudy Ray Moore and his Dolomite movies was they were very upfront with what they were.
Sure. That's
It-
kind of fun, right?
The wacky music, the white lady in the limo going, "Ooh, come over here, dark chocolate," and all the mamas with him, and everything. He just,
Then his mama's are on time.
oh, fucks yeah. He keeps his hose trained proper.
Dolomite is my name, and fucking up motherfuckers is my game.
I mean, that sounds,
I mean, do you?
that doesn't stray far from the
Nobody
script.
watches that trailer and thinks, "Oh, I'm watching Legends of the Fall."
Not quite.
Which, by the way, have never watched that movie. Keep seeing the trailer for it on Netflix. I have to watch Legends of the Fall. Brad Pitt, Anthony Hopkins, or mid-90s. Get the fuck out of here.
Never seen that.
Breathing down your neck.
See? Fucking motherfuckers up his... Oh, he's dancing.
This just looks like fun.
This motherfucker's got rhythm, haven't
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa,
I've
whoa.
got an all-girl army that knows what to do. They'll box as hell and practice kung fu. I put my finger in the ground and turn the whole world around.
Oh, that... Oh,
Ooh.
gee.
Oh,
Whoa.
whoa. Hey,
Jesus, Dolomite. Right, that's on
that's
YouTube.
just in the trailer?
Yeah, that's just on YouTube.
Did they think we couldn't see it?
I don't know.
Because it's dark? And that
But yeah,
scene?
that was Rudy Ray Moore and the blaxploitation Dolomite films. But I always had a problem with calling Dolomite blaxploitation because can it really be blaxploitation if the black is the exploiter?
I don't think so. It's a fine line to walk, but I don't think so.
Yeah,
I think if he's okay with it, it's not exploitation.
and if he's the one doing it, he's like, if he's exploiting the black people, is it really blaxploitation?
I don't think it can be.
That's the question. Richard Roundtree died Monday as a result of pancreatic cancer. We're told Richard was diagnosed 2 months ago. God, that shit
Whoa.
moves quick.
Dude, that's terrifying. I've thought about that before. If I were to ever be diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, I kind of just want to do my one last hurrah and get the fuck out of here.
Just tap out.
I just kind of hope somebody just kind of
Well, they're gonna
six a bear on me or something.
They're going to do that for you.
What do you mean?
Pancreatic cancer. They're going to have you fuck off right away.
Yeah, but
pretty
I
much,
don't-
whether you want to or not.
I don't want to take the 2 months and just wait it out. Isn't it really painful and stuff too?
I'm sure cancer hurts, yeah.
I think that one does.
P. Fletch says, so as long as black people own black slaves, it's okay. Is that what you're saying, bro? For lack of ability to spend time on the show arguing today, sure, yes.
Give me your best black slaver.
Magic 8 Ball says Richard Roundtree had a Marconi Award. Son of a bitch!
Oh, wow.
Now I'm mad.
Do you think he'd hand you his macaroni award? See, now we're starting back around.
You get one of the necklaces. George Kokinas says blaxploitation is an ethnic subgenre of the exploitation film that emerged in the United States during the early 1970s. Thank you, Wikipedia. Appreciate that.
I do like that he does that.
So yes, goodbye, Richard Roundtree. Can anyone else name another Richard Roundtree movie outside of Shaft? Can anyone name another appearance? Not like he doesn't have to star in it, but Richard Roundtree appearing in a movie. I have mine.
Snakes on a plane.
That was Samuel L. Jackson, and that's
Damn.
kind of racist. We'll be honest.
Sling Blade.
No, why would he? He was not in Sling Blade. No. There's one movie I'm thinking of. Okay, T. Jefferson from Dusk Till Dawn. Okay, there you go. Jurassic Park. There weren't any black
Christmas
people in
Vacation.
Jurassic Park. See, now I can't take you people seriously.
Sister Act.
The only one I can... No, not gay N-words from outer space. He was not in that movie.
Balls and Wieners, thank you. I thought of that movie a little bit ago.
Nobody mentioned the one that I was thinking of. He's in Seven. He's the police chief in Seven. Richard
I think
Roundtree.
that's really look-overable, kind of.
Wow. Richard Roundtree. He was given all of the...
That's a good movie.
Seven?
Oh, yeah.
Fine film.
Fine film. Very kind of a hard ending on
Kind
it,
of.
with the head in the
The
box.
guy's fucking...
Spoiler alert, there's a head in the box.
The guy's wife's fucking head is in a box, and the guy murdered her and her unborn child. Yeah, kind of a downer ending.
Our wife's heads are falling off.
Oh, man. Yeah, kind of a downer. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that
then,
one's just a kick in the dick.
And then when Spacey tells Brad Pitt that she begged for her life, and Morgan Freeman is going, shut up. And he goes, and for the life of the child inside her. And Morgan Freeman pistol whips the fuck out of Kevin Spacey. He goes, shut up. And then he gets up and he looks at Brad Pitt and then looks at Morgan Freeman and goes, he didn't know. You're like, oh, you piece of shit.
He could have gone on just thinking his wife just died. But now
Which
the
would have
wife
been-
and the
which
baby.
would have been bad enough.
Right, but now there's two.
But
deaths.
now that happens as well.
Because now you find out that you had a baby on the way, but you don't get a second to be excited about it. It's just gone.
That was an incredibly well put together movie. I mean, who
That
wrote
was
it?
really good.
Who wrote 7 and what else did they write?
8.
You do a sequel and you call it 8. What a piece of shit you would be if you tried to make it again and you went, it's called 8.
I think I might do that. Just ironically, it's going to be like a Kevin Smith film.
7, and you know how in 7 they made the V a 7, the number 7?
Yeah.
In 8, you could make the G an 8. So you could have
So, you know,
8.
it just works.
Or would you make the E an 8 or would you make the G an 8?
I liked the G.
Okay.
I like a good G.
So 8, and then you could have 9, and the people would be like, oh, you know what? 10 is where they jumped the shark. I didn't think 10 was very good.
It's like the Fast and Furious movies. They just
Yeah.
should have never been made.
Okay,
But they
David
keep going.
Finchner. Oh, the guy who wrote Fight Club wrote 7. Fuck.
Have I ever seen that movie all the way through with you?
That's up to you. I don't know.
I don't
Have you?
think so.
Holy shit. Finchner wrote Gone Girl, Zodiac, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo.
That's a solid film. That's a kick in the dick too. Have you seen it?
How like remarkably autistic do you have to be to just crank out not just good movies, because like everybody cranks out a good movie, but to write like legend after like historically recognized movie. The Social Network, Alien. Well, then everybody has a Panic Room. And then he wrote Panic Room
Well,
too. What are you
Benjamin
gonna do?
Button. I don't know if you've ever seen it. I didn't like it very much. It's kind of like Inception. It's a little hard to follow and
He
dumb.
didn't write Benjamin Button.
It's right there.
Oh, he did. The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. I was talking about Panic Room as a shit movie. But hey, maybe some people like it. What do I know? God, he wrote some good shit. And he's not done. I mean, he's only 62 years old. Finchner's still writing stuff. Jesus Christ, that guy's good. He did not write Fight Club. He directed Fight Club, dummy, says Michael B. All right, that's aggressive, but thank you. I appreciate that. I thought that was all just movies he had written.
Oh, aren't you stupid?
Aren't I a fucking idiot? And
You'll never get that macaroni award.
I'll
now.
never get a macaroni award talking like that.
Don't
Talking
you?
like an idiot.
For the awards, don't they get to go out to like New York City and go to like this nice dinner club with like nice clothes and stuff?
Thanks.
Isn't that what they do? Don't
Yep.
they get all fancy and stuff
Sure do.
with all their, cohorts?
Probably could have been there by now if I hadn't fucked it all up and ended up here.
You
so
know.
thank you for reminding me.
Maybe.
I appreciate it.
What if Lastman makes it?
I'll kill myself. That's a goddamn promise.
Okay.
That is a goddamn promise. Okay, here we go. As a director, Finchner has made shit. Oh, he directed a couple episodes of House of Cards. That's fun. Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, Social Network, Benjamin Button, Zodiac. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? Who
He
gives a shit?
directed a lot of music things.
Fight Club, 7. So yeah, he's got some really good stuff. Alien. So he's directed a lot of really good stuff, and he's directed some keep busy stuff too.
It looks like he's done like music video after music video.
Well, that's where most of them start.
I didn't realize that. I never think about it that way. That's a lot.
Most directors start doing like individual TV show episodes, music videos, sometimes commercials.
Sure, like somebody just hands him like a project. Be like, all right, let's see what you can do. Here, do this one.
Martin Scorsese, people forget, got his start directing porn movies.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, you complete jerk. I would have bought it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Hollywood always hands the keys to the castle to a pornographer.
You're a bad person.
They always just go.
Did you see the trust I followed you with?
Yeah,
on that?
knew you'd believe me. I knew that you would fall into that 100%.
Ugh.
So I went.
Just a big gaping hole I fell into.
Just a big gaping hole of gullibility. Semper Reloaded with $4.99 says, wait, what's in the box, Aaron? What's in the box? No. God, that is a fucking horrible scene. Like,
Dude,
in a good way.
Man, are we able to... We'd get popped if we pulled that up.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
a really tough scene.
And Dr. Cox is in that movie for a while, a couple of
I
times.
forget that.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard for me to watch the gluttony crime scene. That one bothers
The
me.
fat guy?
Yeah, that one really bothers me for some reason out of all of them.
The one I hate the most is Sloth.
Which one was
The one where Dr. Cox leans in and he goes, you got what you deserved. And the guy jumps up from the bed and goes, and he's like a skeleton. You don't, oh my God, you don't remember Sloth?
I don't remember that one for some reason. I do remember most of them. The
Oh,
gluttony
man.
one to me is just disgusting, like considering like somebody like shoving food into your gullet until you vomit and then shoving
Ruptured.
more down you.
Yeah, he ruptured.
Yeah, he ruptured.
And then
Ugh.
you have the Sloth one. Not only that, then you have that doctor in the scene where he describes the Sloth guy to Morgan Freeman and Brad Pitt is
Yeah.
awesome. When he's like, when can we talk to him? Talk to him, sir? Detective, even if his brain wasn't mush, which I can promise you it is.
I remember now.
He swallowed his tongue long, long ago.
Okay. I do remember him.
Jesus Christ. Will he make a recovery? Recovery. Detective, if I shined a flashlight in his eyes right now, he'd die of shock. This man has been through the absolute worst experience I could ever imagine anyone going through, and he still has hell to look forward to. Like, thanks, Doc. I didn't know doctors were allowed to make judgment calls like that.
I don't think you're supposed to.
Yeah, doctors aren't supposed to be sending people to hell. I don't think
that's their place.
Yeah. Good old JR says, gluttony. You mean Aaron? See, no, that's not very nice.
Oh yeah. Hobo also said April. I know why, because it's a little close to home.
It's a little
right?
close to home. Gluttony. I do.
He doesn't look like that.
I'm actually like an addict where I don't do a
Jeez.
lot of my bad behavior around April.
No, I miss all
Food
of it.
wise, yeah.
You don't even have to tell me is the thing. Like half the shit Aaron does, I would never know, but he like feels the need to disclose it for some reason.
Yesterday, I'm saying goodbye to April at the gym, and I know where I'm going. Well, I didn't know exactly where I was going, but I knew I was going to get food after the
Yeah.
gym.
Okay.
And I said, all right, I'm taking off. And she goes, are you going home? And I went, yeah. And she just looked at me like, no, you're not. I said, no, I'm not.
Yeah, but
No, I'm
what would
not.
you say? Like, I'll log it in the budget. Don't worry.
I always say, yeah, don't worry, I'll log it. You'll see.
But then, poor little me, I'm not really judging. I'm just like, well, sir, where are you going for food? Because maybe I want some. And he won't tell me. And then he doesn't get me food.
Mr. St. Caesar says, how much bread this time, Loaf Piggy? I went to Bo Diddley's Deli. They have bready. You'd say they have bready sandwiches?
Very thick bread.
Probably the breadiest sandwiches.
I think in town, the breadiest
Yeah,
one.
probably the breadiest sandwiches.
They got them nice. Wow, I'm having a stroke.
That's okay.
They have those like nice big wheat berries in their bread too. If you get the wheat ones, I love that.
I got the
That
wheat
little
one.
crunch.
I
Oh,
got it.
it's so sweet too.
Hobo says he shame eats over the toilet. You know, that's really nice of you, Hobo, to give me that courtesy. That
Yuck.
sandwich didn't make it home.
You didn't even eat it at home.
Nope.
Wow, those are messy to eat in the car.
You sure are.
There's a lot of lettuce that falls
I
out.
had the wrap, the paper on my lap while I
Oh,
was
a tarp.
driving. I had like a nice
Okay.
tarp, and then anything that fell out, I reached my fingers in and I ate after the sandwich was
He
done.
got the good one too. He got like the they have the seafood combination that has a mixture of like the imitation crab, but like and then real shrimp.
So no shame eating over the
It's
toilet.
delicious.
Kraken Slappin' says Bo Diddley's is like eating a loaf of bread. Thank you, Kraken Slappin'. Appreciate that.
Do you remember what you asked me when I came home?
Nope, I was in a carb coma.
You told me what you ate, and you're like, would you like to sniff my breath so that you can live vicariously through
Yeah.
me or something like that?
It's actually a really sweet thing to do.
That was
for
really
someone.
sweet of you.
Yeah. Guys, thank you. So Semper, thank you very much for the $4.99. $2.40 is the number for today. And again, only 3 shows with goals left, and we've never brought out this thing this week. So that's pretty cool.
Very cool.
240 away, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships if you'd like to financially contribute to this disgusting program. Oh, and I cannot stress this enough. Hit like, hit subscribe. It's good for the algorithm. Get new blood in here, get new people in here. I like being on a roll. I like everything's kind of I'm not saying this in a bad way. We have our stable, we have our audience of 600 to 800 people at a time every morning. A few thousand people checking in every day, but it's definitely, your streaming goes like this, right? And we're in one of those flat areas. So let's keep that going. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the show. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's get in those algorithms today, as the kids say.
You know what I'd like to say to wrap up your body shaming segment?
Sure, I love that.
I will say that every time we have one of our new lovely friends visit us from out of state for a show, or, anyone we met on Saturday, all of them, without fail, say, "Oh my God, I didn't realize how tall and slim looking Aaron would be."
Everybody says
Every
this.
single one. They're like, "He's a tall drink of water."
I'm a big, tall drink of water.
That's got to feel good.
There we go. Now, see, I confronted Jake on his phone calls, and now he's sucking my dick on Twitter. That's all you got to do. Keep him in line. Who is better at annoying the shit out of Aaron, me or Charlie? Oh, my personal opinion? You, 100%. There you go.
You voted.
Yeah.
You voted.
I voted on that one. Well, who better to give their opinion than the guy he's asking? Who's better at annoying the shit out of
He
Aaron?
really should go right to you.
Jake, 1,000%. Absolutely.
It troubles me. I think I have to stay out of any state that guy's in.
By law.
By law, I've restrained myself.
I love this. I think restaurants like this next story will be rewarded for the things they do, even if people bitch on social media. I think in terms of customer base and monetary rewards and getting new business, I think stuff like this is actually beneficial for restaurants. One in rural Georgia is apparently out of patience with unruly young customers and their unconcerned moms and dads, and left diners everywhere in shock recently after news of a dining surcharge for bad parenting went viral.
Wow.
The Toccoa Riverside Restaurant in the Blue Ridge Mountains, where diners can feast on fresh, local rainbow trout prepared to their liking in idyllic waterfront surrounds. See, that sounds like a nice place,
Incredible.
a nice, serene atmosphere. Last thing you want is people who bring their kids to places, especially restaurants, and they treat it as a break, annoy the shit out of me.
I agree. It's not necessary. We've got 3 children, and we've been taking them to restaurants since they were very little. And
always well behaved.
Very well behaved, and it doesn't take much, guys.
Yeah.
Just the right words at the right moment, and they snap out of it.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it really just takes, hey, you cut that out, you knock that off right now, or we're leaving.
Right. It's
That's it.
or we're leaving. Man.
But a lot of parents will just sit there and they'll want to talk to each other and, I want to try this, and then just ignore the kids, and they're crawling under the table or they're
crying.
Or crying.
That's
or
the worst.
whining at each other and shit like that. And you're just like, guys, it doesn't take much to set that kid straight. Do your fucking job over here.
People go to their favorite restaurants or their favorite stores so that they can have a little escape for a moment.
Right.
I'm in my favorite store 2 days ago, and some real young 20-something looking mom all by herself had a stroller with a 2-year-old in it, let's say.
Yeah.
Just starts screaming and crying, and it's a small store. She didn't do shit to address it. I couldn't believe it.
I can't imagine. I sometimes think, I'm like, did we get lucky?
Right, with just really great kids.
With the ones we have, or is it a learned thing where you don't put up with certain shit so it doesn't happen? I don't know.
I'm guessing all parents involved with our kids have been, us, the other ones. I do believe we've all shown them the right way to behave in public.
Perhaps that's.
But maybe there is something to just. Do you think that there are some kids out there that are just problems? I don't know.
It's hard
really
to say.
judge.
It's hard to say because every time I see a child that's a problem, I see a parent letting them.
Yeah, they do seem complicit and that they just allow it to happen.
I have seen kids in public who they start to be an issue and the parent confronts them and you don't hear a peep out of that kid again that day. So, I mean, Yeah, maybe it is more parenting than it is the actual makeup of the kid.
I do think so. I mean, there is something to that whole, little bit of the fear of God in you from your parents.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be a hitty or like screaming situation. Just the right tone from a parent will scare the shit out of a kid into like behaving.
And the other thing about kids not behaving at restaurants that really pisses me off, and I blame the parents, is that you know what kind of kid you have. You know if they're ready for that. And if you want to eat at a restaurant or you want to have that dining out experience, then order it and have it delivered.
Or find a sitter.
Whatever.
Have the grandparents come over.
But don't bring shitty kids into a restaurant and then go, we're going to power through this. No, because you're not the one powering through. Everyone else who's there to have a nice time and all the employees who are there busting your ass to serve you, they're powering through too. Mm-hmm. So you're being really inconsiderate.
Right, you're involving the entire restaurant sometimes.
So this Toccoa Riverside restaurant in Georgia seems to have little interest in attracting day-tripping families, notifying those who dare bring their possibly punchy progeny. God damn it, I fucking hate I might be done using the New York Post as prep.
That was disgusting.
Because the way they write annoys the shit out of me. I'm going to exercise my sexism for a moment. I'm willing to bet a woman wrote this. It just sounds like a woman's writing.
It's a woman, not only because they said possibly punchy progeny, but they said, they don't want families coming through.
I'm really getting too good at this. I'm like,
a woman would say that.
No offense. You can't tell me shit anymore. I have my gut hunches, and when I don't go with them, I'm usually wrong.
Can't nobody tell you nothing?
Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live. And can't nobody tell me nothing. But when I go with my gut is right, and everybody can go fuck themselves. Adriana Diaz.
Yeah, no, you nailed
this
it.
article.
Like I said, it's a very passive female statement to make. What'd she say? Seems to have little interest in attracting day-tripping families.
No. That's not the line. Fuck day-tripping families.
That one's
that's fine.
passive, too.
No, that's fine. That's a normal one. Notifying those who dare bring their possibly punchy progeny. That's something someone in a high school English class writes because they think they're being cute.
Yeah, there's too
and also, it's very much a woman writing thing to ignore the actual, giving people information in the story, to take a break to give you a really cutesy look how I turned a phrase thing. Suck it. Along that the extra fee can be assessed at the discretion of the business. So this restaurant has on their menu that if your kids are shitty and they suck, they will charge you.
Okay.
And it's not an empty threat because it's been happening. And I guess people have been complaining on Reddit. They took pictures of it. They said, I got charged because my kids were this and that. And blah, blah, blah. And most of the people commenting on this person's post were like, well, take care of your shitbag kids when you're at a restaurant.
Yes.
And I don't understand. Like, people are going to go complain about, your kids were shitty, so a restaurant charged you. And then you're going to go complain to the rest of us on the internet as if we're not going to be on the restaurant side.
I actually can't imagine being on the other side. Can you imagine trying to stand up for your kids' like shitty behavior that day and your lack of care of
them?
Right,
and the charge isn't to punish you for your kids being shitty.
It's for everybody else.
The charge is to stop you from coming in again.
Yeah, you've wrecked people's experiences with your children.
The warning right on the restaurant's bill of fare, which includes a $39 ribeye steak drenched in herb butter. It's just fucking women suck at writing. God, they shouldn't. I mean, there's so many jobs they shouldn't do. And what really annoys me about it is a lot of men have missed out on careers because women had to have a job.
Really, we should stop voting, right? Our only job should be to be in the kitchen and make babies.
I mean, I'm not trying to say that, but it's like,
but it's closer to that, right?
If you gave me a choice between that and the way things are now, I'm telling you, it's not my personal opinion. I'm not giving you my personal opinion. I'm giving you something that we now have decades and decades of information and counter information on. As women have entered the workplace and entered politics and entered all of these things more, versus the decades and decades where there was a separation of labor and a separation of tasks and we were all kind of a team and one person took care of all this and the other person took care of all this. Where, as a society, were we in a better place? When we had fucking blue-haired androgynous women walking around the workplace telling you can't say this word and you can't say that word, and then your fucking autistic kid is beating up people in school and, fucking falling behind and you don't spend enough time with them? Or was it better when one of you, and I don't care if it's a man or a woman, But when one of you worked and paid the bills and everything else so that the other person could stay there and man the fort and make sure everything's being run properly and the kids are being raised okay.
I mean, I think I'd have to pick that one, you know?
Again, sorry. I'm giving you God's words, not no hustle.
At least that way the kids are getting the attention and care that they need to not grow up a piece of shit. You know, you hope.
Now, again, I'm not going to get into it because it's not my opinion. I'm just asking the question, like, empirically, where have we been at?
Sure.
Coltrane with $2 says, Aaron, did you eat the wrapper just to hide it from everyone? No, I did not eat the wrapper.
They have good mayo, too.
Actually, might still be in the car. I'm not really. No, I threw it away.
That would smell because those things have like.
All right, let's stay on topic here. The warning right on the restaurant's bill of fare reads adult surcharge for adults unable to parent, $, $. A photo of the menu recently appeared on Reddit with the caption, "This restaurant charges you extra for bad parenting." Yeah, here it is. Here's the picture. Gratuity of 18% over parties of 6, so on and so forth. Prices listed on our menu reflect our cash price. Our regular price includes a 3.5% non-cash adjustment. We offer savings when you pay with cash. Nice. Adult surcharge for adults unable to parent, money. Share charge, $3. So if you share there, it's $3 extra. Okay.
So how much are they charging, though, for this bad parenting?
I like that they keep it open-ended. So if you really suck ass, they can charge you like $50.
Right. I guess how bad was the experience?
Right.
Okay.
According to online reviews, the restaurant has been charging the fee for some time now, which means most people like it because this is the first we're hearing about the complaints. However, the recent resurfacing has now sparked a heated discussion. What is deemed as an adult who can't parent? Well, it's kind of like porn. We all know it when we see it.
That's my take.
Yeah.
Is there an unruly kid?
Right.
Are they crawling, throwing things, crying?
Right. If your kid is being less than a model citizen at a restaurant and they're causing problems and distracting people from their experience, you suck.
Is your kid using outside yelly voice instead of inside voice?
Well, and the amount of people who feel entitled to their kid behaving like shit somewhere else. Like we saw it in that school story yesterday. I think Triple N wrote in, basically with the mother of that autistic parent who was beating staff up and then trying to run off the school grounds. So a cop had to restrain him, take him down, and put him in handcuffs so he wouldn't hurt anybody. And the mom goes, well, that's all just a part of his condition. It's like, first of all, no, it's not, number one. But number two, so wait, so your whole premise here is, oh, my kid beats the shit out of people. You just have to let him. It's ridiculous.
It's not endearing, you guys.
It's silly. So, like, when you go to a restaurant, you go, oh, my kid, he just acts out sometimes. Well, then we don't want him here. Like, that's a good thing for a restaurant to say. And if that offends you and that upsets you, tough shit, go somewhere else where they do want your kid to piss people off.
People's cats act out, too. You don't bring them to a restaurant.
Yeah. No grounds to charge extra if that were to happen, one person wrote. Another said, just say no kids. Kids can be annoying, but they're unpredictable because they're kids. No. You don't have to say no kids. I've never had a problem with any of our kids in any restaurant. That couldn't be fixed with just, hey, knock it off or we're going home.
I very much don't think well-behaved kids are that unpredictable where it's going to be a problem.
No, you know what kind of kid you have?
Yeah.
Either they can handle a restaurant or they
You've
can't.
Seen.
The owner came out and told me he was adding $50 to my bill because of my children's behavior, Kyle Landman claimed a week ago. My kids watched a tablet until the food arrived, ate their food, and my wife took them outside while I waited and paid the bill. Disappointed by the experience. Okay, if he's telling the truth, which I'm sure he's a lying sack of shit and exaggerating, here's what I bet happened. They gave the kids the tablets because they don't want to interact with the kids. They just want to have the night off and eat dinner and ignore their children while they're on a tablet. I bet you the kids had the tablets blaring.
Oh, so annoying.
Noise coming through the tablets, and it's, this is a nice seafood place where they've got the running water, or the
it was
what do you call it? Lakeside,
Yeah.
and so you can listen to the lake and all that stuff. And people don't want to hear your kids' tablets while they're trying to have a nice meal.
And those tablets are annoying anywhere. My last oil change, I had to sit and wait in the waiting room. Some grandma had her granddaughter in there on her tablet just blasting through the entire waiting room.
Well,
I stared at the kid, I stared at the grandma, and I'm like, you're just going to let this sit?
Right.
It's obnoxious.
Don't go if you have children, Rodrigo Rivera wrote. We were 3 adults, 2 children, and our 4-month-old baby. Oh, God, I'd never.
No,
I'd fucking never. Like a 4-month-old
okay.
baby, that's your fault if you bring that to a restaurant.
it's okay to like stay home with your baby for a while, right?
And since we entered to the place, they gave us a bad look. Well, I'm sure they were going based on previous experience. Later, my wife was rocking the baby, and his manager told her that you don't do that in a fancy restaurant. You don't call your own. I don't think you're supposed
This is
to.
a fancy restaurant.
Yeah, I don't think you call your own restaurant fancy. That's you let other people.
What if it is?
It's like giving yourself a nickname,
If you were the owner of Nobu, what are you calling it?
Nobu, and then other people can call it fancy.
Okay.
I'm not going to go into details about the horrendous night we had here, but would highly recommend not going here. So the whole thing just got loaded up with parents who are going to trauma bond with each other about how meanie the restaurant people were to them and their children. So we're not going to learn anything from this. We're not going to be like, oh, maybe I shouldn't bring my kids to places where they can tear shit up and be shitty. We'll just blame this restaurant. They're the bad guys. We'll all gang up on them.
Mm-hmm.
Good. We won't learn anything.
We're just all going to complain and be victims.
Packerbacker says there's a whole segment of parents that think ignoring bad behavior will make it stop. Those parents need beatings alongside their kid.
Oh.
Border Outdoors podcast says sounds like those shock collars paid off. Well, apparently not. They got a lot of shitty kids in there.
Yeah.
Vic QQ says I brought a 2-year-old to a restaurant and we got yelled at because she was laughing. Children's swine. Childless swine are just whiny. Well, I will say this. If you have a kid that's laughing uncontrollably and the rest of the restaurant is pretty quiet, that's obnoxious to the other people who are trying to eat.
And it's not saying that, like, your kid's not important or anything. That kid's just not ready for the restaurant you're at.
If I go to a restaurant and it's quiet in there, it doesn't matter if it's me or it's a kid. It depends on the other people having a dining experience and the people working in that restaurant. If I go to a restaurant and I start laughing like a dick,
Just cackling.
if I start going, ha, 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 that's going to bother people. That's rude. So if a kid, whether they know better or not, goes, ha, 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 that's annoying. Don't let them do that. You don't have to yell at them because there's nothing wrong with laughing, but you just have to tell them, like, hey, when we're in a restaurant, we have to be a little more quiet. We have to use our inside voices, blah, 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 blah. I get that. If you get yelled at because you have a laughing kid, I understand.
I mean, especially like a sit-down restaurant, though, there's just a level of decorum you have to have in there. And it's just kind of expected of you. This isn't a McDonald's with a play set.
I've always had the experience. I've always had the opinion, and I've tried to be as consistent on this as I can, that I'm the one with the kids, not the other people at the restaurant, not the servers, nobody else's responsibility but mine.
Falls on you.
And if it starts to become anyone's responsibility but mine, that's my fault, and I should be chastised for it.
Right. Nobody should have to address your children.
Right. Exactly. Semper Reloaded with $4.99 says you got to game the system. If your kid has one outburst, you just tell him, go wild, buddy. It's a Chuck E. Cheese now.
Oh. I wonder if Chuck E. Cheese's and places like that, like, sometimes encourage bad children to stay that way because they're allowed to run around screaming.
I think you can teach the kid that, that Chuck E. Cheese is where you do that. Other places are not. But if you don't differentiate, then maybe they just go fucking ape shit everywhere.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people just use places like that as a babysitter.
Yes. We've even had days where we're like, oh, let's take the kids to skating place. They're just going to kind of run around and we'll keep an eye on them and entertain when we need to. But, it's kind of a little moment for us to just sit back, have a pizza.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, went to a restaurant with my wife. These people next to us kept laughing obnoxiously, and the 3 old fashions didn't help. Yeah, I don't care if it's a 2-year-old or a 28-year-old. If someone's laughing like a hyena at the place you're at, it's going to wear on you. It's going to be obnoxious.
Stop it.
Thank you, Semper Reloaded, for the $4.99. $2.35 is the number today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. You guys have been incredible these last few weeks. Keep it going. We do appreciate it. We have a woman who had, and this is the woman who's responsible, this next story, for the title of today's episode. Sometimes divorce is the way to go.
Okay.
And I would say that divorce is the way to go when feelings of wanting to murder your spouse start to outnumber the times you think of wanting to hug them
Oh, no.
or missing them.
Well, yeah, that does seem like the safer, less messy route.
Right, exactly. And honestly, maybe even less lawyers, if you're lucky.
Sure.
So this woman, clearly sick of her significant other, decided it was time to take matters into her hands physically. Now, I would think that both of these two would probably be a little bit happier if they decided, you go this way, you go, I'll go that way, and then we never have to see each other again. Fine.
Fair.
Good. We're okay. Or you can be charged with DUI manslaughter after running over your husband while looking for your dog.
Oh, no.
She killed her husband looking for her dog because she was shit-hammered and hit him with her car.
So my first question, was this intentional or was she just that shit hammered?
Well, as I look at the mugshot here, I could believe either one.
Okay.
And by the way, I don't care what he looked like when he was alive. I feel bad for him.
Really? Like, what if it was like that, but missing more teeth?
He would have to look like Charles V for me
Ooh.
to go, oh, man, that guy, that's about his
The
his
Habsburg
scene.
jaw?
Yeah. He'd
Oof.
have to have like drooly
Oh, dear.
kind of look.
He'd have to look like that guy who got his jaw ripped off from the grizzly.
Yes, he'd have to look like that
Oh,
with
man.
Artie Lang's nose.
That guy can't talk.
By the way, again, I know that I get criticized for my racist attraction to people.
She's hot, right?
How do I say this without sounding like hobo chili recipe?
Uh-oh.
See, now every time I try to say this a certain way, it just comes off. I'm like, you know what? If I were listening to myself say that, I'd say that sounds racist.
I could do it for you.
What?
You're not typically inclined to be attracted to a black woman, but seeing as she is one, you do find her remarkably attractive for a black woman.
Generally,
Is that political
Generally speaking, there's too much in this area here that it makes these look not big enough for what's here. So, like, I feel like if I just circled in the tit area, I'd be like, nice tits. But then I look at the shoulders and everything else, and I'm like, why are you?
She's,
It's a weird.
ironically, for certain circumstances, she looks like she has a swimmer's body. But that doesn't make sense here.
Yeah, you'd think more sprinter.
Sprinter.
But here we go. Anyway, on to the story. I just wanted to say, like, look, not my cup of tea, but,
We've seen her before.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I mean, we've played enough stories.
Tonight, a Brevard County woman accused of running over her husband while looking for their lost dog is facing criminal charges. As West Show's Haley Krummelholm explains, police believe alcohol was a factor.
Oh, really?
What? That one? Wait, you're saying that woman in that mugshot drinks?
You could have a whole bingo board and probably get a blackout from like meth, alcohol, fentanyl.
She had a blackout from alcohol, so yeah, it works.
It was Friday night in Palm Bay when police got a call saying there was a man laying in the road on Ditmer Circle.
Well, get out of there, you lazy bum. What are you doing just laying in the street?
You clearly could see the dog's not in the street.
Yeah, if you're laying in the street there, you're going to get hit by a car. What are you doing?
He thinks the dog's just going to see him laying out in the open and come to him.
And believed to be dead.
Very shocked.
What is this?
This is where
I don't know what you are.
this is where I don't get America, because like America has become too tolerant. Like, fuck the lady who ran over her husband. This is the story. How did this happen?
This is like Weird Al's weird cousin with a septum piercing.
No!
What the hell? You go out in public looking like that, and you're like, people, this is so arrogant to just walk out like that and go, people just have to accept me. It's like, but shouldn't you feel a level of, like, you went out looking like
This person went out and he thought he looked good, and he's got not one but two nose rings.
I think this person identifies as female.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're too small town about this. You're
I
like,
am
oh,
small
that guy doesn't look right.
That's
no, that
clearly
guy's
a
fucked
dude.
up.
That's a mustache.
Nothing's ever happened in this neighborhood before.
Oh my God.
Well, some in the
Maybe it is just a gay dude.
I don't know. That's a weird look. Speaking of jowls, by the way, go back and look at that jowl.
A funny hat is a weird look. That goes beyond a weird look.
That guy was thick, right? It looks like he had the mumps.
I feel bad for guys like him, and I'll tell you why. now with like trans people and all that being so prevalent and notice me.
Yeah.
Now guys like him who are just gay and funny looking are like given extra scrutiny. Like people are like, oh, is that one of those trans? He's like, hey, fuck you. I'm just goofy looking.
I'm just weird.
Yeah, I'm just.
I just want to go back.
I just happen to have an unfortunate appearance, and I'm gay, and I put metal in my nose. I'm not.
When would we have to dial the time back to? Like 2007, when everyone just kind of.
I was gonna say 12.
Oh.
Around 2012.
Neighborhood had heard about what happened. Others had no idea.
When I was just checking the neighborhood website we have, I haven't seen nothing about it.
According to the police report.
Is this just a neighborhood full of remarkably unfortunate looking people?
I saw her come out of the well in the ring, actually. Scary.
I was really mad when she electrocuted Mace Windu. And then, killed him and then took over the Republic. It was really unfortunate.
Man.
Sally Gore told officers she and her husband had come home from dinner and found their gate open. Assuming their dog had gotten out, she said her husband went to look for it on foot.
So wait a minute.
Wow.
She was out at dinner with her husband. I thought she was coaching Peter LaFleur to be good at dodgeball. Sorry.
Did you hear that, though? She assumed that the dog was out. They didn't even check. They just
she
went
drove off
look.
to look as well. After driving around the block, she came home and saw her husband, Gregory, laying in the street. According to the report, responding officers believe Sally Gore hit her husband after he got out of the car and she started backing out.
Who do you blame in this situation? The guy for not
hold
getting
on.
out of the
No.
way?
I don't even totally understand what's going on.
I can tell you.
How this... I need to hear it one more time from the horse's mouth.
After driving around the block, she came home and saw her husband, Gregory, laying in the street. According to the report, responding officers believe Sally Gore hit her husband after he got out of the car and she started backing out.
So he got out of the car to go look on foot.
Yes.
And as she went to go look for the dog, she ran him over with the car and then
Went
drove
around.
around the block,
Yeah.
came back and
saw what
well,
she
what
did.
the fuck happened to that lazy bastard? He's not looking for the dog. So she was so drunk that she didn't realize she backed over. What did she think? There were potholes in her city street?
Look at her. Yes.
I don't care how hammered you are. You know when you run a guy's head over and squish it like a grape.
This mugshot is so far beyond hammered. That is like your scruples aren't there. Like you've got nothing going on.
Though she told police she was not aware he had been hit.
Jesus.
I spoke with one of the people who called.
I would be so happy if I were Haley Crumblehome.
Yeah.
Because I get to have my face on TV right after that woman's mugshot.
Stunning.
Do you know how hot you're going to look?
By comparison,
You're going to look so... If that black lady was on TV right after that mugshot, I'd be like, oh my God, that's the hottest woman I've ever seen. I go, that's the hottest thing.
Yeah.
I'd be whacking off right now.
I
I'd just
believe
be like-
it. I do.
So you're Haley Crumblehome, and you're just kind of a normal, cute white chick, but you came on TV right after the Keystone bitter beer face commercial lady that had just run over her husband. You look like a 10.
I don't know. She doesn't even look normal. She looks great. She kind of looks like Winona Ryder and Mr. Deeds a little bit. She's pretty hot.
Little Babe Bennett, if you
Yes,
will,
Babe
or
Bennett.
Wham Bam Pam Dawson.
To the police that night. They didn't want to be interviewed, but they shared their condolences for the family. One of the officers who arrived said they noted the smell of alcohol on Sally Gore's breath and slurred speech. She agreed to a breath.
So she was just saying the N-word over and over? Is that that's a different kind of slurred speech?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Analyzer test blowing a .120. They arrested her.
You know what? .120 is not, I didn't realize I ran over my husband drunk.
Was there no sound? Did he not make a sound when you hit him?
Right.
No squeak, no yell.
Was his will to live not very strong that he just accepted his fate and got backed over?
I'm picturing him laying in the street just twitching like a fly. Like,
Yeah. What a weak man you had.
Weak-willed. Come on.
.12, that ain't shit.
Right, you could do that way harder.
Yeah, you could run someone over. You got to be at least .2 to run someone over with your car.
You gotta have some intent. You see how she didn't mean it here?
Thinking she might have not liked him.
Oh. I think that dog is probably
I have a theory.
looking up for running away now.
I have a theory. She left the gate open so she could set this whole thing up.
She's now charged with DUI manslaughter. In Brevard County, Haley Crumblehome, WESH 2 News.
Gore's blood was also drawn, but according to the police report, the results are still pending.
I'm sure she dropped 0.5 or 0.05 in that amount of time. I'm absolutely positive of it.
Can you imagine if you live in that neighborhood and watched this woman run over this guy and you're so shocked you don't really know what to do because he's not moving, and then you just watch her take off from the block and circle around.
You literally just you ran him. You watched a guy get run over with a car, and then watched a woman slowly drive around the block, and you're just like, did she know? Did she?
There's a person there.
And like, it's got to be the most slow motion murder of all time because she's backing out.
Slowly,
he gets run over. And you think if a guy got run over, you'd be like, all right, pop up. Go ahead. Just pop up. And you see him just laying there, like you said, just twitching.
Yeah, like,
And you're like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, she just backed over him. He should be all right.
I'm picturing it being like one of those old like Buick LeSabres or something like that. Just something old but sturdy.
Runs over him with a Park Avenue. No chance. Wayne Chambers with $9.99 says, you breed your small white man. You breed your small white man with your large black woman, and that's how you end up with Aaron. Hey, wait a minute, Jimmy the Greek. That is not how I got born. Why would you say something like that? Thank you for the $9.99, buddy. If you guys didn't know, 2:30 away from today's goal. Keep her going.
Thank you.
Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Thank you, guys. Packerbacker over on Rumble says 0.120 is just enough to care slightly less when you run someone over intentionally.
But almost enough to like make you panic a little bit if you do realize, right? Aren't you a little more concerned once you've realized?
Right. If she got out and she's like, oh my God, what have I done? And I don't think this shows that drunk driving is bad. I think it shows that maybe women driving we need to rethink.
Guys, if you're keeping track in this show, women should not be writing news articles.
Nope.
We shouldn't be voting, and we shouldn't be driving.
I'm just going based on evidence I see. I'm not saying it.
I'm not disagreeing.
I'm not saying it as like a sexist guy.
I'm not saying we're all.
I'm waiting until the evidence shows
otherwise,
and then I develop the position.
I understand.
They have to misbehave first. I give them the benefit of the doubt.
You're just learning, really.
Hobo Chili says Vigo the Carpathian and Dog Mom. Yeah, she does look a little bit like Vigo.
Tiny bit.
Electric Shoes says he got new prescription glasses, looked at his wife, and jumped in front of the car. Oh, no. That's why she wouldn't let him go to the optometrist for all these years.
Well, would you if you looked like her?
Chester Molina says, when mayhem strikes.
Oh, shit.
Be better protected from mayhem.
Oh, we got to get Cassidy to save that man.
Oh, no. Women are breeders to Aaron, says Kyle. I mean, do what you're good at.
But if you put Aaron in like in a small room and you're like, okay, would you rather have women like being in the workforce or breeding? You're picking the breeder.
I mean, look, I'm just
like, I don't have to see them, and
Kyle. I'm sorry, Kyle, that I look at the way things are and I ask, what if? That's all. I
understand.
I'm not saying they're breeders. Some of them are built to do amazing things.
Name one. Oh, God.
Shit.
Harriet Tubman did good things.
That was more okay, but think of what the low bar there was. White people were keeping black people as slaves, as property. If you don't do something about that, you're insane.
Rosa Parks got us a great Outkast song.
All Rosa Parks did was sit her black ass down. Rosa Parks, there's a lot of us who never gave up our seat on the bus, but she knew Martin Luther King was part of NAACP. All Rosa Parks did was sit her black ass down. Black people need to stop lying about three things. One, I don't know what, Number two, OJ did it. And number three, Rosa Parks ain't do nothing but sit her black ass down. Eddie, that's too far. I've stuck up for you a lot. But God, that's too far. Going after Rosa Parks, I'm going to tell Jesse Jackson. Man, fuck Jesse Jackson.
Monica Lewinsky let us know that the president's fuck.
Again, like, you asked me a question and it caught me off guard, and I thought I would have a quick answer for it.
It's hard to come up with one, isn't it? That like a man couldn't have done it?
Right. It's hard to come up with one where I'm like, a man couldn't have done that.
Right, like Johnny 1.0 is saying like childbirth, cooking dishes. I'm saying like outside of the home, because that's what we're kind of saying is if you stay home, that's where you're needed.
Right. Name me a man name me a woman who does those things better than a man. Now name me a man who does childbirth, cooking, and dishes better than a woman. It would be the same thing, only flipped.
We do need women for good porn.
Yeah, watching guys fuck each other in the ass would be remarkably uncomfortable and traumatizing.
Right. We cannot have strictly male porn.
Yeah, if it's all guy on guy, the industry shrivels up. So, yeah,
literally.
Touche on that one. Oh boy, we could end up having some fun with this one. Do we not? Oh, we might not have video. If we don't have video at this one, I don't. Yeah, this is a look at today's top headlines.
Okay.
An Orange County woman is suing a local Chick-fil-A after she allegedly ate a black piece of meat and became ill.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Here we go. Her name?
Oh, no.
Shytara Sharp.
That's a white lady, right?
Filed a lawsuit against the owner of a Brooksville Chick-fil-A last Thursday, related to a January 8th accident where Sharp became hospitalized after eating chicken nuggets. Which, by the way, I would see that more as a Sherry, not a Shytara thing. Chicken nuggets and Chick-fil-A? I could see chicken tenders at Popeyes.
Right, but you're thinking the Chick-fil-A lady would be more of like a white church-going type of folk.
Chicken nuggets are more of a white person thing. I don't think black people really dig on chicken nuggets.
They don't like the chicken nuggies.
I don't think so.
I don't know. I do. Go ahead.
According to the plaintiff, as she was consuming the food in her Orlando apartment, she realized the meat was black in color. And yeah, nobody wants that.
Did you just not see that your chicken was black?
Well, in her defense, chicken nuggets,
it.
you have to bite in first.
And you have to also hold the chicken.
No, but you have to see the inside. Otherwise, it's just breading. So, in fairness.
I guess, but Chick-fil-A is pretty lightly breaded.
Directly after consuming the chicken nuggets, Sharp says she became violently ill. She reports to have suffered from unrelenting abdominal pain, cramping, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, and was later admitted to the hospital with gastrointestinal illness. She demands a judgment in an amount exceeding $50,000. I mean, I'd
ask for more.
If you can prove all of that, then that's a settlement in a hurry.
You got to take a picture, right? Like the instant you realize the chicken is black in the middle.
Right. Then
there's a picture.
You got to take a picture. You got to take a picture of your bathroom.
You set up the tripod thing for your phone and film while you have diarrhea and vomit.
Yeah, you're filming it. You're like, it's just firing out of both ends.
Oh no!
You got little shit streaks of brown leaking out of your ears. It's just coming out of everything.
Stop.
And you're just like, oh my God! At least we have this documented for posterity. Who would have thought?
The chicken just heard it was supposed to look a certain way that day.
That's all.
The chicken was trying out blackface.
Poor guys. Yeah, it was blackface chicken. Oh, Lordy, I just can't believe you shitting me out all over your toilet, mister.
What are you, racist?
Oh, poor Shytara. 2:30 away from today. Thank you guys very, very much. That one could have been better if we would have had a video version of it. Let's move on. The Pope had to lay down the law with a Polish bishop this week. Now, look, as soon as you hear the Pope had to punish a bishop, what's the first thing you think the bishop was up to?
Somebody diddled a kid.
Fucking a kid.
Yeah.
Right? Well, the Pope has accepted the resignation of a Polish bishop whose diocese has been rocked by reports of a gay orgy involving a male sex worker in a priest's apartment, as well as previous violent incidents involving his clergy. Now, if you're the Catholic Church, this is bad, but there's got to be a few people like in the College of Cardinals who are looking over this thing going, okay, take a look. 37 years old. Oh, thank Christ. Oh, thank the Lord. Oh, this, you know what?
Thank God it wasn't 3 and 7.
Yeah, thank God it wasn't 3 and 7. It's just one 37-year-old making each other airtight. I mean,
that's
look.
a you. That's crazy.
I'm 36.
You're almost 37.
I'm 30. There's no such thing. You're either 36 or you're 37. And I am 36 years old. Thank you very much.
I apologize.
The Vatican did not give a reason why God, Polish.
Greg Gregors.
Look,
maybe?
I'm not trying to be German here and trying to insult you people if you are Polish, but buy a fucking vowel once in a while, would you? I mean, you guys are tragically spelled like retards.
Like, yeah, you have to have something between the R and the Z, right?
Gerzegorz Kazakh. Gerzegorz isn't a name. Gerzegorz is a sound you make when you try to tell someone something and you have your mouth full.
Gerzegorz.
Gerzegorz is you trying to tell someone a guy's name is Gregory, but you have your mouth full. You're like, Gerzegorz. Like his name's Gerzegorz. That's what happens. Like Polish people don't stop eating, so when they're in the delivery room, the dad always has like a mouthful of pierogies or whatever.
Oh, no.
And so they name the kid,
That's
and he's
a
like,
problem.
Gershin. Oh, Gershin. That's now a name.
Gershin.
No, he was trying to name him Jason. He had pierogies in his mouth. It wasn't his fault.
Or Nershmagersh.
Nershmagersh. What are you trying? Oh, Nathaniel. Oh. Well,
That's what Mersh is short for, actually.
he's Nershmagersh now, unfortunately. Gerzegorz. What? Okay, his name is Gerzegorz.
Sounds like a foreign supervillain.
Yeah. He was resigning as head of the Diocese of Sosnowiec. Fuck, guys.
Poland sounds miserable.
Poland is a rough place. In southwestern Poland. At 59, he is several years shy of the normal retirement age for bishops of 75. But his diocese has been in the spotlight after one of his priests was placed under criminal investigation for having allegedly organized an orgy at his apartment in Dąbrowa Górnicka involving a male sex worker. Apparently, they had the only reason the Polish priest had an orgy with the male sex worker is because there was a light bulb in his house that was out, and he needed a bunch of Polacks to change it.
How many gay Polacks does it take to change my light bulb?
Exactly. As many as it takes to make your asshole bleed.
So many.
Polish media reported that one of the participants of the sex party collapsed after overdosing on ED pills.
Oh, guys, no.
It's all fun and games until someone ODs on Cialis.
God, that's got to be a terrible OD. Your heart's off the charts and all that.
God, your heart's racing. Your dick's hard as a
You're
rock.
sweating.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Might as well hang a white flag from his erect cock.
When people find... Yeah, because when people find you, your dick's going to be hard, isn't it?
Probably.
Just proud.
Going to have a hard dick and your heart rate's going to be redlined.
It's the only part left standing.
Yeah. See a bunch of priests squatting on it as the cops get there. Get away! Get out of here! It's like trying to knock flies off of picnic leftovers.
Oh,
You're like, get your buttholes off of there. That man is passed out. This is clearly not okay.
There's not consent and you're contaminating the crime scene.
I mean, at least he's not a minor. That's an improvement for you people. But get away. That dick isn't just for you to use, you know.
You're getting my white robes dirty.
A prosecutor said the priest was suspected of failing to provide assistance to a person whose life is at risk for allegedly having tried to bar paramedics from entering the apartment. Oh, that's how you know that you're just a butthole to the guy who's fucking you.
No.
Is that the paramedics get there and he's like, I can't let you guys know that I'm a priest who's cornholing some hooker. Like, no, you guys stay out of here. Oh, we got a call that someone's in rough shape. No, prank caller. I'm a priest. Would I lie about this sort of thing?
Now, what are you going to question a man of the Lord?
Yeah. In 2010, the then acting rector, we should probably change that name. Rector damn near killed her.
We can't have Rector.
No. Although they have.
Killed him, babe.
Decades.
No, hers in this story.
In 2010, the then acting rector of the Sosnowiec Seminary allegedly got into a scuffle at a gay club. I'm sure he was just trying to save souls.
Most likely.
Yeah. And holes. Souls and holes. That was his mission. But was allowed to remain in his job for more than a year, even after the case was publicized by Polish media. The Holy See family finally intervened, the Pope, and dissolved the seminary altogether. She said, look, if you guys can't stop butt-fucking people on the sly and getting caught, we got to shut you down.
It does sound like we need to retire this one.
We're shutting down your seminary. Why? Poor performance? No, cornholing.
I want them to send John Taffer into like cornhole seminaries and
all you hear is boom, 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 boom. You just hear guys grunting and sweating. He's like, all right, shut it down. You're supposed to be bringing people to the Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and here you are butt-fucking each other. Well, didn't your people kill him? Touche!
He's got to yell about the poor hygiene.
In 2010, the then acting rector, we did that one. In March of this year, Jesus Christ, they really let a lot of shit go. The corpse of a 26-year-old deacon was found with injuries suggesting homicide. Local prosecutors said he had been killed by a 40-year-old priest who had then K'd himself.
Jesus.
Dude.
The deacon took a good dickin'.
Yeah, and then
he
so
died.
wait a minute, they just decided to shut this seminary down recently? And as far as people saying, well, why are you letting the bishop go? Like, the bishop didn't do this. Yeah, but he's in charge of all these people, and let's just say he did run a lax ship.
Lax a lot of things.
Yeah, he definitely was more of a hands-off kind of... This was the thing he said a lot. Guys, I'm not here to micromanage, all right? You're all adults.
People get upset when they say the church is hiding things.
Right. They were hiding their dicks in male hookers' buttholes, that's for sure.
Dead ones, dude.
In a statement on Tuesday, Kazak said he had asked the Pope to let him resign in a letter dated September 29th. He thanked the priests and nuns, well, the ones that were left, of his diocese and asked everyone to forgive my human limitations. I mean, I guess the only defense for this bishop is that you didn't personally butt-fuck anyone.
I guess, but like, everyone forgive my human limitations is a very, very political, sugar-coated way to say that.
Like, you got 2 dead priests on your scorecard, and then you've got gay butt-fucking orgies, and then you've got another priest getting caught at gay clubs getting arrested. It's
a literal hat trick of gayness.
I don't know how much money this guy brought in or how many projects he started or anything else, but I think the good might be being outweighed by the bad.
For all those messy times, he always had his robes nice and starched.
Yeah. Mad Joe says his playlist was all Gregorian chants and Katy Perry. Yeah.
Oh, they're just butt fucking to firework.
He's like the Pope came into the apartment one day, and the bishop was like the gay butler in Wolf of Wall Street. He goes, oh, what the fuck?
Ugh. Oh, she walks in. Oh my God.
Yeah. Razov Chaz says lots and lots of Polish sausage.
Oof.
Indeed. Good
Disgusting.
old Ricada Law. Nick Ricada with $20 says at least they were adult orgies. That's what I was saying at the beginning of this story. Like, if you're the Catholic Church and you're the media covering this story, I mean, I know you don't say it on the air. It's untoward, as the kids say.
Remarkably.
But you are looking at each other, like, as you go over the notes before the news starts, you're like, yeah, did you see the one about the bishop? I mean, at least they weren't fucking a kid, right?
Not a kid. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
They're always children.
That's the good thing. Yeah. That's the good thing about, like, adult cornhole rampages, if you're a priest, is that as long as you're fucking an adult, people kind of, they give you a pass. I mean, God won't. You're still going to hell.
It'll hurt less.
For who?
I don't know.
Right? I mean,
bigger butthole.
You're taking a man-sized dick, though. Like, if you're a priest who's a bottom and it's an adult rather than a kid, this one's going to smart a little more than the alternative. Right?
How many creams do you think they need to pass the offering plate just for their anal care?
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Guys, we need to buy a lot of pillows, so be sure to throw your money in the offering plate. Don't ask why. We're just short on pillows.
Some nice Epsom salt baths.
Semper Reloaded said that gives come into the rectory a whole new meaning. Hey-o.
Come on. Oh.
I mean, you got to look again. You got to give them this. They're getting better. Think of how long the Catholic Church has been around for 2,000 years, right?
2,000 too long.
And how dare you? They're the only true Christian church.
No.
Yes, they are.
I guess.
You fucking,
I was going to say I've been part of one for my whole life.
You fucking rebel scum who broke off in the 1500s.
Wow.
Can officially fuck off. We're the true church. You guys are bitching
I don't like
about,
how you're saying they're defending this butt fuckery, if you will.
I'm not defending the butt fuckery. I'm just saying I'm a pragmatist, and I understand growth by inches, not the kind they were doing. But
phrasing.
I understand the concept of, look, I mean, it was age appropriate this time. It was a little butt buggery, and they got caught. There's a few dead priests, and look, I mean, there's a lot of blood on their hands and genitals.
I guess technically, how many children's lives did those dead priests save?
Exactly. Do you know how many kids are in the choir right now with big smiles on their faces going, no dicks in me? They probably are going to that gay hooker's funeral and going like, what a guy. He has no idea the sacrifice
What a
he made.
hero, actually.
What if it was Jesus? What if Jesus came back and he said, I'm coming back as a gay hooker so I can take all the Catholic priest dicks so that the kids don't have to?
I don't know if Jesus would come back for the Catholics anymore. If we're going by statistics, I grew up in a Lutheran church, right? Statistically, which church between the Catholic and Lutheran churches have touched more children over that 2,000 years?
I can pick the arbitrary statistic we're going to go by and make the church look bad. Fine. Which one's eating more lutefisk, the creepy fucks?
Okay, low blow.
I mean, yeah.
Can we just keep children out of the Catholic Church, maybe?
A little late.
It's never too late to
there's
save the children.
There's a lot of blind choir kids in Wisconsin right now going, they're adults now, but they're going, it's, thanks a lot, April. We banned the kids now. But, meanwhile, I've got, I had my asshole stitched up when I was 8.
Right. Where was my savior?
Yeah, they can go through it too. It builds character. Look at me now. I'm selling life insurance.
Yeah, I just kind of figured they'd be grateful that I started saving them now.
It's too late for me. I mean, them. Them. I told you this story about my confirmation when no, don't worry. This doesn't end in sodomy.
Oh, so we don't need therapy.
Not for them. But when I was being confirmed, you're 15 years old. I was walking up and there were 2 priests, a young priest and an old priest. And they were going up and they were taking turns, like each one shook opposite kids' hands. And they kind of lost count of who was shaking my hand after I got the Earl on my forehead and I got confirmed. Mm-hmm. And I went up and they both walked towards me at the same time. And as I shook the older one's hand, he goes, how about that? That had to be a little scary. 2 priests coming towards you at the same time. I'm like, we don't get to joke about the butt fucking the kids.
At my confirmation.
I mean, there were 2 things. Number one, if we were anywhere but my confirmation, I would have laughed my fucking balls off and went, these guys rule. Let's have some of the, the old cellar vino, if you will.
I've got to say, when I was confirmed, no butt fucking jokes.
Right,
None.
so we're funnier. It's just that we had to do the butt fucking in order to get the material.
When we were children in the church.
Wait a minute. Like any good comic, you lived the material.
That is true.
Thank you.
There is a little truth in those jokes.
Little too much. Little too much. Rakeda Law at $20 says, don't get reincarnated as a Nigerian altar boy. Worst fate.
Oh, do we get to cue the...
They eat the poo-poo.
Yeah, can we cue that video?
They do what is called anal licking, where they take their tongue and they eat their... This noises are my favorite part of that.
Sound.
Where he goes, and they take that, and sometimes the poo-poo comes out, and they eat the poo-poo.
It's unnerving.
And then I love that after that, he goes, can we have all the children please leave the room? I'm like, if I were one of the children, I'd be like, we just heard eat the poo-poo. How much worse is it going to get?
Can we just watch that video for me?
A little bit later
At
today.
overtime.
I think. Yeah.
Thank you.
200. Thank you guys very much. Very kind of all of you.
I am disgusted.
Contributing to this shitty, disgusting, rancid program.
This orgy of gayness.
Scary Terry says, you have replaced Bubba the Love Sponge for me in the morning. God bless Steel Toe. Well, thank you, Scary Terry, over on Rumble. Appreciate that.
I will say
all 600-700 of you watching at the moment, whether it's Rumble or YouTube, I want you hitting the thumbs up and hitting the subscribe, just like Scary Terry.
I will say this. I had never seen Bubba's wife until I think last night I was laying in bed and I happened to scroll through Instagram and they were at Ronnie the limo driver's wedding.
Yes.
Holy shit, did he outkick his coverage?
Ronnie?
No, Bubba.
Bubba. And Ronnie.
And is that the same one that Hulkster...
No. That was
Not
Heather.
the same one.
Yeah, they went their separate ways. Can you believe it?
What?
Your husband just kind of your husband farms you out to other dicks, and you two didn't make it. That's really weird.
Okay, but not only that, I feel like once you've had sex with Hulkster, you can't go back to a Bubba the Love Sponge.
I mean, she didn't look. In Bubba's defense, she didn't have like WrestleMania 3 Hulkster. She had 27 back surgeries and fucking 60-something-year-old Hulkster, but still better than
that
prime
takes away
Bubba.
the mystique of it for me. I was kind of hoping he was
Not
like
for
in
me.
fine form.
Not for me. If Hulk fucked me today, it would be as much of an honor now as it would have been in,
So we're taking that trip to
88.
Florida sooner than I thought.
I don't know. Let me see.
Before he has his 29th back
It's got to
surgery.
be on a day where I got really solid bowels, because
No, Aaron, you have to stop eating for like 48 hours
look,
unless it's gummy bears.
as the rappers say, it's about to go down.
I'm going to have to take you to that colonics clinic. Have you flushed out?
Get all flushed out for the Hulkster. Yeah, that was Bubba's just a good friend. Hulk was Hulk was going through a tough time and
just loaned his wife out.
Just loaned his wife, and then Hulk Hogan.
But she still was okay with it. Clearly, she did it.
Yeah, well, then Hulk Hogan started. They talked afterwards, and the cameras were still on, and that's how Hulk got in all his trouble. Because he was just saying the N-word a bunch of times. Like to this one. That's what you do. You fuck a woman, and then you just start dropping N-bombs in front of her. You're like, oh.
I'm afraid in that situation.
My daughter is, her music career is being run by some who doesn't understand, brother, and is just trying to take advantage of her.
I think I got to turn the lights on in that case and make sure I know who's
She's
with
like,
me.
can I go to the bathroom and squeeze this cum out of me, please?
Oh,
I have to keep listening to you talk about the N-word? I'm going to drip cum on the sheets here if you don't let me get the fuck out. Heather divorced
really
Bubba,
off-putting.
Sean Rass said. Well, yeah, he made her take Hulk dick.
She found better dick. In fairness.
He made her take Hulk dick, and she's
am-
like, I can't do this. Now every time I see Bubba's dick, I just hear Hulk Hogan's music.
That would really be tragic, actually.
Maybe for you.
No. For Bubba. Like that, you can't go past Real American. Can't get fucked to Real American and go back for anything.
No, you really can't. And Hulk, I don't know if Hulk plays his theme music.
I hope he does.
When he comes into the bedroom, but hey,
I like to think that he does. You're gonna find it. I believe you.
Thank you for stalling while is it? Where the fudge did it go?
We have to slim down our stream deck.
Here, while we wait.
You should just fucking smile and blow me!
There you go.
Would you revisit
Yeah, like
the Mel Gibson?
Bubba gets naked, but all Heather hears is.
Oh man, you know it's on when you hear that.
Oh, I fat fingered it.
Well, you know something, dude.
Yeah, like Hulk Hogan's like, I'm gonna sodomize you, brother, and I'm like, Hulkster, before you do, can you do the shirt, please?
I would make him rip his shirt off for me.
Do that first, and then one of these, and then one of those. Like,
You want me to come on your back, brother?
Put the hand.
Show me his massive pythons.
Put the hand behind the ear and just
No, what I was trying to say was Bubba's current wife that he was at that wedding with. She's real hot for him. I don't understand. Her tits are huge.
He's probably still
She's
got a couple.
younger
He's
than
still
him, it
probably
appears.
got a couple of bucks.
But you're with somebody called Bubba the Love Sponge. I lose all dignity at
Some
that point.
people really, really like money.
Not that much.
Oh, congratulations. You're not like her.
I
yeah, some women, they just, the money matters. It's good. It's nice.
think I'll skip the money that time.
Okay, well, that's to each their own, I suppose. She's, I mean, at that age and that size, how prevalent can your sex drive be? She probably doesn't have to take it that often.
I feel like she has to do all the work. She's definitely on top. He's not a small man.
We'll see. Maybe we'll have Bubba on sometime. We can ask
Yeah,
him.
I'm sure he'll want to go on.
Can ask him all about it. This is happening a lot, and we'll probably see a few more of these stories the next week or so.
Okay.
Because what's Halloween? Tuesday?
Yes, it is.
So for the next 5 or 6 days, schools are really way overthinking Halloween. Like, I remember after Columbine, that's when they first started to ruin Halloween at schools because they wouldn't let the kids wear masks. Because apparently if a kid was going to bring a gun to school and shoot a bunch of people, you wouldn't take him seriously unless he had a mask on.
Isn't that a weird
It's
opinion
such a
to have?
dumb rule. I mean, I would say no guns with your Halloween costumes, but they needed to make sure they got rid of the masks.
I feel like somebody wearing a mask would be a lot quicker and easier to find than one without one.
But even
Am I
so,
wrong?
it's no indication that you're going to shoot up the school. Like,
Oh,
it's just-
I've worn a mask or two, and I certainly didn't shoot up a school.
if anything, if you're going to shoot up a school, you're not going to want to be wearing a mask. It obstructs your vision.
Who cut these holes?
Yeah, exactly. You're going to be doing the
I can't
Django
see
Unchained
shit.
thing. Yeah.
Oh, no.
So let's go ahead and see what this school did, because a lot of the schools just panic when they get one complaint and they go, all right, no Halloween this year. We're cutting it off. We can't do it because one poor kid might. And by the way, they always say it's for like poverty reasons. I've never heard the poor kids complain
No.
about dress up day at
And
school.
like Halloween, like I understand like some people go balls out and like do the most, you know, like our neighbors across the street or something, but like you can fashion a costume out of most things, can't you?
Okay, here's what you can do. Like if you're a poor kid, just go in your mom's top drawer and take a pair of shirt and pants from the guy she's fucking who's got a couple of sets of clothes in her dresser, and then go as the dad that you never met. And that's your Halloween costume. Perfect, right?
The poor kids are just as smart as the white kids, Aaron.
Poor kids are just as smart and just as capable as the white kids.
God.
He forgot to say allegedly at the end.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
You don't vote for me. You ain't black.
I mean, that's true.
It is one of the most festive times of the year for kids. Children get to dress up and collect candy from their neighbors at night. And in many schools across the country, students
ugly all day.
What is
Sorry,
that?
it was Cameron Poe from Con Air. Sorry for that subtle drop. What is he? Ugly all day. Do you know what I am? Ugly all day. Sorry.
Students get to parade around in their costumes. That's now a tradition of the past for the South Orange and Maplewood School District in New Jersey. For students there, the rules are strict. No more costumes, no more Halloween-themed events.
So no more fun?
What, did President Buzzkill get hired or Principal Buzzkill just come in and go, hey, listen, kids. It's kind of like the meme, nobody. ... Principal. Halloween is fucking canceled. None of you are going to wear costumes.
I always have to picture it's like some like old fat lady who like never had fun on Halloween or something.
Yeah, like what happened? Did like last year a bunch of fourth graders dressed up as druids and like put the principal on a stretching table and like started torturing her for witchcraft? Like what the fuck
That's just
happened?
a good time though.
Yeah.
Eyewitness News reporter Tony Yates.
It's been tradition in many elementary schools across the state getting
Tony Yates. What? He couldn't get Tony Sevens?
You're fired.
I agree.
dressed up for the Halloween.
You're never getting that
school party.
macaroni award.
I'm never getting a
Elementary
macaroni
School in
award.
Maplewood, though, did away with the idea back in 2015.
In the past, I have had children who have shared with me how sad they were because they are not allowed to participate in Halloween. And so I didn't have any of that this year either. So that was great.
Oh,
Okay,
great.
I also don't get time to go pray to the east 4 times a day. But I didn't complain.
I
you kidding me?
didn't get to pray to Mecca today. You
What
don't
the
see me
fuck?
fucking crying about it. Mostly
Yeah.
because if I do, I might get my head chopped off and have a fatwa issued on me.
I didn't get to write the N word on a bathroom stall and get away with it.
I did.
Oh,
They still don't know.
God, what a great life you've led.
And that was 2 weeks ago.
That's just fun.
I just break into schools and I go into
Actually-
I go into the bathroom and write the N-word and then blame it on a kid.
Every time I find myself at Benton Station,
Well,
you know,
that's kind of become a mural though, so they can't really tell which one's yours.
it's getting dark in here.
Yes.
And traded it instead for a fall festival.
Students come, they pick pumpkins, they decorate pumpkins. It's just a great time for families to get together and celebrate the fall and our community.
I hate
She
that
seems,
when
yeah, the community thing bugs me.
I hate that when they go, oh, they come and decorate pumpkins. We're just celebrating the fall. Yeah, where does the pumpkin thing come from, dipshit? She's just like, it's just so great because now we come and we decorate the pumpkins and we do the fall. And you heard her the first time. She's like, now I don't have to hear people complaining. Listen to the people complain for a few minutes and then move on. And then 99% of the class gets to have fun. It's not like Christmas where you could make the argument, hey, it's a religious thing, so it upsets people religiously.
Or Easter.
This is a corporate holiday. This is a candy holiday.
Yes, this is one of the only fun ones. It's kind of like Valentine's Day.
Yeah. Don't give me All Hallows Eve
Just
where
give
you're like,
me-
oh, it's based on this or that. Fuck that. It's a corporate holiday at this point.
Just give me sugar.
Give me sugar.
This year, the whole South Orange Maplewood School District jumped on board.
We have some within our communities that have either cultural or religious
Gilbert.
reservations as it pertains to Halloween. And so by having school-sponsored Halloween events, are we pushing a group of our families and our students to have to make that may be counter to their belief system?
No, they can just not do it. Like they can just choose not to dress up. Hey, I don't like Halloween. Well, cool. Don't dress up like an asshole tomorrow then. We're good.
You know how like most schools during like homecoming will have like a school spirit week where they dress up gay, like, oh, there's pajama day, here's wacky day.
I have bad news. In high schools now across America, every day is dress up gay day.
It's just too many of them. They're all over
Touche.
the place.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll age myself. A long time ago. But you didn't have to choose to do that. Oh, let's do wacky hair and sock day. Yeah, no, I'll pass.
Yeah,
you can just opt out. It's
Right.
okay.
You can just not do the thing. You don't have to go and complain and go, oh, I'm not doing the thing, so nobody else can. I never understood you not wanting to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Like you not wanting to do it so you don't have to. There, that should be the reward. You're happy now because you're not
done.
being forced to do this thing.
Right.
But then to go the extra mile and go, because I don't give a shit to do this, I want to take all the people who do give a shit to do this and force them to not do it. It's like, that would be as bad as them forcing you to put a costume on.
Yes, absolutely.
Superintendent asked the principals at all the elementary schools for input. They all agreed Fall Festival would benefit families on many levels. Parents we spoke to also agreed.
I know some parents can't afford to get, costumes, especially if you have multiple kids and they want specific ones, and it gets a little bit harder. So I think it's good. It's included.
Costumes are like $20. You can find
not
so many
even.
costumes for $20, but you can find a mask for $9.99 at a Spirit Halloween.
If you've truly fallen on hard times,
baby,
you can head to.
well, you see, my child can't even afford a scary costume, baby, and there's gonna be zombie shit all over them there. You see, I went to the pay window and I bought myself some hair extensions, and my child couldn't get his Halloween costume, baby.
Okay.
And so I said, listen, we just gonna ban Halloween for everybody at the entire school, baby. Because if the American dream can't keep a financial budget straight, but I continue cranking out kids when I can't afford a fucking $10 costume once a year, I can't spend 80 cents a month to get my child one costume one day out of the year for school, baby. Then everybody has to suffer the consequences of my fiscal indignancy, if you will.
Condoms were cheap, sir.
I mean, fucking hell. I get the economy's tough, and it's like, man, I can't even afford to save for college for my kid.
That does suck.
I'm putting groceries on the credit card. Okay, look, times are tough. I get it. I understand. But I can't go to Spirit Halloween and fucking swing for a kid's costume.
I'm really telling you, you don't even have to do that. If you go to your local Goodwill or Savers, they've got costumes there for $5 sometimes. Like just, hand-me-downs.
There's a scene in the movie Coach Carter that like speaks to me because I'm like, yeah, what the fuck? Where the coach goes, hey, kids got to wear suit and ties on game days. Trying to instill like dressing nice and this and that.
Yep.
How are we supposed to afford a tie? He goes, we can go to the Goodwill. They got a box of ties for $1 a piece. And they start groaning. He's like, oh, now we're too good to shop at Goodwill?
Goodwill fucks on occasion.
I've got bad, here's
For
the
kids?
problem. Here's the problem with poor people is that they don't understand that a lot of better-to-do people do cheap, chintzy, quote-unquote, poor people shit.
Yes.
So that they
there.
can keep more of their money. Poor people think
100%.
that people with more money than them are just going off and living lavish and eating out every night and this and that. And it's like, no, they're taking care of their money that they have. So they might go, well, look, my children are growing like weeds and it's one goddamn summer. We'll get them shorts at the Goodwill because I'm not spending $40 on a pair of shorts that they're only going to wear 4 times.
It makes
this year.
complete and total sense, in my opinion.
But poor people well, I can't buy my child $40 costumes. Well, don't. Cut up your bed sheets.
I don't buy clothes full price. You don't need to.
Inclusive, and I think all the kids enjoy it.
I think it's a wonderful idea. It's been an incredible experience, and I hope they keep doing it.
Were they trying to tell us something with the parents they were getting that thought this was a bad idea?
Come on, he's there for his chow.
Well, that's true. He is there for his chow.
District still does allow Halloween parties on school grounds, for instance, if they're sponsored by the PTA, but only during after-school hours, so no families feel pressured to participate.
Public schools suck.
We're just soft. We're pussies. It's just nobody's offended, but they don't want people to come out and be offended.
Right.
So to clear off the offensiveness, they just don't have the event so no one will complain eventually.
None of you can have fun now. Do you remember, I know we're old now, but as a little kid in elementary school, how fun Halloween was or Valentine's Day? They're both gay holidays, but it's just full of candy and fun shit for kids.
And when I was in elementary school, it was a chance to bond with your teachers because I knew my Halloween costume was good if the science teacher, Mr. Norris, let me sit on his lap.
Aaron.
One year I went as a popcorn tub at a movie theater.
Oh, honey. Oh, I don't think that's...
What?
I don't think that was Halloween themed for your teacher. I think that was just a lifestyle choice of his.
What? What do you mean?
I think he had a little bit of a thing for you. We'll talk about it in therapy later. We're going to get you through this.
He was fine. He just said I look like a big, sweet, buttery tub of goodness. What is that? Is there something wrong with that?
If you've made it this far, I guess not.
Yeah, let me live in my delusion.
Do you have anal fissures?
You know, you'd be really terrible if someone really were molested because you'd like force them to go into that instead of like, hey, they're good. Don't, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well,
it's not
yeah,
your
you're
place
right.
to inform that person that they were molested.
I have encountered people who have been touched that have issues. I've never seen one that doesn't have an issue until you, apparently.
And
You're doing fine.
I would go on to believe that I wasn't molested.
You were just a popcorn tub.
Yeah, Vinny's mom doesn't like that they're doing fall festivals. I'm just picking out a few out of the chat here.
Well, yeah, Halloween's fun.
Rex Start says, we did not have money and my mom wasn't some master seamstress, but she always made us really great costumes. You just have to give a shit.
Yeah, it does. It gives moms and grandmas something to do for their kids, something fun. Like my grandma always loved making us Halloween costumes when we were little tykes.
Little tykes.
Tykes. I said tykes.
You grew up in a small town. Ricada Law, that teacher participates in Halloween just by living. Horrifying. It's
not wrong.
People say, hey, that's body shaming. I say, correct. That is accurate. I am shaming their body. Now what?
Yeah, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, exactly. Fuck you going to do?
Sodomize you.
Hey, well, if
it really goes off the rails.
Yeah, you just really have to overpower me. Mr. Approachable says it only took almost 2,000 years, but they're finally deciding to get rid of the holiday that appealed to pagans to help convert them to Christianity. Wow, shit got deep. Toastmaster says at my school, only the Jehovah's Witnesses kids didn't participate in Halloween, but I think they wanted to.
Well, here's the thing. Most kids don't see themselves as whatever religion they are. At least at a really young age, they don't. They just see other kids having fun and they want to do that fun thing, right?
Yeah, like till I was like 9, I thought we were Jewish, but it turns out my parents were just really cheap.
Well, in fairness, your name is Aaron, and what did your grandfather say about you?
Yeah, that was great. When my parents told my grandfather on my mother's side that they were naming me Aaron, my grandfather's quote, I've been told this story so many times. My grandfather's quote was, "Goddamn Jew baby." And if you look up the name Aaron, it's a Hebrew name, and Imholt is like one of the strongest German names there are.
It is. It's very contradicting.
Yeah, my last name should have been Ziegler or Leipzig.
Goldenstein.
Imholt. I mean, it's pretty strong fucking German with the old Hebrew first name. I don't know what kind of message there. You know what I find really funny?
What?
Is that the concentration camps were liberated by mostly anti-Semites because it was working class, like Americans, like young working class Americans. And a lot of them grew up, like most of the country was rural back then. So they were, do you think a lot of rural farm kids heard really sweet things about Jews?
No,
growing up? Yeah. So you have all these camps being liberated by a bunch of people who would go back home and then call their grandson a goddamn Jew baby.
I never get sick of hearing that, by the way.
Goddamn Jew baby.
You could be Jewish. I don't know.
Oh, man. Sean says we made throwing stars and brass knuckles in school. I mean, that doesn't really sound like Halloween, bro. That just sounds like the Warriors.
That just sounds like shopping at Cup Foods.
Yes. Rads of Chaz says all the single moms wanted this. Right, because then they don't have to spend money on the kid's costume or make them one.
But they've always got money to have their nails done. Have you ever noticed that?
How are you going to get a new kid?
More welfare.
Right.
More kids, more welfare.
They've done the math. The $4,000 a year for the 2 kids. I mean, that really totally offsets all the money you have to spend throughout the year.
Getting your nails did.
Ricada Law, can't afford costumes when I'm buying all this meth. Precisely. How are you supposed to budget? Have you seen meth prices?
Meth is expensive lately.
Right, exactly.
I think I might have seen a drug bust going down by Nelson Farm in Litchfield yesterday, by the way. I was headed to my stand, and there's a very odd-looking situation there where there was like 2 civilian vehicles like pulled over.
You're at a kiddie farm
Yeah.
And you're getting busted for drugs.
There were 4 squad cars like parked and 2 more arriving. And like I saw one of them, like a woman trooper, like running and sprinting towards one of these like vehicles. Something had to be going on with meth.
Silverwolf says, but Aaron, that $9.99 could go towards malt liquor. That's a little,
man.
Now there is subtle comedy and then there's kind of just going for it.
I prefer a nice cognac.
You just went for it. Yeah,
nice cheap one.
They don't. They prefer, I was going to say, they don't prefer the nice cognac.
That is nice in the hood.
NF Cap says, I remember when I was doing a comedy show with Adrian one time at Winners in Sartell. And I went outside with Adrian and his really hood buddy. And he was like, we got to get you some Hennessy.
Was it V? Not V.
No, it wasn't V or, well, it might have been B.
Was it V or B?
It might have been B. I love B. I mean,
God, they're both awesome.
I fucking miss B,
I used to work with V.
B rules. B, one thing, B, you wouldn't think that a guy like B and I would get along really well. But the reason B and I got along so well is because he was like, you know, when you hang out with, he goes, you white.
Yeah, you don't try to be black.
Yeah, he goes, yeah, you just white.
There's too many white men out there.
I go, exactly. I got my fucking New Balances on, you know, I'm wearing my my hoodie with the hood down. I'm talking the way I talk. He goes, yeah, man. He goes, you just white.
You got your cargo shorts on.
Got my cargo shorts. Ugh. I ain't here to impress anybody, but he's like, we got to get you some Hennessy.
A nice Charlie Sheen polo.
Yeah.
God, you really were white.
Right. And we did a shot of Hennessy and I drank it and I went, he goes, you don't like it, do you? I go, it's not for me.
Somebody gifted me. Who did that? I said on the show once, I've never tried Hennessy, so somebody gifted me like an airplane bottle of it.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? I think it's still upstairs because we both took a sip and it was just obnoxiously gross.
I mean, Hennessy is rough.
Really rough.
It's not good. Aaron, we getting cheeseburgers at Stoney's tonight. No, I'm not going out tonight. I'm very sleepy. Kate Gollum says, ironically, these same dipshits will turn around and make kids sit through drag show performances at schools. That's a great point. Hey,
a costume.
We can't be dressing up for Halloween. That could be offensive to some people. Now, get ready for the drag show. What do they call that? Assembly.
Do you know that they even took over my Food Network show I like?
The drags?
Yeah.
Or the trans?
There was an episode of like a new one of Chopped the other day.
Wait, no. In fairness, if there's gonna be trans on any show on the Food Network, Chopped is technically the one it's got to be on.
I hadn't considered it.
Yeah,
but I don't hate it.
All right, we're gonna cut this brown schwaggert. Hey, wait a minute, that's your cock. Quit trying to get it for free.
Oh wow.
If you want to transition, go to the doctor. Hobo Chili Recipe says, wait, what the fuck? Do not do Coach Carter references. The little shred of respect I have for you will disappear. You said the same thing when I started doing Armageddon references.
If you're truly that poor, back to the costume thing, can't you just like wrap your kid in some like 1-ply toilet paper and call him a mummy or some shit? Put a little bed sheet over him, cut some holes.
Right. Make him a Klansman.
A Klansman.
The fun stuff.
Yes.
The fun stuff.
I had one of my friends from college. She did like family pictures with her children for their Halloween costume. And I had to double take because they looked like Klansmen. They did the bed sheet thing.
You know what the dead giveaway is to know if it's a ghost or a Klansman?
What?
Got to have the Iron Cross on the arm.
That is true. It doesn't look
Gotta
as good
have
without
the
it.
Iron Cross. Germans ruined a lot of cool shit. They had the coolest uniforms. They had the coolest medals.
Dapper.
They had
Hugo Boss.
Yeah, if only you would have went straight for Moscow. I mean, it's good that they didn't win. That's a solid. Yeti Flyer with $5 says, I got pointed head sheet my kids use that I cut holes into for their costumes. The school keeps calling, but I ignore the calls.
The ghost.
Ricada, would you, God damn it, Nick, would you
spending.
not give back all the money I paid you for the? He said this when I paid him for the comedy show because he wasn't going to get paid at first. It was a guest set. Chrissy had him coming as a guest set.
Well, we kind of.
Then when Chrissy dropped out, I'm like, the guy should
He's got to get paid.
A couple of bucks for just coming down. You know, maybe like the hotel and driving down and some drinks. There you go, And
then the Ricada guy hosts the whole rally.
Yeah, and then I give it to him and he goes, well, you'll be getting some super chats. I'm like, would you just pay for your fucking hotel and just call it a day?
That shitty. He stayed at the fucking shitty ass hotel. He brought his beautiful wife there where I had to physically like drag Chrissy and her stuff out of because there were jism stains and puke and piss and bugs. You stayed there, bro.
He probably saw the jism stains, and I go, I see your jism stains, and I'll leave them right now. He treated it like handprints in freshly poured concrete.
He had to add to it.
It was like the Brooks was here, so was red.
Yeah.
Like that guy jizzed, and then Nick jizzed right next to it. And
Had
he's like,
to.
oh, it's like a thing we're doing. It's like it's a story through time.
It's remarkably disgusting.
You gotta, April, you missed it. The thing you gotta do is you gotta read below the jizz stain because they always leave their names. That was Teddy Roosevelt.
Dude, Chrissy and I, actually, it's all on her phone. She took videos, she took pictures just in case like the front desk lady would argue with her. They gave us, we had a whole suite, the whole first suite that I brought all of her shit up to, and it was heavy. It had piss all around the toilet. It was on the floor. There were no toiletries. There was cum on the bed, like on the, you know how there's a bed skirt around the mattress just dripping down it. And then they give us the honeymoon suite.
You girls have a weird
and
relation.
it was somehow worse.
Yeah, you girls have a weird relationship with cum. If it's dried up on a couch, you're disgusted by it. But if it's on your tits, you're exhilarated. You whores.
It was fun.
Ricana Law with $20 says bed sheets from motel. Starch a corner of sheets, make eye holes, be Southern Ghost, and then he says, "Damn it, Yeti," because Yeti did the same joke right before. You guys can't be mad at
paid more.
You guys can't be mad at each other for doing each other's bed sheet KKK ghost thing. That's kind of the joke.
Klansmen think alike.
Yeah,
of course.
Of course. There's not a lot of diversity of thought, really diversity of anything.
I think the suit he wore on Saturday was actually sponsored by Hugo Boss.
Yes. Wayne Chambers with $4.99 says, "Can't have Halloween, can't say Merry Christmas, can't say Nick." What happened to this once great nation?
You can go to a bar and say that word in Wisconsin Dells.
All the time.
You can have a drink with it.
It's Nig's Bar.
It is indeed Nig's Bar.
Have a swig with Nig. I'm trying to talk April into, bringing the kids up there next summer because it is a fun place. I do have a blast. If you get like the grandparents to go,
yeah,
and then you and I can go, down to, they can take the kids to the water park one day, and you and I can have a downtown Wisconsin Dells day. It's fucking fun, man.
We have how many friends with kids now, too, that could tag along?
Yeah.
The kids could all babysit each other.
Right. Just have babysit each other at the water park.
Just the oldest ones. Charlotte will be plenty old by
Only
then.
one. Like, if you have, like, a gaggle of, like, 11 kids. And
correct term, too.
Yeah, and then all the parents decide to go downtown and just let the kids take care of each other. I bet you only one gets molested.
Right, and that's pretty good, right?
1 out of 11? That's probably better than the
11 ain't
national
bad.
average, if you think about it. And who knows? Maybe it's the gay one, and he's like, "Hey, you know what?"
Imagine how much worse that molestation had been if he hadn't been vaccinated.
That's very true.
Protect
Because you're
you.
used to getting stuck. Jaeger King says, "Get a paper bag and drag a face." I think he means draw a face on it.
Or drag.
blacken a wine cork and make a bum beard. For fuck's sake, what do they want? A $200 Spirit Halloween mask?
I mean, the options.
Do you know
are
what?
endless.
Do you know what you could get for $200 at a Spirit Halloween? Get one of those big, tall, creepy clowns that you step on the thing and they yell at you.
Louis thought that was the funniest shit this year. He needed me to be impressed by that.
You know what sucks is that he loves the scary, giant-toothed clown that snarls his gnashing, bloody teeth at you. And the 4-year-old fucking has a heart attack and dies every time that
It
happens.
doesn't matter how many times you hold her, you tell her, this is not real.
She
And
runs the fuck
I will
away.
walk up to the thing. I will slap it. Look, Emmy, look.
Yeah.
I'm literally hitting this thing. It doesn't touch me.
Yeah. Susan M with $5 says, even if you are wealthy, it's not smart to flash your money around by wearing super expensive clothes or driving expensive cars, especially in certain areas.
I don't like to look at how people spend their money.
Yeah, I don't get into the counting other people's money thing. Because I
do both. We kind of mix it up here. Like, we have a couple decent vehicles, and then I completely don't want to spend money on clothes, so I buy cheap clothes.
My weird thing with vehicles, like, so I bought a nice vehicle. April bought a nice vehicle. For me, I found out, and maybe this is like my upbringing, I'm not really sure. I found out I'm not a fancy vehicle guy only because, or a nice vehicle guy, because the novelty wears off for me quick.
Oh, I'm very much like my dad. Like, I remember him buying his first real nice truck when I was a little kid, and he kept that shit for like forever, 10, 15 years or so. And then he's got his nice new garage he built, and then he invests in like a brand new vehicle, which then he'll last for a long time. I kind of feel that same way.
Yeah, I just don't have that gene.
If I like it, I'll keep
vehicle
it.
gene, yeah. I think there's like some classic cars that I really like. But I know if I got one and I drove it a few times, now I'm just worried. I don't want to get it dirty and I don't want to fuck it up and I don't want to do this. And it's like, well, now I'm not enjoying it. I'm just worrying all the time.
I desperately someday would like a Chevelle or a, what the fuck? Challenger. There you go.
I go way further back. What's that, like 1950s Chrysler that I like? It's either the New Yorker or the Imperial.
Oh, you
I can't remember
like a weird
which one
like
it is.
boat
Yeah,
vehicle?
it's a weird one. Yeah, it's odd, but I like it. Yag says, my kid plays Pennywise at Molitor's, and I bought him a $600 silicone mask for the role. I could have bought 60 poor kid masks instead. Exactly.
But you want your kid to have the best, right?
All of the poor kids you could have helped out.
Can we do that Molitor's thing? Would any of our friends like that? I've never been there, and I kind of want to do it.
I've been there one time.
Don't they like touch you and stuff? Don't they
is
like
what
come
it
out and
is.
touch you?
I don't know if they touch you. I'm not sure. Nick Ricada going back to bed. See you later, buddy. Take it easy.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you for your generosity. We appreciate it. After all of that, after all of you guys throwing in during that story the way you did, 175 is the number for today.
Neat.
Thank you very much. That's a very cool number. Never mind. I've got more people to thank. Give me just a second here. Holy shit. $50 from Adam Feingold, a VIP, correct, Adam?
I sure think so.
Yeah. Adam Feingold says, now you can afford costumes for the whole family. Well, look at that.
You.
Thank you, Adam Feingold.
What a nice guy.
Very cool of you, buddy. Thanks for everyone's support of the Steel Toe Show. 125 away. You know us. We don't like to take any more than what we need. So there's the number laid bare right out in front of you.
Thank you.
Corn Diff says, morning, listen to me, Corn Diff. You get the fuck out of here.
What's wrong with Corn Diff?
Nothing. I like Corn Diff.
Corn Diff's very nice to me.
We fuck with each other on Twitter sometimes.
Oh, he's always liking my Instagram posts and
Yeah.
stuff. I'm like, oh, he's nice.
I like Corn Diff. Corn Diff's a fucking weirdo.
He's called Corn Diff.
Yeah. I like him.
It's corn.
He'll write like a passive aggressive shitty thing to me and I'll respond with like, I'll eat your brethren, blah, blah, blah. And he'll respond with something like not impressed. And I'll just go, well, tried my best. What can I do? Like people will shit on you or shit on Corn Diff. Like one guy was writing on Twitter yesterday. He's like, hey, get out of my get out of my stool. And he just writes back, no. It's just right.
Just no.
It's just a deadpan no.
Okay.
All right, fair enough. Corn Diff says, I'm coming for you.
I bet you are.
Listen to me, brother. Oh, he's coming.
He's
which one?
He's creaming for you.
With creamed corn. If you fuck corn really well,
he creams.
You get creamed corn.
God damn.
That's how you know. So now the next time you eat creamed corn, remember, that's corn that's been dicked down real solid.
God, I kind of hope so.
Yeah.
I hope it went out swinging.
Lucky corn. The Mood gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, pal.
Thank you.
Crimson Ghost, No Speaky Ingy, Vinny's mom, M76, and MN Sasquatch.
Nice.
All getting it. Sorry, MSO, it's at 1:15. He's already been a little upset in the chat a couple of times today. Hobo Chili Recipe with $2 over on Rumble says, hey, Star of David, I hope you win the Zyklon B Award. Hobo Chili with another $2 says, can we see pictures of you, the fat little Jew baby that should have been put in an Easy Bake instead of a onesie?
Can we get a baby picture of you? We should make all of our employees do that. We should all have baby pictures that we have to show one day.
Just want to do all the hack radio bits? You want to do War of the Roses too while we're at it?
We can't all be Jew babies.
Well, I can be. Egg Picker says, April's the only 10 I see.
Oh, thank you, Egg Picker. Respect you.
Chevrolet JB and Jesse Lee Peterson voice. Brandy is amazing.
Amazing.
Have you been watching any Jesse Lee lately?
I actually caught up on him and he had Chrissy like live in studio.
Oh, cool.
And that was very fun. I saw a clip this morning that said something like, my wife died. How can I ever be whole again? And I have to imagine that he was very much on the side of like, you can just forget her and move on.
Right, well, because he's so autistic.
And forgive your
he's
mother.
like, oh, well, you're sad because your wife died? Well, she did.
Yeah.
You're like, what? Well, she did, so she died. Yeah, Jesse, what's the advice you have for me? Just, she was here, now she's not. So now you got to go find someone new.
That's very much what he'd say, though, and he's not wrong is the thing.
Actually, I don't know what he'd say in that because he's kind of a Christian guy. So I
Yeah,
don't know
but
if he wants you to honor the wife if she's. What is the rule if
He's-
you're Christian?
no.
Are you supposed to get a new wife or no?
If your wife passes, yes. It's not like you killed her.
I'm not sure what the rule is.
Well, I'll give the clip a listen later and
Go
I'll
check
let
with
you know.
go check with the Lord if you guys are still on speaking terms.
He's been a very busy boy, though. He's had a lot of clips out.
After all your slutty behavior over the years, do you think the Lord still wants to talk to you or no?
Look, I've been told that if you would do a thing and just simply ask for forgiveness and believe that you're forgiven.
Okay.
That you're forgiven.
I mean, are you sorry for all your whorish ways back in the day?
I so am.
Okay. Then I think Jesus.
Are you?
Nah. Jesus can meet me in the middle.
Right, that shit was fun, man.
Yeah, fuck you, Jesus.
Oh, man.
I don't think
Why
you're
you gotta
supposed
call us out like that?
don't
To
think you're
Jesus.
supposed
I was
to.
hoping he forgot.
Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to say that to Jesus. My fault. But then again, the people of my first name killed him, so
Yeah, maybe he doesn't like you anyways.
maybe he does. It's a misunderstanding, though. Because I have the first name, and believe me, it's the biggest thing I hate about myself.
Why did your parents name you that? Because your family's not Jewish.
I don't know if this is true. My dad's a big baseball fan. I may have been named after Hank Aaron. I've heard that.
Then why not name you Hank Imholt? That's kind of a cool name.
Oh, you know what? Thank you. Now that you said that, now I remember how I got my name. Okay. My grandfather, not the grandfather who called me a goddamn Jew baby, but the other one that I never met, his name was Hank, my dad's dad. And my dad wanted to name me Hank, and my grandpa Hank, who died when I was like a month and a half old, I owe him my life because he told my parents, don't name a kid Hank. Just don't do that. Like, no, it's not a good name to name a kid now. He's going to get made fun of, so on and so forth. So thank you, Grandpa Hank, for not allowing my parents to psychotically name me a 1910s name. So then they started going through names, and Hank Aaron, that sounds good. So I was named after a black home run hitting baseball player. There you go. That's all I got
Riveting. Mine is not nearly that
for you.
interesting.
Why? What was yours? Your parents just like the month?
No.
Because it has something to do with the
God.
harvest or spring planting?
You know, and then everyone else is like, oh, were you born in April? I've never been asked a question so many times in my life, except why are you with Aaron?
Thanks.
No.
Amazing.
No, it was so simple. It was like, oh, I was there. It's so gay and gay F40. I was their first child, and my name apparently means like new beginnings. So they're like, oh, April, clearly.
All right.
Yeah.
Living in the gay world.
It's remarkably gay.
It's very gay.
That, like, is April, so you said like your last name's very German and stuff, and obviously
Yeah.
I'm half German, but have the Scandinavian Viking side, you know, winning. Yeah. Is April anything? Like you said, Aaron's Jewish.
Hebrew, which is
okay,
Jewish.
but is April anything?
Or
is
April,
it just meaning new beginnings?
country of origin. April sounds like it would be a Celtic name.
Interesting. So you're against that too.
Fourth month of the Gregorian calendar. I guess it's Latin. No, the name. April name. Country of origin. Latin Aprils, which is derived from the Latin to open. Which, boy, they picked the right name.
Wow. Excuse me.
What?
Jeez.
You sex a lot.
I do like sex.
What are you going to do?
Sex is good.
You're so rare in that regard. Nobody else really likes it.
Bunch of prudes.
Rooted in the Latin aprilis, which is derived from Latin aperire, which means to open. Hopefully not your aperire. Am I right, everybody?
Oh my God.
Heebly,
Yeah, don't open
heebly,
that.
he.
So mine's kind of just boring. It's a Latin word and that's it.
Yeah, Latin's kind of gay.
Wow.
Producer Robert says, so Aaron, you have an N-word card since you were named after one. That's a good point. Try telling black people that. I'm not the one who needs to hear this.
He's mostly black below the belt.
Oh, to open. Michael B is calling you Gapril. There you go. To open.
It's original.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Perfect. Dunkin' Donuts allegedly dished out a... I don't want to read this.
Wow, I feel remarkably gay now. This is like the gay show.
I just wanted to get this fucking story set up. I didn't want to read dog shit. Oh, wait. Can I see who wrote it? Give me a second here.
Only if you hit your mic one more time.
No, it's just one of those general TMZ stories. Okay, it doesn't put a... They should have to put their fucking name on this and show ownership. Dunkin' Donuts allegedly dished out a very hot, very expensive cup of coffee.
Okay.
A franchise in Georgia just settled a lawsuit for $3 million. Do you know how successful of a business you have to be? That you don't even go through trial or anything else or a judgment. You just go, dude, find out what she needs to get the fuck out of here and let's move on. And you settle on $3 million and you're like, we can handle that.
I do believe that's the better way to go about it. If you go through a trial, your name's being ran through the mud for a little while longer.
Yeah. You only do that if you're trying to drown the other person in court costs. But the only problem is there's so many people who will take a lawsuit against Dunkin' Donuts on like commission.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many lawyers who will do the whole, you don't pay unless we get a cash settlement for you. But the problem is it's like with the paperwork they make you sign, it's like 45 to 50%.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, hey, you got a $3 million judgment. Oh, that's great. So half after taxes is 1.5. So I'm getting 1.5 million. Oh, no. You see, I'm getting 1.5 million. You are getting about $600,000-$700,000.
Got lawyer fees, and I get half the commission, right?
Yeah, and I'm going to take a little piece of that. Here's the deal. An elderly woman in Atlanta sued after claiming she suffered third-degree burns when her Dunkin' Donuts coffee spilled on her lap as she sat in her car in the drive-thru of a Dunkin' Donuts in Sugar Hill, Georgia. Now,
Okay.
I know everyone's immediate impulse is to go, oh, it's coffee. What did you think it was going to be? Cold, you retard? And I get that. I understand that.
That's a fair take.
But there's so many times, like people made fun of the McDonald's lawsuit with the hot coffee, and then it was found out that they did actually heat it too hot, and the lid was faulty.
I do believe that most coffee you get at these places, if you get hot coffee, is too hot to drink right away. It totally is.
Right.
But my initial thought here is if you were into making money as a civilian, what is stopping you from taking one for the team, just pouring some coffee and like on your lap and claiming you spilt it?
Well, see, that's where it gets tough, because what if it's appropriately heated and you spill it on yourself? And you're like, fuck, that just hurts.
You've got to get the burns. That's your cost of
But
it.
the coffee has to be hot enough to burn you.
Yes, you're chancing it.
Right. So otherwise, if it doesn't work,
now you've just got coffee pants.
you just spilled coffee on yourself like a complete fucking idiot and wasted $5-6.
And you have to go back through.
And you have to go back through, and they're like, no, we're not serving you. You're trying to sue us.
That's kind of funny, though. If they're doing shit by the books, this isn't going to work for them, clearly.
The woman represented by Benjamin Welch at Morgan & Morgan. That's what I want, a lawyer named Welch at Morgan & Morgan. Claimed the lid was not secured on the coffee cup. You would think that fast food places by now would have changed the technology of coffee cup lids.
They do. Like
just ones that fasten on so tight. They almost have like the strap buckles that some metal or glassware lids have.
It's a snap-on. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing that snaps. When it snaps on? What's that called? Okay, thank you.
No, I typically won't go get hot coffee anywhere. I prefer cold coffee unless I'm making hot coffee at home here. Steel toe coffee.
Of course. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com.
But if you're ever going to stop by a Starbucks, they make sure those lids are on. And they're on there. Like, you've got to, like, peel that shit off.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing it right. I don't know. Like, if you're an old, like a, what do you call it? Like a...
Jew? Oh.
No, I was thinking like a Cornerstone coffee shop, like one of like the pillars of coffee.
Yeah.
How haven't you figured out the lid yet? It's been years.
Like, how many millions of dollars is it going to cost the industry before they go, put something on there that's not coming off?
Well, you've had your time.
Jake in the Hudson says, hey, I was burned by April's Magic Bean. Lawsuit incoming.
That is the best coffee. Do you know I'm about ready to grind my Magic Bean upstairs?
Oh, you lucky devil.
I was still working off like a bag of the Select with the bourbon barrel aged or whatever. Delicious. And I'm about to go grind my beans soon.
Oh, well, congratulations on the big day you have ahead of you. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com, by the way, if you want to pick up your steel toe coffee, it's right there. Take a look at those beautiful bags, and the things the coffee comes in are great too. A whole bean or ground coffee for the steel toe package or April's Magic Bean.
Yeah.
If you subscribe and make your order monthly, you save $1 a bag. So if you're a complete fiend, you can save quite a few dollars.
That's me.
On that deal. So go to CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com and get your steel toe coffee today.
And then
hopeless caffeine junkies.
Yeah, and then it says the 3 Celsius a day guy the one time. Did you do that Friday?
I did that
and you almost
I
passed
didn't
away?
do 3 in a day. It's a little different. I did 3 in a 24-hour period. Still not
How
good.
many hours are in a day, Aaron?
But it was on 2 different days. There's a technicality there. It's worth elaborating.
Fine.
Fauci's Pangolin says, how do I subscribe for that? So you go, you buy your bags, and when in the checkout, you can hit the subscription, and it'll give you the buck off. You just hit the subscription option in the checkout. Producer Robert says, don't be gross, April. I agree. Speaking of producer Robert, April and I are going to be on Keanu Cast tonight after the evening show.
That's right.
I heard somebody was calling into Keanu Cast last night and was very, very funny with all kinds of characters and voices.
Very untoward.
Just really, really funny shit. That's what
I was cackling from upstairs.
It's good.
I was listening.
That's how I
don't
know.
know who it was, but it was very funny.
Yeah, that person was obviously very, very talented. People are continuing to report more tip travesties. You know, like tipping being out of hand now, like everyone who hands you a soda.
It's like the gas stations are asking for tips now.
Don't joke.
At the registers.
Don't joke.
I sometimes wonder if, you know how they have the, would you like to round up for this organization? I sometimes wonder if it's just a round up for them and not really the organization. You know what I mean?
I believe that's fraudulent.
Okay.
I don't know if you're allowed. I feel like somebody would look into that, right?
You don't know.
Phage Lives with $4.99 says, hey, Aaron, what would you recommend for a dark roast coffee? April, go.
Ooh, I would say the original steel toe coffee because it's a mixture of both medium and dark roast, and it is mostly dark the way it should be.
A medium dark roast. I mean, for coffee.
It's got notes of chocolate,
of course,
brown sugar, and molasses.
Yeah, it says on the bag it takes 5 minutes, but it's going to be a little later. 1:10 away from today. Thank you, Phage Lives. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are there on the chat. Potato Head says you round up and they use it to make a donation in their name and get a tax break.
Yeah, that's not untrue, dude.
I mean, that's still donating.
I still feel good about it. Like, do you do that? Like, I mean, at our local Fresh Time grocery store, they're like, oh, would you like to round up for feeding the children? I'm like, oh, yes, I would.
I round up because if I don't, I feel like a rancid cunt because it's like 40 cents. Yeah.
If it's like a St. Jude's place, too, I feel like I just killed some kid with cancer, or like if I'm at PetSmart getting food or something like that and I don't round up for the Humane Society, I feel like I'm killing kittens.
Like, I don't mean to tell tales out of school, but I was at McDonald's not too long ago.
What?
Yeah.
No.
And they have a thing where they're like $5 Ronald McDonald House donation gets you a free koozie. And the last 2 or 3 times I've gone, I've almost done it.
What is it?
It's the one in Waite Park.
Is it the kind of koozie, though, that they put on their cups? Because there's the one in Becker. They make actual koozies for the soda cups.
Want to go to McDonald's after the show for lunch today?
I don't know how, I don't know if I'm into it that far, but I thought it was unique.
There's a $5 donation you can get.
For the probably
if I'm gonna lose this fucking 10 pounds, I gotta cut the shit. But it's so.
Dude, you just gotta forget to eat supper a couple times.
Or, how about we don't load up? Like, we have a great day at the gym and we don't load up on Bo Diddley's sandwich deli for the day.
I'm an extra fat when I go to Bo Didd's. Like, I don't get you got the half size sandwich, right?
Yeah.
I get the third, so it's a little smaller. But I have to get the baklava every time I'm in there, and that's just pure butter and sugar.
SC Motorsports says, any excuse to get fat, right, Imholt? Yeah, I go to the gym 3 times a week, and I box heavily just so I can maintain my shitty figure.
The kid said that to you at supper Monday. Charlotte did. Do you remember?
Yeah, our oldest.
It was heartbreaking.
Said, so Dad, you just go to the gym so you can stay looking like that? I'm like, yep. That's about it.
Because she was talking about your Quick Trip burgers that you eat.
Yeah. Because I told them that I had a Quick Trip quarter-pound bacon cheeseburger. It doesn't even feel good to say it. So, yeah, Monday when I went to pick the kids up, I got a Quick Trip quarter-pound bacon cheeseburger, a Diet Mountain Dew fountain soda, and mini tacos. And, like, honest to Christ, do you know how hard I work out? Like, do you know if you saw me in the gym, you'd be like, guy's a fucking animal. How can he not get down to that fighting weight? And then you watch me pick up the kids and you go, how is this guy not 450 pounds?
Right. He literally at the gym, it looks like somebody hosed him down with a fire hose.
Yeah.
Like attached to a hydrant. He's wet. He is dripping. And it's like white sometimes. I swear there's like salt in it. Like he's sweating. It's not good. And then, yeah, you go and eat. Did I hear this right? You got the shitty mini taco stand. And a burger, you couldn't pick one?
Yeah, it was not
Those,
good.
I understand that the taste must be something endearing or nostalgic for
Can
you.
I tell you? I'll tell you what it is. And
Yeah.
maybe people will relate to this. It's literally keeping my hands busy while I'm driving. I like eating and driving.
I don't mind it, but I've like learned to like drinking something like a water or like a coffee. At least a coffee's a stimulant and it'll keep my shit pumping, you know, I don't know.
I guess. Well,
But
in more ways than one.
Those little mini tacos look like you drowned the bittiest little tortilla round chip in grease and then filled them with diarrhea shit.
It tastes like that too.
Why do you do that?
It tastes good for some reason. Bigot on socialist media says, I bet it was worth it. Every goddamn nibble. Anders says, sounds like Aaron needs a fat shaming from Rakeda.
Oh, no.
Chevrolet JB on Rumble says, feel bad for you, Aaron. I can eat whatever I want. I always supersize. I stay at 160 pounds.
Yeah, you see, somebody like a Chevrolet JB, because he is a small dude. You've seen him, right? At our shows.
Yeah.
Small dude, right? I feel like maybe if you've crossed some kind of threshold where you eat food that's like bad enough for you, it just kind of slides right out and never sticks.
Oh, shit. You're saying I'm built up. I've got a build up.
Right? You've like built up like a lining.
Dude, do you know how big of a piece of shit you have to be to have sex and go to the gym in the same day and wake up the next morning and you're the same weight you were the day before?
See, and I lose weight.
Really have to be garbage. You're welcome.
It's a lot of work to wriggle under that extra 100 pounds.
Oh, what a piece of shit.
The more weight he gains, like the more I've got to like put
I haven't
effort
gained
in.
any weight. I'm just sitting at the same spot.
This is a show.
I'm sensitive.
It's a show.
I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be 215 by New Year's. I need to
So you can show off that Holiday Inn bod.
I need to take a fight. I was telling April this. I know she doesn't like to hear this. I need a fight.
I don't need your brains bashed in anymore.
I'm so goddamn sharp right now. I'm so
I bet
good.
you are.
I'm so good. And I'm fat. Like
I'm fat.
12, 14 pounds.
Shamu.
Maybe we get down to 210. I'd be even sharper. I'm so fucking on right now. I need a goddamn fight. And do you know what they're gonna match me with? Like at 1-1, do you know the fucking favorable matchup I'm gonna get? Son of a bitch.
Nobody's really stopping you.
I know, but I'm too fat. That's the only thing is the shame. I need to get down to fighting weight, and then I'll take one.
Just get a bigger jersey so it doesn't fit as tight, and then you won't feel fat.
Mr. Approachable says 232 by 112.24. I hope not.
You got what is it, like a 240 tap out spot for me in the
Yes.
divorce clause?
Yeah.
And what is mine? 140?
147 welterweight limit. That's how I remember.
right.
Aaron Imhole says, like I said, don't mention my locker room hijinks, April. I'm not. There's no locker room hijinks. No locker room hijinks over here. Fauci's Pangolin says, Aaron has the colon of a 65-year-old John Wayne. Somebody says, you get your brain knocked around more, you're going to forget you stopped at McDonald's 2 times in one day because you forgot you were already there.
Thank you, somebody. Yeah, and I like how you make like weird arbitrary decisions on like what's healthy for you or not. Like he quit eating the semi-fresh like meat and cheese trail mix from like our local meat store here.
Yeah, it's great.
Like our meat
It's
counters.
not semi-fresh.
That stuff was really nice and probably better for you than whatever McDonald's is. Or those fucking diarrhea tacos lining your gullet.
Okay, that I can say yes, but that meat and cheese
I
is
don't know.
pretty loaded with fat and shit.
Yeah, but it like pre-lubes everything, so it just comes out though.
Comes out nice. Good point. Packerbacker says, if you're under 35 to 40 and DEF, I can eat what I want, not gain weight, just wait. Yeah, I hear you. Rupert with $4.99 says, stay under 20 carbs. You can drink all the diet pop you want. You'll be down 10 pounds in 2 to 3 weeks without working out. Okay, but these legs got to get worked on. I see my legs in pictures and I go, fucking enough.
You do have like little chicken legs for some reason. They're very long too. Like if you had put like any kind of work into those along your life here, like those would have been seriously like some nice legs.
Thanks.
They're nice and long.
I appreciate it. I'm still in my prime. I'll be all right. We'll get there.
Oh.
Last night I got talking to the owner of the gym too long, or yesterday when I was at the gym, and I only got my cardio shit in and my sauna in. I cut out the lifting because we were talking so fucking long.
Sounds like an excuse to me.
Probably is. So anyway, we were talking about the tipping thing, and then it got into how fat I was. By the way, thank you, Rupert. 105 away from... Oh, my God, it's not even 9 o'clock. 105 is our number today. Thank you guys very much.
You.
We haven't used this all week, and we only have 2 shows left after this one.
I appreciate it.
It might not be coming out. 105 away. Keep going, guys. We appreciate your generosity. New York City diners have long been accustomed to having a mandatory gratuity added onto bills for large parties of 6 or 8. And I feel like that's more than New York City. That's pretty much anywhere.
Yeah, that does happen.
You go 6 to 8 people. And I always hated that as a server. I wanted us to actually get away from that because...
They'll tip you more, won't they?
Right. Most of the time, you'll get a 20% or more tip.
Yeah.
Than you will somebody else stiff you.
You want the coming to you organically tip versus the standard.
Because if they make you pay the 15%, a lot of people just aren't going to tip more. They'll be like, they added it onto the thing.
Mm-hmm.
But if you just maybe that's just me trusting people.
I don't tip more, like if they put it on the bill already.
But increasingly, it's becoming common to see an 18 to 20% tip tacked on for parties of just 1, 2, or 3, or 4 people. And some customers say it's leaving a bad taste in their mouth. See, again, as a server, I would hate that because what if guys like me come in and I tip like 30, 35%, and then...
In this economy.
I think most people who used to be servers tip about 30%.
I understand. I was a lowly kitchen wench, and I got treated like shit.
Yeah, you don't give a fuck about those servers.
Do not care. I tip reasonably, but I don't tip as high as you do.
Yeah. I think I think I do about 30% on average. 25 to 30.
I do 20 to 25.
So
typically.
Adding the tip for a group of 1 or a group of 2 or a group of 3, if you're any good at being a server, you're like, well, this is bullshit. Please don't do that. Like, what server would be down with this or would be okay with this?
You shouldn't be for that. You're right.
And then why would the server help you out? Why would the server go the extra mile for you or work harder or be nicer?
Well, and then
they're getting paid the same amount anyway.
If unfortunately there's like people who come in who maybe weren't planning to spend much more than what their just actual bill total was because they don't have that money, and then you just tack that onto their bill without like their consent per se or whatever.
Yeah.
They're probably not coming back to spend any money now, right? Because they don't want to have to. Yeah. They don't have that money.
Killer Beehive says that's standard in Nashville. Nashville is a service industry city, that's for sure. Some places have a mandatory 15% gratuity. You know, I'm thinking about something. You know how I mentioned like when Gino and Keanu get married, we make a week of it. We go to see our friends in Florida.
Yes.
We come up to South Carolina. We do the wedding. What if we hit Nashville for a day or 2 on the way back?
Look, we're going to have a lot of good times.
That's
all that says to me.
Possibility.
That could get wild.
Something we could think about.
Are we close enough with our friends in Florida that we could go see the Hulkster at his
Oh, I already told him the minute we come down, we're going to see the Hulkster.
I think he'd have fun with that.
He'd love to go meet the Hulkster. So yeah, where's the most obnoxious place for the tipping thing that you've seen so far?
Obnoxious?
Yeah, where it's like, are you fucking shitting me?
Man, I don't have a specific, but like, I guess fast food places.
See, I think one that's okay, that I actually don't mind, that a lot of people would say is a little bullshit, is like the Cold Stone type places and Subway. Because they make the thing.
Something maybe where they like cater to your like needs or wants for, the item.
You watch them make it in front of you. That's,
right, it's unique to you.
I understand that.
I guess that's okay. You know, the coffee thing sometimes bothers me. Like if I stop for coffee somewhere, like a Starbucks, let's say, and they ask if you want to tip them, it's like, well, I get some of these orders are a little like advanced, but let's say I just get a nitro and you've just pulled the tap, like a beer tap, basically on the coffee and given it to me.
Yeah.
It seems a bit much.
A little rich, yeah. Scarface with $2 says, because having weight loss goals always works out during the holidays, Loaf Piggy. Thank you, Scarface. I appreciate that.
You do have the holiday season upon you.
I usually do fine holiday-wise.
I do too. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I overdid eating more as like a child. during the holidays than I do now.
Yeah.
I'm more selective.
Yeah, like having a day where you can be like, oh, you can be gluttonous. I'm like, I do that every day. That's not special. I'll chill today.
I will have you guys know that we had a loaf. We had the half loaf that deemed him Loaf Piggy the one time. We had the very same loaf in the house when I had Chrissy and Lila here.
Yep.
I made them breakfast with it. I made them eggs and this lovely cranberry walnut toast for us 3 ladies. We had just this cute little breakfast as friends, and we ate all of it.
I only had 2 pieces.
Oh, you had some? Oh, I was going to tell.
I was going to. Remember, you thought I was the biggest fucking creepo pig in the world because I had it with spaghetti?
Oh.
Yeah, I had cranberry walnut bread with spaghetti.
And then the next morning, I gave you one of my slices of toast as well.
Oh, fuck.
I was just going to tell them you didn't have any.
I didn't do very well
and
at all.
Us ladies ate it.
Do you want me to save... it's a 17-minute wrestling otaku thing. I think I might keep him for overtime today or tonight. I don't think I want to do that in the middle of the show.
Wrestling Otaku feels like a nighttime guy to me.
Yeah, maybe. I also have new Ed and Michelle. I have all those we could do.
Is Ed mean again?
No, Ed's actually being a lot better from what I've seen.
Maybe he's listened to us.
Might be. We might have saved Michelle.
Uh-oh.
So let me open these 7 o'clock stories, and while I do, I'll tell you about Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota.
Oh, yeah?
Our buddy Cheetos at Stoney's has the world's best Bloody Marys. Go in there and try them for yourselves, especially on a Saturday morning. If you went out Friday night and then you want to watch some college football, get the Bloody Mary, grab a pizza, get yourself right again, and then hang out the whole day and watch the live bands on the Fireball stage at night at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. They also have, of course, in the summertime, that great patio that just closed down for the season, Stoney's Garage. Love that thing. You could probably still go sit out there. I mean, the Stoney's Garage won't be open, but you can still go out there while the weather's nice. I think, today and tomorrow? And then after that, it's going to go to shit. Friday's supposed to be pretty nasty. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota, central Minnesota's premier biker bar. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 if you go in the ditch. If you get in an accident, if your car stalls out, you get a flat and you can't fix it yourself. Weirdo. Use All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. Lab Glass says this episode of Tri-Weekly Weight Watchers has been exhilarating. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. And finally, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Of course, our pals at Midland Armory with a great selection of firearms like rifles, shotguns, handguns, magazines, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, NFA, and more. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Visit midlandarmory.com. Make your order. Use the promo code SteelToe. And, of course, get it delivered to an FFL dealer near you. I almost said FFA. I always fuck that up. An FFL dealer near you, go pick it up. Or if you have one yourself, you can get the firearm delivered right to your door. Perfect with Midland Armory. Blueface had a big weekend. Blueface got engaged.
Woo.
Blueface was throwing money he was at a Rams game, right?
I believe so, yes.
It's an LA Rams game, and he's just throwing money off the upper deck down onto the other people. And then he got engaged. He proposed to that vicious fame whore that he's been dating. She's awful.
She's the worst. She's not even cute.
This guy really knows how to pick him. He has a type. Retarded, chubby, and clout chasing.
And likes to spend his money.
Well, don't worry. The wedding might be off because Blueface might have to save up a little bit. He's been found liable and ordered to pay $13 million over a Vegas strip club shooting a while back.
Shouldn't do that.
Blueface was lucky to only get probation for his involvement in a shooting at a Vegas strip club, but now he's been ordered to pay an astonishing $13 million in damages to the club's owner. If you go to a nice strip club and something like that happens, that destroys your reputation. And
100%.
Now you're not going to get lots of high roller clients into your strip club anymore. They're going to want to go somewhere where there isn't a shooting.
You definitely need, when you're going to a strip club, you definitely want some sort of sense of security in there, and you feel safe to be a degenerate. You know what I mean? You don't want to go somewhere known for being a little shooty.
Right. And then the richer people stop going there. They don't spend their money. So then all you get are the dregs who sit at the tip rail. So now your really hot girls don't want to be there anymore.
No.
They go somewhere else because the money's not good. Then you get the skanks. Then you get the fighting over the skanks. Then you get the drama that the skanks bring. And now all of a sudden it's just a slow.
It's just trailer trash.
So $13 million does sound reasonable when you put it that way, that Blueface, being involved in a shooting at their strip club probably wrecked the shit out of their business.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Ironically, when he was at this Raiders game, he was throwing money on stripper booty. He had like a row of strippers. Did you see that one? He really did the most at this game.
He really is a guy who, it's funny to watch someone become the hip hop stereotype in slow motion, like the guy who goes broke.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny to just watch it happen. You're like, this guy lives as though he's going to have a hot album every year for the next 30 years. And this is going to be his career.
It's never drying up.
No, yeah, it's never drying up for him. But he doesn't realize it's going to dry up in a couple of years. And pretty much the money he's made now is the money he's going to have. So you'd better make that last. If you missed it, the club's owner erupted following the shooting, as you do. You get a little upset after there's a shooting at your business.
Choice of words at the strip club. We don't need all the erupting.
Well, yeah, there's so much erupting, they couldn't even tell he was doing it. Calling for Blueface's arrest and then some, and now the court agrees he has to pay up. The whopping bill is broken down into several categories. $12.6 million in lost revenue, lease damages of $198,000, $84,000 in payroll expenses to employees who had to be paid following the club's shutdown in November, and more. Blueface received a suspended sentence after taking a plea deal in the criminal case related to the incident, meaning he'll only have 3 years of probation and won't be serving any time behind bars if he keeps his nose clean. So,
I mean, good luck. This guy hasn't really had a great track record so far.
No. And now $13 million you've got to come up with?
Can we find his net worth real quick? I can't.
I would say 6.
Yeah, to me, the $13 million, that sounds like more than he's got.
Yeah. $4 million.
Oh.
$4 million. So that's going to do it for him.
Oh.
That'll do it for Blackface,
Dude.
boys and girls. He's got to make 2 more albums that hit. Otherwise, he's not going to have enough money to
pay child support.
Pay or the club.
He's got, what does he have now? 3 kids with 2 different ladies?
I mean, really, who keeps
If you can call them ladies.
Yeah, who keeps count anymore, right?
How much you want to bet this chick that he just got engaged to is pregnant, and that's why they got engaged?
She looks it. How would you be able to tell? Oh, man. Hobo Chili Recipe saying blackface? Question mark. Yeah, maybe it's time for a rebrand.
He had black and blue face after Krishan.
Hey, because she beat him.
Get it?
Hey, we're into the last hour of the show today, and we're only 105 away from today's goal. Thank you, everybody.
Flying by,
and look at us not mentioning goals and just thanking people for contributing. It's working, and you guys were right all along. So thank you very much, and we hammer out the rest of it, and we do 30 minutes of overtime for this incredibly supportive audience. All the links are in the chat to Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, etc.
This is fun this way.
Thanks again. El Salvador's president decided to shit talk America. Now, 5-6 years ago, I wouldn't put up with El Salvador's president shit talking us.
Probably not, right?
Go suck my dick, El Salvadorian president. Is that even a real country?
It's a rat hole.
Are you even a real president if you're the president of El Salvador?
It kind of looks like, you know, the big waste dump outside of Litchfield, like in the country, there's like a big waste mountain.
Yeah.
Like a landfill. It looks like that if you put like a sign on the top that says, "Welcome to El Salvador," I think.
Well, El Salvador, being the president of El Salvador and calling yourself a president is like me being the CEO of Steel Toe Media Incorporated and calling myself a CEO. It's like, okay, I mean, yeah, in title, but you don't have all the trimmings that usually comes with the title of CEO.
Wait, you don't have an office that smells of rich mahogany?
I mean, unless you count this table as a mahogany scent, that's my office, baby.
You don't have many leather-bound books?
No, not really. I wouldn't read them. I found I'm not a reader.
They're not for reading, dude.
No.
Those are for looks.
So, but now as much as I've shit-talked the El Salvadorian president, he did make a really, really good point this week.
Okay.
He said, Triple N is saying I called him blackface, not blueface.
Did you really?
Oh.
I didn't notice it either. Maybe it's just normal here.
Before we get into the story, Aristocock TX says, Aaron is looking svelte today. Oh, never mind. I looked that word up. Aaron's looking fat today. Thank you, Aristocock.
PH fat? He's cool.
I don't think he means PH. I think he means big piggy face fat.
You look
That's what I
good.
mean.
Look at you on camera. You look very
I'm
slim.
so stunning. So the El Salvadorian president, Nayib Bukele, was on Tucker Carlson.
Whoa.
And he said something that I've been saying for a long time. He goes, all this shit that's going down in all these major American cities seems orchestrated.
Yeah.
Like, it seems
does.
like you couldn't let these cities get in this kind of condition unless somebody wanted it to. And you had to make it that way. Right. Like George Soros installs these DAs and says, don't enforce crime. Just let people do everything up until murder and just cut them loose. And the streets will turn to shit and people will move and don't do anything about homeless people shitting on the streets. Just let all that shit happen. And then things will get so bad and all the wealthy and productive people will move that we'll pitch communism to the people that are left and they'll love us for it. Because remember, in order for communism to take root, you have to make everything dim, dark, and hopeless, which is always good.
Make people afraid so they cling to you like a young child.
Exactly. So the El Salvadorian president was on Tucker, and I think the kids call these truth bombs that he was dropping. Let's take a look.
The demise of the U.S. has to come from within. Right? The enemies have to be inside, not really outside. No external enemy can cause so much damage as internal. It's an internal operation.
Who's he talking about? I'm just saying.
Are we on Rumble or YouTube today?
I was watching Bernard Hopkins on Joe Rogan's podcast, and he was talking about the corruption that's in boxing.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, there's an organized group that rigs the fights, that picks the judges. And, I wonder, how many of these judges they pick because they're behind on car payments or they're behind on mortgage payments. And then they do what that group wants. And then he goes, there's a group or a tribe that's just in charge of everything. And they corrupt it and they make it not, like he says, boxing is beautiful. It's a great sport. The business is the red light district, he said. He goes, and it's run by this tribe of people. And he used the word tribe two or three times. And I'm like, Bernard was my favorite fighter before this interview. Might be one of my favorite guys after.
Anyone just want to clarify what tribe means?
Yeah, I want to know what that means. So when this El Salvadorian president goes, oh yeah, the destruction of these American cities, It's not an accident. It's an internal operation. It's destroying the country from within. And I'm like, is there any group historically ever that has been known to destroy things or topple things from the inside for their own personal gain, whose loyalties to the question of to their nation has been questioned ever? I'm blank. I'm drawing a blank right now. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I see now. I know, but like most of us would like to continue living the life that we have and not.
Blue pill. Yeah.
When you're watching internal operations here, you can see them in cities that were pristinely beautiful 30 years ago are wastelands right now. You would see people, I'm from El Salvador, a third world country in Central America. And myself.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
The president of a third world country who admits it's a shithole third world country, he goes, some of your nicest cities have become real bags of shit. And he goes, and that's coming from the president of El Salvador. This isn't like the president of El Salvador who's like living in a palace and doesn't understand that his people are suffering. He's like, no, look, I come from shit. You guys look terrible.
There is something terrifying about that, about some guy who kind of has nothing.
Yeah.
And he sees somebody else who has everything, and he's like, dude, your thing's not good. He would think my hometown of Litchfield was like a palace haven.
Yeah, compared to the big
what
city.
he has.
Yeah.
If I can see cities here and say, I want to live here. So that would be unthinkable 3 decades ago. Totally unthinkable. That a Salvadoran wouldn't want to live in a U.S. city, in a U.S. main city. Los Angeles, San
New York,
Francisco,
Chicago. Yeah.
Well, Philadelphia.
Seattle.
Right. It's amazing that he's going like 30 years ago, anyone from El Salvador would be like, I'll pack up and move to Philly today.
Mm-hmm.
And now 30 years later, they're like, fuck that. I ain't going to Philadelphia. I'm staying in El Salvador where it's safe.
I used to be friends with a couple brothers that were from.
That's not allowed.
No, not like that. They were brothers from El Salvador, and yeah,
I hate the brothers.
I don't believe they went back a whole lot, to visit the homeland.
Sure.
It's just, I never heard anything real good about it.
Baltimore. When you look how the cities are eroding so fast, this has to be by design. I mean, who would make so many stupid decisions?
Right.
Like, okay, we're gonna give you money for drugs. Really, they're doing that. In some cities, they're giving people drugs. I mean, they're literally giving people drugs in some U.S. cities. Or they say, okay, we're gonna give you money if you don't work. Or we're gonna, they make all of these laws that make no sense.
I just want to say rest in power to this president of El Salvador.
I'm afraid for him.
It's great having you, buddy. That's fantastic. Wonderful speech. It was really, really good.
Seemed like a smart man.
Yeah, we're really going to miss you.
Love you, miss you, bro.
Yeah. Love you, miss you, bro. You had a good run.
I wasn't, at least he went out telling the truth.
Yeah, he went out telling the truth, which is really... Oh, hold on.
Yes.
I'm being told the president of El Salvador is not dead.
Okay. That's a new one.
Well, I didn't see that one coming.
What does he have on them?
Yeah, exactly. What does he know? What does he
happened?
know?
Oh.
Semper Reloaded said, what, is he going on a trip or something?
I know.
No, apparently I heard from someone that he's actually going to shoot himself in the back of the head 3 times.
With a rifle.
With a rifle.
Like a long rifle.
Yeah, and then he's going to fall face first into a puddle, and they're going to call it a drowning.
And the gun will just be weirdly laying next to him as if he did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Let's put it right in his hand.
105 away from knocking it all out this morning. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Let's push forward to the end. We do appreciate that. A woman is suing an Oklahoma hospital. She says she was SA'd while she was unconscious. Now,
jeez.
Far be it for me to be the man to question a woman's story. But I have met and known of a lot of women, not personally known of, but I've met some. And I've also known of women who will make up stories for attention that like a doctor or somebody public touched them.
Really?
Or, oh, God, you don't know women who are like, oh, he was totally checking me out. Oh, he touched me inappropriately. And, oh, this was wrong. And you're like.
Maybe I'm just projecting because I don't do that and I surround myself with women that don't do that. I don't know.
It's just sometimes you hear stories of women and they want to be more desired than they are.
Okay.
And they'll do that thing where they're like, he was looking at me and he was totally creeping on me. It's like, no, he was just looking in that direction.
Isn't that funny though, that what you just said, they want to be desired more, but then once they have this fantastical desire that went awry, they like denounce it.
Yeah. So now I want to say I am fully withholding the right to change my opinion on this.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that, what are the odds? She says that while she was under anesthesia, or while she was out at a hospital, they were like diddling her and shit.
How do you know?
I think.
How would you know if you were out? I guess.
I don't know, man. We'll see. It's hard. This is what sucks about stories like this is even if you have suspicions, you're encouraged to keep your mouth shut because what if you're wrong? Yeah. So let's go ahead and check on this one out of Oklahoma City.
An incredibly disturbing allegation. That woman telling police she woke up after surgery in a strange hospital room with an achy feeling that could not be explained.
Okay.
If I may,
well,
they bring you into a recovery room and you did just have surgery. You're going to have some aches. You're going to have some body pains.
I can attest I've had a huge tumor and an ovary removed. And when I woke, that was the most extreme aches and pains I've ever had, despite medicine.
See, this is where it's really shitty if she's accusing them of the R word, and then these were just doctors who worked really hard to help her with whatever she had.
Yeah.
And then you woke up and you felt pain, so you jumped right to, oh, well, I'm really hot. They must have all fucked me while I was asleep.
Well,
like, what are the odds that at a hospital, at an Oklahoma City hospital, the doctors fucked you while you were asleep?
It's not likely, even with, even at small town doctors' offices now, if you have a male physician that, gives you your physicals and stuff, they bring a nurse, like a woman nurse, into the room just for your own, peace of mind, and he doesn't do anything to you, they're going to have nurses littering that operating room.
Well, littering's bad.
It is every woman's nightmare that something like this could occur, and it would not be anyone's first thought.
An Oklahoma City woman has filed a lawsuit claiming she was raped while unconscious at Integris Baptist Medical Center on Portland. According to court documents obtained by KOCO, the woman underwent a hernia procedure in early April, a surgery she...
Hernia procedure. That's going to leave your bottom regions feeling pretty fucked up.
Your whole abdominal region's going to be pretty bad.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm not,
man.
I really do want, like, women, if they were harmed, like, very personally, I want them to be, believed. But this is a weird circumstance.
As I get older, I learn that going with my gut and what I know about people usually checks out like an astonishing amount of time. And my gut's telling me on this story, because I'm just playing Occam's razor on this. And like, this almost, like, statistically probably happens 0% of the time. Think of the amount of surgeries that are performed on women at hospitals every year. It never happens that a doctor just fucks you while you're out.
No,
but there are women who cry a certain thing for attention. And I know this is an ugly thing to say. You're not supposed to say it, but it is true. I mean, because lying about this stuff is as bad for victims as it is for the person who faked it.
Hell yeah, it is.
So you need to call this shit out. I'm sorry. I'm willing to confidently say, I don't think your doctor fucked you while you were under anesthesia.
My personal opinion is that the juice isn't worth the squeeze on that one.
Right.
Choice of words, I know, but like, if a doctor sexually assaults you during surgery and it's outed, that guy's whole career's over now. Was that
not only that,
it?
like
you
said,
can have sex with people off the clock.
Like you said, it's probably on camera.
There's cameras in every OR, I believe, and many nurses.
She's had to undergo several times. But this time when she woke up, she knew something was not right.
She woke up in a room that did not seem quite like the post-surgery room that you're supposed to wake up in.
According to the...
okay, but all of these things can be explained better than, somebody somebody fucked you while you were asleep,
right,
and then put you in a weird room. No, it could depend on how many rooms are taken that day, where they can fit you.
Can we Occam's razor this thing? Like, it also said that she'd been in for the same, like, hernia procedure many times. Maybe they tried a new method for you, and maybe the other rooms were full, like you said. I don't know. That seems, rape is kind of like that's a pretty quick one to jump to.
Is this seeming a little sketchy to you?
It's weird.
Police report. She woke up in a hospital room with a closed door, stating that was unusual. The woman said in the past she was taken to an open recovery room for better monitoring.
The day after...
Okay, this could have been a different procedure. It also could have been there were different rooms available. And what does you being in a strange room have to do with... Oh, she says they took her in there to do the thing. And I don't know.
Surgery, she woke up with soreness in areas that one would not expect from having that type of procedure done.
In the days after, the woman reported finding bumps on her privates. She made an appointment with her OBGYN, and the test came back positive for a vaginal infection.
Okay, that's pretty wild.
That's fucked up.
So, that to me...
Okay, like I said, I reserve the right to change.
If she did not previously have that now...
But now, wait a minute. Did you see this? What did it say? The results were what for STDs?
Negative.
The news didn't report that. Did you hear that? The news glossed over that part.
Wow. I didn't hear that. Yeah, I didn't
glossed
hear the
over that
miss.
part. She went for an STD check.
Okay.
She didn't have any STDs,
right,
but she had bacterial vaginosis.
You know what you could get that from?
Surgery.
Right. Surgery. Your shit's getting all thrown off.
If they left some shit in there, or she got an infection during the surgery, that would hurt like hell.
Any little rogue bacteria. Like, we are so fickle as women down there. Like, if we get our pH thrown off or anything, any level of bacteria imbalance, we're finished. We have to fix it.
Think about, let's say those doctors just made an innocent fuck up and sewed something in or whatever, and then she got this vaginosis, and because she didn't get an STD, anything like that. But let's say that's the case. If I were the doctor and I had to sit down with this woman after she made all these wild accusations, and it was really just I fucked up on my job, I would sit her down and I would go, okay, I got two things to say to you. Sorry? about the surgery thing. That's a mistake that happens. It shouldn't happen as much, but, it does. And number 2, go fuck yourself. I despise you. The fucking shit you accuse this hospital of.
They'll probably fire him, too.
They'll fire everybody who was in that fucking operating
room. They'll fire
room.
everyone. And yeah, this bacterial vaginosis thing, that's really, it's disgusting. I've never had it, but I've heard of it. It's very common.
Again, let me Occam's razor this. Is this more likely something that you might get at a hospital when they're operating in your midsection area, or is a doctor fucking you?
It's not the fucking thing. And you could have came into that surgery with that. But you could be coming down with that before you came to the surgery.
But the news pisses me off because it says right here in this thing, it was negative for STDs. And they didn't say that part. You would have had to read that part.
I think you should back it up. I want to hear it.
Privates. She made an appointment with her OBGYN, and the test came back positive for a vaginal infection.
You're fucking right. They glossed right over it.
Did not say that. It says right there on the thing. She reports the results were negative for STDs.
Fuck the news. You're misinformed if you're watching this and not reading it.
After the woman reported finding bumps on her privates. She made an appointment with her OBGYN, and the test came back positive for a vaginal infection.
Let me read what it actually says. She contacted her OBGYN on May 9th, making an appointment for May 15th for an STD check. She reports the results were negative for STDs, but was positive for bacterial vaginosis.
And by the way, if the news had read bacterial vaginosis, most women, having had it or not before, know what that is and know that that's a really common thing to get.
There's a difference between reporting, going, oh, we just report the news, and actively trying to steer people in a certain direction. How do you get bacterial vagin? Look, it's the first thing that comes up.
For God's sakes, don't look up pictures.
BV is a result of an imbalance of good and harmful bacteria in a vagina. Douching, not using condoms, having new or multiple sex partners can upset the normal balance of vaginal bacteria, increasing your risk of getting BV. We also do not know how sex causes BV.
It's the imbalance of bacteria. That is it. Our plumbing is very fickle. Like I said, just the slightest imbalance
Well, let's see.
throws the whole thing off.
I'm still not sold.
The reason my client came forward and contacted me is she didn't want to see this ever happen to anybody else.
Integris couldn't comment on the litigation, but said patient safety is their top priority. Oklahoma City Police has launched an investigation.
They can't
The lawsuit accuses Integris of negligence, battery, and infliction of emotional distress.
It's a horrendous situation. You go to a hospital, with the expectations that
they're not going to fuck you while you're asleep. We got it. We understand.
Going to care for you as a patient. You're literally putting your life in their hands, especially if you're undergoing a procedure where you're going to be under anesthesia. This should not happen at any hospital, anywhere.
I want to see this person.
Yeah, right?
Now that woman's lawyer says if there are any other victims to come forward.
Lawyers are real pieces of shit, aren't they? Hey, if any other of you feel like you might have been treated a little iffy by the doctors, maybe, come to us. Well, maybe we can make a class action out of this deal.
We're Saul Goodmaning.
Oh, they really are. I don't know, man.
That's fucked. Most doctors aren't willing to put their practice at risk to fuck a patient while they're out.
Right.
You know what I mean? I had a male doctor who literally operated on me down there, and I would never, ever think to accuse the man of touching me inappropriately.
Right.
Not even for a second.
Semper Reloaded, did she have an achy, breaky heart? So childish. You lost an ovary, but I'm just trying to catch up chat-wise here. I want to know what the fucking audience thinks about this, though. Right now, it's all... Look, I love the jokes. I think they're great. But I want to see if I'm being crazy.
I don't think you're being crazy. Could it have happened? Maybe.
Triple N says, so she was confused after anesthesia. Shocker. Yeah, you wake up and you're always a little fucked up. Like when I had my teeth done and I woke up, I was like, whoa, are you guys going to start soon?
I've never came out of anesthesia nicely. I've been on it 3 times.
Chernabog says they got finished and just shoved her into a closet. I mean, I guess.
No, she just said a different room than she was used to.
Schnoop Jimbo says a surgeon making $300,000 a year will piss it all away for this for sure.
Right. Look, if it really did happen to her, I feel terrible.
Aristocox is pointing out, he goes, was her surgery a boneroscopy? If so, then it makes sense.
See, I've heard you can actually fix hernias with dicks.
With boneroscopies, yeah.
Yeah.
Semper Reloaded, I mean, if you cheated on your husband, that's a pretty easy out. Right?
What do you
say
mean?
that. No, he's saying that, like, you were cheating, you got BV, and you said, oh, it must have been the doctors at the thing.
I really don't think you're getting BV from that, for the record. You just didn't take care of yourself.
Skeezy says, keep it up, ladies. Enough false allegations and men will refuse to interact or serve you in any way. Well, see, in my life, I've seen so many tragic stories of these liars that it makes me skeptical of stories like this. You know, it's like, I know the saying is believe all victims, but I think a lot of men's response has to be, how? You know, you say, believe all victims. How many times have you seen a relationship that goes bad and a woman just throws something out there?
Mm-hmm.
Or
quickly,
you see somebody who, like Triple N or Semper, whoever it was, says, you know, somebody got caught cheating and they go, oh, well, R, you know, I mean.
Whoa.
I don't know.
See, that's aggressive. Wait, why didn't you say that before?
Yeah, Semper says, came back positive, ... for a vaginal infection. Yeah, the news so fucking skewed that thing.
Those are very common.
It said right there in print, negative for STDs.
Do you know that you can get that type of infection just from being on antibiotics that throw your business off down there?
Hooters girl says if she was knocked out, she would have a catheter for sure. Catheter could have done that.
Catheter could hurt. Of course it could.
And cause the BV? Probably.
Yeah, any of this could. It's very possible.
Known as crotch rot, says Sean. Yeah, we didn't use the technical term. I apologize.
I like how men in the chat always get upset that I'm like explaining a woman thing. Like, oh, we know what it is too, April.
Toastmaster said it was probably antibiotics that caused it, but yeah, blame it on SA. Yeah, the more people, the more I read from the audience too, the more I'm like, yeah, this didn't happen.
It does sound like a cry for money, kind of. Like I said, that's tragic if it did happen, but then you've got to get that entire operating room of staff to say that it happened too or didn't happen. I mean, those rooms are, you've got somebody in there doing each thing, handing like each tool and shit around.
Fauci's Pangolin says, woman wakes up feeling confused. Call the World Health Organization. Larry Nassar could not be reached for comment, says Michael B. Well, I don't think we would need to hear from him.
What's he doing now? Is he just sitting in prison? Is he dead?
Oh, he had the shit beat out of him once.
Okay.
Real bad. He got fucked up. I think they've had him in protective custody ever since.
Why? That's something that does bother me. I don't understand protecting people who have done shitty things like that.
Well, I think you get a black eye from the state and shit if you're a prison. Like, especially if you're one of those for-profit prisons and people are getting whacked in your prison. They do frown on that. They don't want that.
There almost could be a facility, though, where if you've done enough, like a severity of like heinous things, where if you went there and there was some street justice done to you, I mean, they could have a facility for that.
Matt Melt says everyone called Pence crazy for not interacting with women without his wife, but he's got a clean record. Exactly. Like when people were giving him shit for that, I was like, that doesn't sound that crazy to me that he won't meet with a woman alone. I get it.
I get it too.
Like, I understand, especially in that world. What makes me upset is that if the woman is lying, says Kraken Slappin', the news will say nothing. Yeah, you just ran this whole hospital, their name into the ground.
Right, they won't come back and denounce this.
Yeah. Hooters Girl says, I had a Foley and they put me on antibiotics for prevention after my C-section. My parts were sore from the catheter.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Yeah. All kinds of shit can cause that. But no, let's jump right to, well, they must have fucked me while I was out.
Can you imagine if I'd said that after my surgery?
I mean, that's...
She's right. Like, we all have catheters when we're put out like that because...
You might have to.
You might have to piss while you're asleep.
Yeah.
And you know they do hurt. They're sore.
All right. Well, moving on. I'll try to keep an eye on that story and see if we get any kind of walking it back. But I don't know. We are 1:05 away from today and a half hour away from. Are we going to need this today? That's the question. We haven't needed it all week. We haven't used it all week. 1:05 away, and we got there pretty quick. So thank you guys very much. But. 105 away from not needing this fucking thing anymore. All the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links are in the chat. Super chats, all that stuff counts as well. MSO says Aaron is CEO, chief eating offender. Hurts my feelings.
You know, though, for like as many like nasty things as you say you eat, you don't really look as bad as you like could. Like you said earlier, you're like, how am I not 400 pounds?
Right.
You're totally not. I mean, you could be so much worse. But
I'm
you're
aware
not.
that I'm not 400 pounds.
I'm just saying, like, you're doing fine for the things you eat.
Mad Comics says, yeah, the Pence thing is suspect. Sounds like he learned from experience. No, he's also like one of those super duper Christian guys. So he's like, I don't want to be around a woman if it's not my betrothed. Susan M says, does Adonis Paul or his people ever donate to you? I didn't think so. Yeah, I mean, we gained some people from having AP on. Why
seems weirdly
why are
aggressive.
you being so confrontational about? Are you shitting on them? Are you shitting on the Adonis Paul fans?
Or is it us? I
Do
don't
they
know.
ever donate to you? I didn't think so. I mean, they don't have to. If they don't, nobody has to.
Right.
I mean, Susan, if you're trying to defend us, you don't. That's okay. It's.
Or is she shitting on us because
No,
she thinks
she's
Adonis
not.
Paul's better? I don't
Yeah,
know.
I don't think she's.
I don't
doing
know.
that. She contributes to our show. She's
That's
very
what I
nice.
thought. Yeah.
Are you trying to like start beef with the AP people? Leave them alone.
Stop holding their feet to the fire.
We just have a money goal every day. That doesn't mean every single person who listens has to contribute. The ones who do keep our show alive, and we're very grateful for them. But Susan M., don't stir up the AP people. Triple N says, I donate, and I'm one of the fuck people.
Susan M., any relation to Citizen M?
Right. Drunk Engineer says, you don't look as bad as you could. April, you silver-tongued temptress. Appreciate
You look
it.
very slim for the shit you eat. You're welcome. That's supposed to be a good thing.
No, I understand it's meant as a compliment. I do
You
get it.
silver-tongued temptress. I like that.
Semper Reloaded, I'm a mod for AP. I'm offended.
Oh.
There you go. And of course, Semper's been chipping in a lot today alone.
Yes, he has.
Hobo says, TX Aaron has one of the best publicists in the business trying to convince us this porker is not built like a parade float.
He comes up with the meanest insults. God.
Somebody says,
it's hard to not like them.
There's something about the words porker and parade float being so close together that make that such a good insult.
Parade float really did it for me.
Somebody says that double chin definitely looks like you eat like shit.
But the funny part is it's not fat. I think it's just skin, right? Tell them it's just skin.
Tell them, Aaron.
Aaron.
Tell them it's just skin.
Here, look, I can do it too. Ready? I tried.
Thanks.
I had a little one.
It's good. Good. Mr. Sane Caesar says, Aaron, the only way you're going to be 215 by New Year's is if you tell all fast food restaurants not to serve you food and ban you from there. You are their income for the year.
Okay, here's a really good idea. If you don't want to cut it all out, what is like your number one offender that you could maybe just try to work at? Let's just not do that one.
I know the answer to that.
You could just not do that one.
It's stopping and getting food on the way to pick the kids up.
What if you replaced that with like some sort of like water?
Yeah.
Or
No,
something
you're
like no calories.
Absolutely right. Absolutely
Like just
right.
really told yourself like, hey, I'm not going to eat on this car ride.
Yag says, you're the slimmest tub of shit I've ever seen.
And he can say that. He pays us.
I appreciate that. Yeah, if you pay, you get away with a lot more shit.
Yeah.
Ask around.
Thank
Ask
you.
Hobo. Hobo.
He does pay.
Hobo's a golden whale, and he sits there and, yeah, you porky parade float piece of pig shit.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Hobo Chili says it's a weaponized glandular problem. I'm going to keep going with these before we go to our next. Our next thing is Hamas leaking across our southern border, so I'm going to go with you guys for a while.
Aaron just always has like a weird tiny case of the mumps. He has perma mumps.
Corn Diff says replace your delicious fast food snack with water. No, you're right.
That's
You're
what I'm
absolutely
saying.
Right.
You see, even like something like this only has 20 calories versus how many do you think your tacos have?
Sad Boy wants me to, he just deleted it like he always does, but he said I should replace my snacks with Indian food and I'll just be shitting 24/7.
See, you can enjoy the taste and none of the weight gain.
Mr. Saint Caesar, Aaron has self-control. Stop, April. Aaron needs AA meetings for food eating.
No, I was just thinking maybe like a easy solution. Start with one step. And oh my God, it's a 12-step program, but for
Great.
food.
I think that's what he was getting at.
He's right. That's what I'm realizing.
Yul Gibbons says, every day we hit the goal is one day closer to me talking Aaron into giving me the offering plate so I can use it as an ashtray. Very possible. Very possible.
You guys do realize there's not really slots in that, right? Like those aren't cigarette slots. They're
Wouldn't
just
work as an ashtray.
different colored wood.
Hey guys, I got great news for you. Here, let's check this out from ABC News. Great news, just awesome news coming forward. Just you guys are
warning about Hamas and Hezbollah militants potentially crossing into the United States at our southern border. The warning comes in the form of an alert sent Friday from U.S. Customs and Border Protection officials right here in San Diego.
Isn't that nice? Friday afternoon, the day they dump all the news so nobody really sees it. That's when the border security goes, yeah, we're thinking Hamas and Hezbollah militants might be coming into the U.S. Via the porous, disgusting, wide open southern border. Don't worry, it's not like we're aiding, arming, and supporting their sworn enemies. It's
really seems like we should know that.
Yeah.
So, as ABC 10 News reporter Rachel Bianco shows, the alert comes as agents are seeing a staggering increase in the number of encounters.
It's a typical Monday afternoon at the border fence in San Isidro. Volunteers are providing water, food, and medical supplies at Solidarity stations.
Stop. Do you know what happens if you feed the things at the zoo?
They keep coming back.
They keep coming back.
Stop bringing bananas to the monkeys.
I don't know.
They keep coming back.
But April, I don't think we're supposed to call them monkeys.
I thought we were at the zoo.
I think if it's the Canadian border, you can call them that because it doesn't have another connotation. I think I thought the zoo thing was a little too far.
I can't call them monkeys anymore.
No, you shouldn't have from the beginning. I don't think you were supposed to.
I never got the message.
I'm sorry.
That I couldn't call them monkeys.
I just thought me going like this.
See, I thought you were just stroking.
Oh, that's understandable.
Do you smell burnt toast?
I have to tell you that when it comes to this administration, I'm starting to think that maybe World War III was the goal, and that every time they get thwarted, they're like, God, we really thought this Ukraine thing would get us to World War III. They're like, all right, how about the Israel thing? All right, well, we're not willing to do World War III over that. All right, can you just start sending terrorists across the border and hope they blow up some of our shit? It's just like, it's like the El Salvadoran president said. This can't be an accident. You can't make this many wrong turns in a row all the time and not do anything about it without it being the plan.
I would like to know who they're slating to win this war because it's a little confusing. You can't say it's us because they're actively bringing bad people into our country to destroy it. It's not us. We're not the winners.
Yeah.
A group of men, women, and children waits in between the fences for the Border Patrol to process them.
I wanted to get a close look at really what was going on.
Howie Rosen is a newer volunteer. He started helping out after he retired.
And as you're talking to them and hearing their stories, which are hard to hear, you realize this could be myself and my friends.
No, it won't.
No, it won't.
It never will.
And here's the other thing. I love, again, the media just being shit, just like in that last story. This story is supposed to be about fucking terrorist militants crossing into our open, shitty border. And then they load it up in the first minute with people going, oh, they're so wonderful and it's amazing and the border is fine and this could be any one of us. It's like, all right, you're really just kind of softening until you go, oh, by the way, Hamas and Hezbollah might be crossing the border.
Right. They're trying really hard to make us feel bad for these people.
I'm not feeling bad for you. If I can keep you in your shithole country and that stops Hamas and Hezbollah militants and Chinese nationals and other people coming across the border and doing all kinds of wacky shit, I'm okay with it. My conscience will rest fine with that.
Numbers from Customs and Border Protection show a dramatic increase in the number of encounters at San Diego's border. There were more than 15,000 migrant encounters in September of last year. There were more than 26,000 encounters during September of this year.
And let me point something out. That fiscal year 2022, that was a really shitty year for open borders and immigration. Like, it was bad then, and it's up 67% from bad.
an increase of more than 67%. Immigration advocate Pedro Rios says right now the numbers are not as high as they were when Title 42 ended.
Not as large as the numbers that we saw in May, but...
Great. So Title 42 was the COVID era thing that stopped people from being allowed to cross the border. You had to send them back. So then that expired, and then all this backlog of people who wanted to come here just rushed across the border, and he's like, hey, I've got great news. The border numbers, they're not as high as when every Tom, Dick, and Harry who'd been stopped for the last 3 years came flooding across the border. That's not happening every day anymore.
But that's how they talk about jobs in this country, too.
Right.
They take away all the jobs just so that they can start giving them back and say that the economy.
Yeah, they stopped everybody from working. Then when, 90% of those people go back to work, they go, hey, look, job growth is up. It's like, actually, no, it's down 10% from when you stopped everybody from working.
Oh, no, you're just not angling it the right
Yeah, I
way.
know. I understand. I don't read right.
Certainly last night, there were, mostly all of yesterday, there were roughly around 100 people here.
Now there are new concerns about who is coming across the border. ABC News confirms U.S. Customs and Border Protection officials in San Diego sent out an intelligence notice alerting that Hamas and Hezbollah militants may potentially be encountered at the southwest border.
Okay, now you tell me
Shut it down.
You tell me how any of those volunteers handing out fucking ramen at the border are going to be able to tell which ones are Hamas militants. You know what they're going to do? They're going to help them through the fence just like they help everybody else through the fence because they're not going to know any better.
And they have to feel bad for them.
Right.
Rios calls the concerns political.
I mean, I heard some politicians make statements, and I think it's they don't have any foundation. They're baseless.
Yeah.
Sunday, Supervisor...
No, you know better. You're right.
Look, they're not sending their best.
Right. You know what you should do is just take the political bias you already have about immigration, sir, and then just use it to nuh-uh everything you hear that might be happening. That's really productive and intelligent.
I do like that they rest their whole case on like a few immigrants who really do just have like a sob story and need to like get to a better place and don't acknowledge that there's actual bad people there too.
Right. They're like, oh, what about all these people that do great? Good. You know what we'll do? We'll shut the border down. Those people can apply for a visa, and our government will say yes or no. Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect.
Jim Desmond tweeted about the Border Patrol alert and called it an issue of national security. No one from Border Patrol or Customs would comment on the alert. In San Ysidro, Rachel Bianco, ABC 10 News.
Yeah, so the U.S., it's so funny. The Customs and Border Patrol issues this warning. They're like, hey, terrorists from Hezbollah might be coming across our southern border. And what does the ABC News do? They run a puff piece about how great it is down at the border. And then for like 15 seconds, they go, terrorists could be coming across the border. But this dipshit nobody who comes here and hands soups to illegals says, nah, that can't happen. So we're good.
I'm going to trust that guy.
Yeah, that guy really knows what the fuck he's talking about. I tell you that much.
It is exhausting.
Oh, guys, thank you very much. 1:05. So we got about 10, 15 minutes. Between 10 and 15 minutes until we bring this out for the first time this week, or we knock out that 1:05 and we don't see that thing the rest of the week. If you feel like contributing, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, all of that stuff is linked in the chat. You can also super chats, Rumble rants, memberships, etc. We are close. Thank you guys very much. Let's keep her going. It's been an amazing week thus far. Hey, there was a freshman high school student, Coast Waldorf. I believe this was in the UK.
Okay.
There was a male cross-country runner. And this male cross-country runner ran for his high school team, and he ranked 172nd in the nation. 177. I mean,
that's okay, right?
It's not the worst, right? It's pretty middle of the pack.
Could be better, could be worse.
Yeah, exactly. 172 in the entire country.
Okay.
But this year, that same student was the country's...
I already know.
The country's fastest sophomore. No, that's all.
Oh, there's nothing else.
So last year, this guy ranked 172nd fastest in cross country.
I'm following.
And now that same person this year, as a sophomore, is the nation's fastest sophomore. And I got to tell you, that is a testament to hard work. It is a testament to their dedication. and it's a testament to their training. Victor says he must have worked really hard to get better.
I agree.
Did.
I haven't seen the title of the story or anything yet. I haven't read anything, but I am really guessing that it's just going to say that they really just put in the hours and worked hard.
Well, Victor says he must have worked really hard to get better, and I agree she did.
I knew it. Yeah.
He transitioned to a woman. He started identifying as a woman, and now they're the fastest sophomore in the state in the country.
If you're like a really fast male cross country runner, and you just happen to become the female one now, you just blow everybody away.
In 2022, while representing Coast Waldorf High School in Freeport, Stark Chessa came in 25th place at the Maine XC Festival of Champions, where he ran as a freshman boy. And 14th place at the Southern... Oh, this was in Maine. I thought Coast Waldorf sounded like a British thing.
It does, yeah.
So this was in the state of Maine, not the country. 172nd in the state of Maine, which isn't terrible.
Well, no, you've got a lot of people ahead of you.
Okay, maybe.
That's not good.
On 30th of September, Stark Chessa took 5th place at the Festival of Champions. Wow, so they were finishing 25th and 14th last year, and now this year finishing 5th.
That's pretty good.
At the Festival of Champions. That's great.
Solid improvement.
Yeah. In the female category.
Oh, God.
With a time that would have ranked him 162nd if he had placed in the male category. Well, then he technically would have still moved up 10 spots.
Is this kind of just one of those think smarter, not harder moments?
No, you know what this is? This is one of those moments where you go, oh, so they're fucking with us and there's nothing we can do.
We've lost everything.
We're being fucked with. 1 week later, on October 5th, Stark Chessa took first place at the Cape Elizabeth High School cross-country race. Look at that. Besting the fastest female runner by nearly 2 minutes.
I don't know what to say anymore.
You know when you play a video game and you kick the shit out of the other team by like 40 points and you go, you know what? It's probably time I turn up the difficulty level.
Yeah.
You know, this just seems like I'm cheating a little bit. I don't care how good of a runner you are. If you beat the second place person by 2 minutes, you got to kind of look back and go, you know, I feel like this should be more difficult. It seems like I'm cheating.
Okay, but then you turned up the difficulty level and you put the cheat codes in.
No, you turn up the difficulty level by running against dudes again. That's what you do. And then you go, oh shit, I'm in 162nd. How'd that happen? Strange. On October 21st, Stark Chessa seized the title. Seized is right. Like she marched 40,000 troops in and launched trebuchets at the walls. Seized the title of fastest sophomore girl. At least they put it in quotes. At a regional high school cross-country championship, completing a 3.1-mile course over 80 seconds faster than female competitors.
That's just sick. It's sickness, dude.
You ready to watch the end of the race where they get themselves
a
W?
I don't want to see
Here you go. Here we go. Look at that girl. Look at that girl. Look at that young woman.
You know what's terrible,
Look at that
though?
sophomore high school woman.
Look, I know what you're doing over there, but
What?
have you ever seen a cross-country team? They're all weird.
But I mean, I tell you what, that sophomore girl, I mean, here's another sophomore girl. She should probably hit the weight room because I look at this sophomore girl and then I look at this sophomore girl and she's in way better shape and way more muscular than this sophomore.
It's a man.
Oh.
Sacre bleu, no! Nice job, bro.
Okay, that was funny.
That is funny.
That was funny. Nice job, bro.
I would do that. That's something I would say.
Nice job, bro.
No!
Oh, look at that guy. He knows what the fuck that guy just did.
That is a scathing stare. Wow, that one hurts.
Nice job, bro.
Look at those legs.
Oh, man, that dude is just staring.
That guy's like, and you can count on me in the parking lot.
Nice job, bro.
Look at those legs.
Nice job, bro. You know how I know that that's not 100% a woman? Because I'm jealous of that guy's legs.
I know. Seriously. Those are some nice quads.
Ooh, that stare. I could look at that stare all day.
Woo.
You know what that stare is? That stare is you piece of shit, but it's also, there's nothing I can say to you to contradict what you've just said.
I know what you did there.
Yeah.
And I think it's shitty.
Exactly. It's just a hopeless. What you did right there was a real dickhead.
Well,
move.
look, somebody on the other side made up for it and had a trans flag.
Oh, that's so nice that they put a rainbow flag up there while this person decimated the dreams of a bunch of girls who have worked their entire high school life to win these races and then lost by a minute and a half.
Women now that might not get a chance to compete at the state level and maybe get like scholarships somewhere.
Well, this one might. That guy is not happy about the nice job, bro, that he heard. Oh, nice job. I do like that, though. Nice job, bro.
It is pathetic, though.
Some are pointing out that Stark Chessa's father, Dr. Frank Chessa, is the director of clinical ethics at Maine Medical Center in Portland.
Oh, no.
The center has a gender clinic in which Dr. Chessa provides ethical guidance. According to the clinical handbook, we have a gender affirmative approach to treatment. We do not approve any kind of conversion therapy.
Okay.
They offer puberty blockers as well as cross-sex hormones and provide links to WPATH standards of care, the Gender Unicorn, a guide to safe tucking and safe binding. That's her dad runs that.
Do you think then that they're just a guinea pig for their dad's office? I don't know.
I'm honestly, when it comes to this shit nowadays, I'm not ruling anything out.
That's pretty fucked.
I'm not ruling anything out. Thank you to Semper Reloaded with $4.99 says this wouldn't happen if women didn't play sports or vote.
Wow, that is true. If we didn't have any sports, there would be nothing for you men to impede upon.
Stevie J says, Aaron, you can't launch a trebuchet at a fortified position. You use the trebuchet to launch a projectile. History buff high five. Sorry. Don't you launch a trebuchet at the walls of a castle to like smash into them and shit like that?
I think so.
I thought you did.
I thought the whole point was like, so you got your, let's say my hand has the fucking stones or rocks in it and shit, and you pull that shit and it fucking flings it at your castle. Right?
SC Motorsports says, I guess they would call her Tuck Muhammad Ali.
Oh, no.
The Muhammad Ali bit is back.
That was maybe one of the funniest things of all time.
Muhammad Ali was a very, very funny bit.
That was great.
Semper, thank you very much. $100 away. We're an even hundo away, and we're about 3 or 4 minutes away. Looks like we're going to bring this out today. But we're $100 away. We're well within striking distance. If any of you want to chip in and avoid that, you got about 2 or 3 minutes. Otherwise, we're rattling the offering plate. I don't know why MSO is crying. I'm starting to get a little nervous. It could happen for him. I know he looks at 100 and he's like, I've seen this play before, and the 100 goes pretty quick.
I think we can rally together in 3 minutes.
You
don't want to hear that music.
He feels pretty good about like 200s. He feels even like 180s, 175s he feels good about. But he does start to get a little nervous around the 100.
Oh, I think Raz just clarified about the trebuchet dilemma.
Yeah.
Where'd he go? You don't launch the trebuchet, you launch the stones.
Yes.
Trebuchet.
I'm aware you don't take the physical trebuchet and launch it at the walls of a fortified position.
We do understand that part. Maybe we didn't clarify.
That's my fault.
That is
my fault. SC Motorsport says, don't you use a trebuchet to go over the wall? Good point. You probably launch it over the walls.
We can shoot pumpkins in a trebuchet at Nelson Farm. That's kind of fun.
The audience gets to choose. If we hit overtime today, they get to choose if we do Ed and Michelle, Wrestling Otaku, or the 8 o'clock hour stories. They get to choose. If I just keep going, Aaron, just
the
keep
8
ripping.
o'clock?
Yeah, they go, Aaron, just keep ripping through these. It's totally fine. Or I want Wrestling Otaku or anything else. Or Ed and Michelle.
You prepped today's show very well. I very much enjoyed this show.
Sorry, MSO. Sorry.
Oh, no. MSO.
Sorry, bud.
Sorry,
bud.
Love you, miss you, bro.
Yags with another hundo. You know what? I'm making a new rule about the Charlie phone call thing. If you're one of the people who got in on the Charlie phone call thing, that offer to double your money goes to every dollar you donate to this show from now on. So it's a constant running tally.
I like the debt clock.
Yags is now at 300, so he'd be owed 600 if I took a call from Charlie.
Dude, that's awesome. Thank you, Yags.
Yes,
you
thank
are
you, buddy.
A hero.
Fauci's Pangolin with $5 as well. So if you guys were thinking, of, you know, hey, I'm going to take part in the rally today. I'm going to get in there and
whoa,
still do that. Still absolutely keep throwing in your super chats, Venmo, whatever. We'll just get it for tonight, and it'll be real easy tonight. And then I don't want to jinx it or anything like this, but even when it's a full goal, Thursdays are easy because they know it's the last one.
Mm-hmm.
Got Rumble Link Friday. So really, we've
like
only
exhaling.
we've really only got tonight left.
So wait, should we still participate in the rally every day though?
Absolutely, rally up. You guys go ape shit. If you had your finger hovering over the send button, send the damn thing. Who gives a shit? Scarface says 8 o'clock stories. Otaku needs to commit seppuku. Oh
Whoa.
wow.
That'd have to be a big sword.
It's a big, you gotta get deep in there. Gotta cut through all that ballistics gel. Let's see what the audience says. Not otaku. Okay. Stories, Ed and Michelle, otaku.
I'm torn.
Ed and Michelle, otaku, 8 o'clock material. Wow, this is like a really even vote.
I'm actually very much on the 8 o'clock stories or Ed and Michelle camp.
Let me take a look at the 8 o'clock hour stories, and then I'll be the tiebreaker.
Yeah, can you tease?
Let's see. I have.
Just don't delete these yet, obviously. Just
Yeah, I have a mom who was reading the books. Like, you know, when they go to the school board and they read you the books that are in the library that kids can read. And then the people in the school board go, excuse me, this is inappropriate. And they're like, that's my fucking point.
I would actually like Alex Stein to get back in that and like read a really inappropriate library book. Can I pitch that to him?
He could do that. Yeah,
Alex,
you go ahead and pitch that to Alex.
Mr. Stein.
Can you DM him today and say, I have a great idea.
Look at me.
Go to a school board meeting and read the porno book.
DM Alex about porn.
About porn books. Yeah.
Done.
Ask him what his favorite Danielle Steele novel is.
Well,
and he'll be able to tell you.
I would actually really get a big kick out of that, I think, reading just a nasty
I think that would be good if he just started reading
everything
gay butt sex books in school board meetings.
At the school board meeting.
Yeah.
Did you just see he just did a thing with Gavin McInnes?
At Penn State. Yeah.
Well.
Fucking retarded. Semper Reloaded. We've got tonight. Who needs tomorrow? We've got tonight, babe. Why don't you stay? You're right. So we've got that one. We've also got 2 black people going ape shit at a drive-thru.
Obviously, I want that one.
Britney Spears also blaming Justin Timberlake for more of her mental breakdowns.
Can you leave him alone?
I told you. We're going to get to find out. We're going to eventually find out that this is all Justin Timberlake's fault.
I don't agree.
He had her get that abortion?
No, he didn't. It said that they both agreed on it.
But I think she's trailer trash, and she was like, I'll do anything that makes him happy.
I'm not letting people off the hook for that. You don't get to co-consent on something and then blame the other person.
But then there was the abortion, and then he went, oh, good, I'll skedaddle. I'm thinking
that
Justin
might
Timberlake.
Throw a wrench in a 19-year-old relationship.
Justin Timberlake might have fucked her up.
I don't think so.
You don't want to believe it because you see him as wholesome Americana, but maybe he's a giant self-preserving piece of shit.
Britney Spears was seen as Americana too.
Right, until he made her carve a baby out of her womb.
I don't think that
like Bill the Butcher did to Cameron Diaz.
What did you say the other day? They were both 19 years old. Their careers were blossoming.
Multi-millionaires, totally capable of raising a child.
When do you have time for that shit? She can't fucking dance all sexy on stage, pregnant.
Plenty of money. Could have raised the child.
They would not have raised that child.
Murdered Justin Timberlake. Okay, Miss Christian Farmtown. Justin Timberlake and Britney Spears murdered a child out of nothing but sheer convenience for them.
100%.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it too much to say that that could have triggered a mental breakdown for her? That still continues to this day.
I really think that depends on how far along the pregnancy was.
And Justin Timberlake co-signed it, if not encouraged it.
It's not his fault if they both agreed on it. That's my official stance.
Did Justin Timberlake contribute to Britney Spears' mental health decline?
If she didn't want that abortion, she should have said no.
You just can't. You can't do it, can you? You're giving me a real Corinne Jean-Pierre right now. You can't do it.
I'm not even a Justin Timberlake guy.
Say Stan.
Stan. I'm not a Justin Timberlake stan. Fine. I'm not a mark for him. But like, if Justin Timberlake knocked me up and he wanted me to abort it, and I didn't, I'm not aborting it. And if he doesn't want to be part of that kid's life, I guess he's just not part of that kid's life now.
Boy, then he'd really be an R&B artist, wouldn't he?
He sure would.
Like he always wanted to.
But do you see that? That's my point, though. Like, it says in her memoir that they both agreed upon it. That does not then switch to placing all blame on Justin Timberlake for her entire problems.
I understand, but at the same time, I'm like the Joker, and I want to see everyone else fall apart and be looked at as a villain and a bad guy. And I want to get Justin Timberlake
But
there.
what if she's just crazy?
But what if she's crazy because he made her kill her baby?
An abortion doesn't make people crazy.
Oh, I beg to differ. Some people go a little nuts when they come to grips with the fact that they killed the kid.
You might have some depression.
Well, that's crazy.
No, it doesn't make him do the shit she did. There's a difference.
Depression makes you act out, be impulsive.
Fine. It's to me like all I'm hearing you say is like excuses for bad behavior.
No. I'm saying she went nuts. And it was
You say she just went crazy?
Some say she just went crazy, screaming out his name. She ran out into the ocean, and to this day they claim that if you go down by the water, you'll see her footprints in the sand.
I'll say this.
Because every night, how dare you, she walks the beaches of Cheyenne.
No, fuck that shit. I will say this much. I listen to her music more than his.
Nobody can explain it. Some say she's still alive. They've even seen her on the shoreline late at night.
That's the one I wanted.
I have a small pea. Oh. Sacre bleu, no!
All right.
Are you quite finished?
Yeah, because it's just the go down by the water thing again, so it's fine. I said everything I needed to say.
You already said that part.
Aristocock says, I would like to discuss the allegations of cheating at all-you-can-eat buffets with that streamlined hairline. Fuck you.
What do you mean? How do you cheat at an all-you-can-eat buffet? You're not like... The only way is if you like doggy bag some of that shit on the way out the door.
He's calling me fat!
But I'm saying it's all you can eat.
Love you,
You
Aristocock.
just eat it.
TVA Dan says she known Justin Timberlake since they were young children, probably his first love. Yeah, and she wanted to impress him by killing a baby because that's what he wanted.
I'll say it again. If you're not okay with it, you wouldn't be okay with it. And she said she was. That's a big deal. If I'm not okay aborting some baby that I got in my womb, I'm not doing it.
Is that what she said when she got the abortion? She said, it's my deal, Justin.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, I'm cooperating here.
Would you?
Ma'am, I've already answered your question. All right, fine. I'll do an embryo count right now. You're darn tootin'.
Mm-hmm.
If it's that important to you.
Yeah.
Hobo Chili says, I would like to talk about the microfractures in your skeletal structure because of the obesity. He's saying my fat is stretching out my skull so much it's cracked.
He's saying you have fault lines.
Yes, the San Andreas. Semper Reloaded says she chose to murder her baby. She did.
Yes, she technically did. You can't, in my opinion, you can't put that blame solely on Justin.
She says he has a small pecker and it devastated her, says Fred. Oh, man, that's too bad, Fred.
Couldn't risk having a son with one, too.
Is that our Fred?
Well, howdy, Fred.
I hope so.
There you go. Justin's Bye 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 and Rock Your Body was about the abortion. Oh, see, now that makes sense.
Cry Me a River.
Cry Me a River.
Oh, no. I'm bringing sexy back.
That's her body came back after the abortion?
Yeah, your body came back to sexy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Drunk Engineer says, what you're searching for there, April, is that was shitty of Justin Timberlake to do, but Britney can't try and blame it all on him now.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. That's exactly it.
Fred said, she said, put it in, and he said, it's already in.
Well, howdy, Fred.
There you go. Jezebel G says, I know a person who went crazy after a miscarriage.
That's a little different. You did not choose that. That's devastating. Absolutely tragic.
Vince Griswold says, Britney Spears killed the son of Justin Timberlake. That's true. She did. She did murder Justin Timberlake's baby.
Boy, their lives might have been way different.
Vince says, now pinch April's.
Don't you pinch?
Oh, there's too much padding in there. Sorry, I was
You're just a mean person.
channeling Gino. I'm not contributing. I'm not contributing to a GoFundMe.
I don't cover
They're
up
bullshit.
when you reach.
Well, that's because I'm nervous.
I touched you and my stomach growled.
My nipples get nervous. You guys know she calls my nipples my pinks?
I don't call them that.
Yeah. Michael B says, we'll touch them again on air and then see what I say about them. Michael B, see, she loves touching
Wow,
my
they're
pinks.
hard now.
I know. You've been fucking with them.
Cut glass with that shit.
Yeah, you've been fucking with them, so now they're a little...
Does that work if I touch other things?
It does, actually. Actually, it's also, we're in overtime, so I know the show's close to ending. My nipples are getting hard because it's almost feeding time. So...
I am growling over here.
Want to go to K's?
I thought about K's today. Oh, my weight's down. I'm probably going to be under 120 if I don't eat in a couple hours.
Good
here.
for you. Aaron cheats every day with food, says Mr. St. Caesar.
You'll keep me warm at night.
Jennifer says, I completely disagree. I have known women who have had an abortion, and it torments them their whole life.
Well, fine. I'm wrong then.
It does fuck people up. Some people. It doesn't fuck everyone. So I will say this. I've known women who have gotten abortions.
Okay, fine.
I've known women who have gotten abortions, and they treat it like this. Whew.
Yes.
Back we go onto the pogo stick.
Here's where I'll disagree with you then. It was your assertion that Justin fucked her up because she got an abortion. No, she played a hand in that. If her abortion is what made her go into Crazyville the rest of her life, it is not his fault. It's their fault as a couple.
You don't understand. I'm not arguing this with you coming from an honest position. I want him to be the problem. I'm rooting against him. So it's...
Why do you hate him so much? What's his...
I don't hate him. I think he's actually a wonderful entertainer and he's a legendary performer. I just really want to see America's sweetheart just be turned into a monster.
Wouldn't that be Ryan Seacrest?
Yeah, they've accused him of some fucked up shit too.
Really? Oh,
yeah,
no.
some rurping.
That's not good.
Mikey Two Milk says, I bet her manager had more to do with the abortion than Justin did. I agree with that.
Totally.
I bet you there were people going, guys, you have a baby now. It's going to be bad for your career. And they didn't even
That's
think
what my
twice.
manager tells me, so I stay pure.
Victor says, get some pie at K's. It's pumpkin season.
No pregnancies over here. Food babies, maybe. You know.
It's not very nice at all.
I'm kidding. You're so
it's actually
cute.
Very hurtful.
You're so cute.
Vince says, it's actually the fault of their Talmudic handler that hates Gaza. All right. On we go. A man in Peru posed as a teenage boy named Lucas on an unnamed online gaming platform and solicited sexually explicit photographs from several underage girls in the U.S., some as young as 13.
No.
When they refused to send the photos, Santos threatened to K them and blow up their schools. So this guy was soliciting photos from American school students.
Yep.
And
Children.
when they said, no, I'm not showing you my tits, or no, I'm not sending you a picture of my cock, he would call their schools and put in bomb threats.
Could we just stop being attracted to children?
And honestly, you live in Peru.
You could probably find a child on the street somewhere, right?
You can find some street urchin kid, but which would still be wrong.
Street urchin.
But at least you're not going to like American teenagers on the internet and then like it looks bad to begin with, asking 13-year-old girls for pictures of their titties and their pussy. That's fucked up to begin with. But then when you get so mad that they've denied your, according to you, reasonable request, you call their school and say, I'm going to shoot everyone and blow up the fucking building. It's like,
yeah,
dude,
he's like, I asked nice. I said, please.
Take it easy. Is this like the argument pedophiles make when they're like, if you don't let us look at child porn, we're going to go all crazy everywhere? Like if this guy didn't watch child porn and when he didn't get it, he went, all right, I'm going to threaten to kill a bunch of kids and blow up a school. It's like, God, maybe we should let this guy have his hard drive.
Do you remember there was an episode of Law & Order SVU like that?
Yeah.
Wasn't it John Lithgow or something?
No, there was a guy who was, he was trying to, it wasn't Lithgow, I don't think. But
Somebody
it was a guy who
him.
was running a child porn site
Mm-hmm.
because he felt it kept pedophiles from hurting children.
But he still got to look at said child porn.
Yeah, but then didn't somebody on the police staff beat him to death?
Yes, it was one of the parents of a child on
it was
the
a parent.
website.
It wasn't, Elliot beat him up once, but he didn't kill him.
Right.
A parent killed the guy. Zio Gold says Roblox. Say it's Roblox. Oh, we should find out where he got in touch with them. He then emailed or filled out online forms to send bomb threats to their schools. They have online forms for bomb threats? You think he just... I thought he just jotted that down in blood and sent it
I don't
in.
even want to look up, you get on some kind of list if you even look for that.
Filled out online forms to send out bomb threats?
Why do we have that?
Does the school have a tab on their website that says to send bomb threats?
Can we just skip that part next time?
Do you make them in triplicate if you have online forms?
That's kind of fun, actually. Each layer is a different color.
Yeah. Charges have been filed in the U.S. and the Peruvian government arrested Santos. There's no word on extradition dates or plans. I don't see anything about Roblox, though, guys. They use things like cheat codes and free in-game money to lure kids into a conversation and then start grooming them in the chat.
Okay, no offense. What else would that be? That sounds like Roblox.
Right.
That's too bad.
We do check up on what the kids are doing on that Roblox, but we can always do a better... When I see stories like this, I'm like, we could always do a better job. Yeah. Could always check in a little bit more. Like, I can go in here easy. I'm logged in on this computer, and I check the messages and whatnot every once in a while, but I could check more often.
Well, and then I get, like, if somebody tries to, like, add them on their kid messenger, too, like, I get the notifications that somebody's trying to talk to them.
You do?
I do.
Okay, because I don't.
I do for both of them, yeah.
Okay, good. Because I always wonder about that. I'm like, why the fuck don't I get the notification? I must have fucked something up.
No, it's that when you set up a kid messenger account, you have to like add it in addition to like a parent account. So like I was said parent and they created it under my account.
Oh, okay. So they created it under their account. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Can we just stop being attracted to kids though? That shit'll never make sense to me. And 13-year-old girls, we're just hooting. We're hitting puberty at 13. Nothing's really developed yet. It's weird. I don't get the appeal. It's sick. Can we stop with those people?
Hot take. April thinks pedophiles are out of line. That's on today's show. On today's Steel Toe, April declares that pedophiles have gone too far and should, quote, just stop.
I'm going to hand out flyers at the mall.
Are you a pedophile? And then you could have Dave Coulier from Full House. And you could say, if you're a pedophile, cut it out.
Can we get shirts? Shirts and hats.
I have a general rule that says no matter what the mission, I don't wear a shirt that says the word pedophile on it.
Just in case.
Yeah, I don't need people semi-reading the thing.
Right.
That's all.
I get it.
All right, you want to go see some great inner city behavior at a local drive-thru?
I sure would.
This is apparently the order did not go well, and this gentleman wanted his money back.
Ooh, do you want to take bets?
Okay, go ahead.
Ooh, how did they screw up the order? Did they forget the sauce?
I saw it. We're way past that.
Oh.
What do you think he does when he gets his money back?
Pulls a Glock, of course.
Jesus. Okay, here we go.
I'm gonna record you guys. Okay, we're gonna give you your refund. That's no reason to spit on anybody. And you're condoning that?
She was rude.
They're yelling in the drive. She was rude. It's like, two wrongs don't make it right.
Ma'am, you're standing in the drive-thru.
Yes.
That alone's a red flag, is it not?
No, ma'am. I'm 30 years old. I'm not.
So then, look. Now this guy just got his money back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just got his money back. The manager probably, or that might even be the owner, is giving the guy his money back because clearly the message here is, here's your money.
The customer's right.
Get the fuck out of here.
Are they going to throw it back in and continue to be a problem?
No, they're not going to throw the money back in. Everything that's not the money?
Oh.
I don't know.
The food? We're throwing food.
And?
Do you know what else throws food?
What?
You know, I've seen some things at the zoo on occasion throw.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Is this Rumble?
Did you say at the zoo?
Sacre bleu, no!
All right, let's. So now he got his money back. Let's see
experiences.
Now, April, what is a rational human being thing to do once you ask for a refund and the store gives it back to you? What do you do then?
Even if you say it angrily, you're just like, thank you, and you walk out.
And you leave.
You
right?
leave.
You go away.
It's over.
Okay, let's see how this guy handles getting his refund.
About a fight. We got this on video. We're gonna call the cops. I got you on camera.
That's that seems like it's going to take a minute or two to clean up. He tipped over the iced coffee. He tipped over the sweet tea. He tipped over the napkins, the straws, and everything
the sauce
else.
packets.
But, you know, you got to give him this. It was pretty brilliant. He waited until after he had his hands on
You
the
do have to get the money first, or they're less likely to give it to you.
Aristocock TX says Wakandan McDonald's is an adventure.
I will give them this: no firearms. That was
it was
good.
nice. They just trashed the place.
Classier.
Yes, very much.
Oh, you sound racist. Good. Yes. Yes, I am.
Mr. Approachable says, LOL, someone sees you in a shirt that just says pedophile. Then they don't bother reading the rest. And then they say, wow, they do always look the part.
What if it was a shirt? It's just a T-shirt that says pedophiles on the chest and on the front, right? It just says pedophiles. And you've got to get around to the back to see it
Need
says
to cut the shit.
Or they're bad.
Yeah.
So pedophiles are bad. Say no to pedophiles. They only see one side of your
They
shirt.
just see pedophile on the shirt.
They just see pedophile.
Nobody's going to want to talk to you. You want to be left alone at the mall.
Actually, that's how pedophiles should dress, though.
Just
You
with
would
a
know where they
pedophile
are.
shirt on.
Technically. It's like the Scarlet Letter.
And then on the back it says World Tour and lists all the dates of where they'll be.
Actually, just their addresses.
That too.
Because they have to disclose.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, I have a lot to say, but I'm not going to say it. The ACLU said I need to take a deep breath and relax. Wow, that's you typically don't.
I like the restraint.
You typically don't pay attention to them.
You have my attention.
Is what I'm saying. You usually just tell them to go fuck themselves, and you say whatever you want. I have fun news. Next Wednesday. Next Tuesday, we're gonna have Riley on the show, on the evening show.
Oh, that'll be lovely.
Yeah, Riley's gonna join us on Tuesday evening. No, we have Tuesday evening off next week.
Halloween.
How about Monday? Can Riley do
Let's
Monday?
keep moving it.
Let's see. April and I are taking Halloween off.
Nobody will listen.
Can you do Monday? Because I think he doesn't want to get up early.
Well, could he do like a 10 o'clock slot for like 10 to 10:30?
Honestly, we could do a standalone interview too and just air it later.
Okay, that's your next call, I think, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Riley from the Dick Show, from Dick Masterson's show. He's going to try and get me involved in the Eric July
you
thing.
are what now?
And I'm not getting involved. Now, look.
You write things on my signs.
I do. I wrote Granny's name on there. So, while I'm not getting involved, will I interview a gentleman to hear newsworthy items? Absolutely.
I don't see why not. That doesn't sound like getting involved.
Right, I'm a neutral reporter, am I not? So
I
I'm
think
not
so.
I'm not getting involved.
You're not technically getting involved, but you are facilitating involvement.
Should I try to book Eric July?
Absolutely you
and
should.
not tell him Riley's going to be on?
I think that'd be fucking hilarious.
And then tell Masterson also?
I'll sit this one out. I'll have popcorn.
That could be interesting.
That sounds busy.
Hold on a minute. I have an idea.
Do you have all of their information?
Would you mind if I tried to book Eric? I should really do this on a live broadcast. Do you mind if I tried to book Eric without telling him you are coming on? Yeah, I probably should have said that quietly to myself.
Just
and
a
not
thought.
Said it right on the show. But what do you do?
It's just not how you function.
What do you do? Do you remember the guy yesterday who tried to put the plane into a nosedive, Hulk Hogan?
I sure do.
That guy who tried to take over the flight?
Mm-hmm.
And no, he didn't try to put it into a nosedive. He tried to shut everything off.
Yeah.
He tried to power down the plane. And they thought...
Shut it down.
They thought at first that he had a mental breakdown.
Okay.
And he just lost his shit and was trying to do it.
He was nervous.
He came out yesterday, setting the record straight, out of his fucking mind on magic mushrooms, apparently. He had taken mushrooms, got scared shitless, and tried to shut the plane down.
You can't do that.
No, you shouldn't fly on mushrooms.
Could we stay at home and just stare at the things moving on our wall instead? Is that okay?
Yeah. We had someone tell us this weekend, they're like, if you ever do Molly, He said, definitely do it at home by yourself first, because
Sure.
if you do it in public, you could get in a lot of trouble.
Right, you don't know how you feel or anything.
They said when you do Molly, you
Do
feel
it in a
really
safe place.
affectionate towards people.
Yeah.
And they certainly don't feel the same way you do. And you could get yourself in a whole lot of trouble. I'm guessing
Tiny
this
bit.
was from experience. I don't know.
Maybe.
But I said, well, I'll keep that in mind. And then I said, I don't know if I really want to do that.
I feel like you should try most drugs at home, like with your partner safely.
I don't know.
For the first time.
I had a blast doing a
Yeah,
bump
you
of
know
coke
what?
back
You
in
just
the
get
day.
all the fun.
I've
I've
fun,
never
man.
done coke in my life.
It was a good time, but it was an out of control.
Apparently, I have Johnny, who's going to share that experience with me someday. I look forward to it.
Until you kill him.
I wouldn't kill him. What if what if cocaine made Johnny's legs work?
What if he started? Yeah, he went. Who's the one who Mad Men? Who started dancing with his cane when they put him on amphetamines?
Who was that?
Ken Cosgrove.
Oh yeah.
He had his eye patch on, and he goes, "And I'll take him out for steaks, and they can drive me around, because that's my job."
That's the ticket. Johnny, I know you listen. What if cocaine makes your legs work?
Here, Ken Cosgrove dancing. This is Johnny on cocaine. This is actually Johnny doing blow.
Not Donald Draper.
You think you'll have new work on Monday? I'll have 15 campaigns for you by then, but you have
Now, this episode, to let you know, they had a doctor come in, Beckett. Is that his name?
You're disgusting.
Was his name Beckett?
I don't know. They came in to give them
Cutler, Gleason, and Shaw. It was Gleason. Cutler. No, it was Cutler. So anyway, you know why I thought Beckett? Cutler Beckett from, what's Cutler Beckett from Pirates of the Caribbean?
Keep spinning. It's
Yeah.
fine.
So anyway, Jim Cutler brought in this doctor because they needed to work through the weekend on this Chevy stuff.
You need to get that shit done.
And so what they did was he had a doctor come in and give him a shot, and he told him it was a compound of vitamins. It wasn't. It was amphetamines.
Right.
So all of these guys are geeked up on amphetamines and losing their shit, and it didn't work so well.
Get me in a room so I can look them in the eye. The timbre of my voice is as important as the content. I don't know whether I'll be forceful or submissive, but I must be there in the flesh. You understand that I have no power whatsoever. That's not true. Not if they like you. Oh, they like me, all right.
This is Johnny on coke.
Toy. That's your job. It's my job to take them to dinner at 80 miles an hour. It's my job to stop them out from the restaurant so they can have 5 pounds of crab legs and 3 bottles of beer apiece, and then go get prime rib. It's my job.
Babe, your head's moving
so
with
they can
it.
Fire off their guns an inch from my ear and laugh when I get startled because it's my job.
I love that.
There's Johnny on coke.
Johnny, that's going to be you when we do coke together someday.
You guys really have lofty goals.
You're the only one who gets to have fun ever.
Buddy, I didn't say, I said you guys have lofty goals.
I'm not really a drug guy. It's not like I'm.
Buddy says, Aaron, this is Johnny on cocaine. All right, let's take a look.
Why, little foots? You got a dream? Yeah, I got a dream.
Can't test this.
I'm a best friend.
Oh, look. Johnny on coke.
Can't test this. Break it down.
Fucking retarded.
Who
I
has
hate
time
that
for
movie.
that?
I don't like that movie either. I've seen it. People are
I
like,
haven't.
you gotta see Don't Be a Menace. I'm like,
I've never seen
it's
that.
so fucking bad.
Oh.
All right, guys. Coke too expensive nowadays because of inflation. Yes, of course.
Wow, coke is inflated too.
Coke, everything's up.
I can't have inflated coke.
By the way, April went grocery shopping recently, and I asked her because the receipt was in the bag when I was emptying the groceries, and I looked at it and I went, "Are groceries starting to come down a little bit?" And she wasn't sure if she was shopping deals or if groceries were coming down.
No,
I could be wrong.
I 100% told you I shop deals. I said no,
Okay.
I don't think so. I just shop sales.
So it's not going down.
I don't think so. Okay. I don't know. I can't confirm.
I had a tiny amount of hope. I was like, look at that. America's going to be happier that their
Okay.
groceries are going down a bit. And apparently the answer is, what the fuck are you talking about?
If that'll change the trajectory of your day, yes, sweet summer child, they're going down.
I want to live in a real world. I wish the real world would. Oh fuck! How do I forget my Matchbox 20 lyrics? What a piece of rat shit I am. I wish the real world would just stop hassling me. That's it. I just had to sing it a little bit. So anyway, this Joseph Emerson The out-of-control airline pilot who tried to down an Alaskan Airlines flight midair. Who needs Hamas, right?
We have our own.
Yeah. Told cops he had taken magic mushrooms before the flight. It emerged Tuesday.
Stop that.
Emerson, 44. Are you too old at 44 to be doing mushrooms?
I don't think so. I think that sounds like a 40s kind of drug.
Okay.
Yeah.
An off-duty commercial airline pilot went off the rails while sitting in the cockpit jump seat of a flight between Everett, Washington, and San Francisco on Sunday, trying to cut the fuel to the engines before he had to be held down by crew members. Even while restrained, Emerson had tried to open the emergency doors, which the flight was being operated by Horizon Air, as the pilots frantically guided the craft to the ground. When later interviewed by police, he said he had a nervous breakdown after not sleeping for 40 hours and taking psychedelic mushrooms for the first time. How about we don't take the mushrooms for the first time when we're about to go in a tin can 35,000 feet above the air?
Isn't that kind of crazy how people having a panic attack in an airplane just assume that the right thing to do is just open a door and get out or shut the plane off, just as if that'll fix it all?
You're right. Your whole thing is like, oh, I'm freaking out. I know what we should do. Kill everyone. As long as I just crash this plane, I'll stop freaking out, which is technically true. I mean, he is correct. You would stop all of the problems.
The problems would be over.
It would be done.
Technically.
I didn't feel okay. It seemed like the pilots weren't paying attention to what was going on. They didn't. It didn't seem right, Emerson told police. Oh, no. And by the way, I never believe anyone who says, I haven't slept in 40 hours. Although you would go insane.
Do mushrooms keep you up? I feel like they're like a hallucinogenic.
Or a hallucinogenic, too. You need to cuff me right now or it's going to be bad, he told a flight attendant after getting booted from the cockpit. I messed everything up, he told a crew member, adding that he tried to kill everybody. That's always the worst, too, is like someone loses their mind, and then when you finally get them restrained, they start to like feel sorry for themselves.
Oh, and then they start crying or something?
Yeah, I would punch them. I would be like, fuck you, dude. You don't get to be upset about this. You know the shit you put us through? Now we got to go land in Portland? Nobody wants to land in Portland. That's our
I don't know how old he is, but he's kind of cute.
44.
That's an okay 44, right? You're losing your hair.
Kind of see the 44 in here and in here.
His forehead's really smooth.
Yeah, good for him. Good for him. After the plane carrying 83 people had made a successful emergency landing in Portland, Oregon.
Oh, that ain't
the
good.
Married father of two was taken into custody and booked at the Multnomah County Detention Center. I'm admitting to what I did, he said. I'm not fighting any charges you guys want to bring against me. Yeah, not that you can. Although a lawyer would have said, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, what the fuck? Don't admit everything.
Shut the fuck up, dude. They've already got enough on you. They don't need your help. When I heard about the initial, his neighbor said, when I heard about the incident, my initial response was that he was having some kind of psychological issue because it's not at all normal for him. His next door neighbor, conveniently named Karen, told the Post.
Of course she would know.
Yeah, so I guess he just took some mushrooms, hadn't slept.
Don't do drugs and go on an airplane.
And he just lost his mind. That was it. Bad day to experiment, huh?
Yeah. That wasn't the day. I don't know what could have compelled you to do that, but.
Hobo chili recipe is being very funny, they're telling me in the chat. Let's see. He says, tell us you didn't sneak diet pudding from the mess hall at Fat Camp by telling us. Never went to Fat Camp. Thank you very much.
What is diet pudding?
I don't know. Is there diet pudding? Whatever it is, totally gay.
I'm against it.
Hobo Chili also says, round body, skinny arms. You look concept art for Mr. Potato Head. Very nice.
I'm starting to feel like shitty, like I need to defend your honor almost. He's a very attractive man.
You ain't got to protect me from Hobo. I ain't scared of Hobo. You ain't got to come over here, Hobo. Come over here. Ain't nothing but a short walk. You look old.
Look at him. He's showing
walk
off
over.
his...
But you're limping back.
Showing off your bicep.
No, I'm just scratching my arm.
Oh, yeah.
That's all. Hobo Chili Recipe says, sorry, he's not my type. Thanks, buddy. So the NHL last week said, fuck that noise. We're not doing those fruity, rainbow-colored stick tape, right? They said, we're done.
No fruit tape.
No fruity stick tape. You guys can just put the normal stick tape. How's my dick tape? And you guys can just play the fucking game of hockey. We're not going to do any activist shit. Well, a bunch of people got sad and yelled at the NHL because they made them sad. And Now they've done a 180.
Okay.
And the NHL is going to let people use the gay stick tape. You know what would be funny? A lot of like Russian Eastern Orthodox players are in the NHL, and like I feel like it would be kind of a more conservative leaning sport athletically. It would be funny if they like did, and you know they'll do studies because they'll want to find victims. I bet you players who use the Pride stick tape, they'll find out like they got checked more, they got hit more.
It'll be something like that.
All kinds of stuff. And they'll go, oh, is this a sign of blatant homophobia in the NHL?
No, maybe they're just distracted by the fruity tape on their sticks.
They were attracted to it. They just ran in and crushed them. The National Hockey League is ending its ban on players supporting social causes on their equipment. Wow, the one thing they've done that I like, and they're like, nope, we got to turn tail on it, including a popular stick tape in support of the LGBTQ community. Yeah, you know, all the gay people watching hockey. The move comes days after Arizona Coyotes defenseman Travis Dermott defied the ban and added Pride tape to his stick during a game on Saturday against the Ducks. You know, I get the NHL overturning it if that's the case, because if people are just going to flaunt it and just put it on their stick anyway, like you're not going to go in there and start banning people and suspending people. And now you're like, well, and if he's going to defy it, it just makes it look retarded anyway. All right, fine. People can put the stick tape on. It's okay. It's like it's more trouble than it's worth.
I just always wish, though, that we could stick to the topic at hand. Like, I never liked that the NFL did the, Black Lives Matter thing. I get it. Sure, they do matter. But it's not football related. Gay shit isn't hockey related. Like, can't that have its own something somewhere else?
Like the
if
fans,
needed?
like none of the fans like it. None of the fans want it. Any of the activism shit. It's like you could just leave it out because sports was always supposed to be the distraction from the social shit.
Sports are a great escape for people. We don't need to go somewhere and have political or gay shit.
Definitely not
activist
gay shit. Gay
weird,
shit
smells odd.
Yeah, it's funky. It's all speckled white.
Funky like a monkey.
Yeah. Like the monkey that came over here from Africa with the AIDS virus, baby. Oh, see, now that's why.
I thought we don't call them monkeys anymore.
That's, no, the physical monkey. And it was funky, baby. Semper says, I knew a girl who only sleeps when it's raining. She also screams, and her voice is straining. She said, baby, it's 3 a.m. I must be lonely. She said, baby, I can't help but be scared, but then, sometimes. Thank you, pal. You know, April, we only have a minute left. I think that's the perfect way to end today's program. Thank you guys very much for being here today. We have the last evening show of the week coming up at 7 p.m. Hey, MSO, I know you're upset about today. I know you're upset about the entire week. We haven't brought this thing out once. But, full goal tonight, which means probably full goal tomorrow.
You guys can knock it out while we're off the air if you'd like. I think that'd be cool.
MSO might have a shot these next two shows at giving himself a chance. But these are the last two shows where we're going to have goals because Rumble Link Friday usually takes care of itself. So we'll see. NF Cap says, get a damned outro. Here, you know what we'll do? We'll fire this up for here.
Well, why are we black?
For our farewell. I know, I hate that too, don't you? We'll fire this up for our outro, and then we'll get out of here. Guys, thank you very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, whether you're on Rumble or YouTube. Follow us on Twitter, all of that happy horse shit, and we will see you tonight. April, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And goodbye.